Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, everybody out there. YouTube land, this is Moz coming to you with another episode of Moz's Toy Box, Toy Photography Talk Day, and we're kicking off the Ordinary Day event. Also, guys, if you're a member, you guys should have just gotten your emails for your wallpapers. I sent you 2 different wallpapers this month, one widescreen and one vertical, because I really couldn't choose. So I got to really put the poll up so you guys can choose from here on out, because this has cost me a lot of, real estate as far as wallpapers go. So let's get everybody in here. We got some people already here, and some are showing up a little late, so that's okay. We got Pablo and Harry in the house. What's going on?
What's up?
What's going on, everybody?
How's it going, everybody? Welcome.
Man, it's been crazy. Let's say hey to everybody in the chat, man. Noble Young, of course.
Hey, chat. Noble Young
here.
Noble
I think he left because I tried to tag him and say hey, and it didn't bring up like a Noble Young, so I think he likes to pop in and just leave. There's Crimson Viper. What's going on, Chris?
Mr. Crimson.
What's going on, Chris?
Hello.
All right, well, shout out to Moz. That guy, he's here. JP Rex, how you doing today, man? What's up?
JP Rex.
Pablo, of course.
Hey, Pablo. Oh, who's this guy?
Hey, what's up? Casper Corner, how you doing today?
Casper.
How you doing? S Beam, what's going on, S Beam? Good seeing you, buddy. JC, how you doing tonight? And of course, our members, Carlito. How you doing? My first member for this channel. You will always hold a special place in my heart for being the first. And then, of course, we got OG fan when Star Wars was just Star Wars. Funny story is I was sending out the wallpapers today as I was waiting to start the stream, and I pulled out. I was going to do the Maul versus Ahsoka for the widescreen, and then the Superman facing the Sentinel for the vertical. And as I was typing up the whole thing, I'd already put the wallpapers in there. OG fan emailed me saying, "You're going to hit me with that Arena Fett bubble shot, right?" I was like, I guess that's my widescreen.
It works,
yeah.
I guess.
I know I told him I was going to give it to him. I was like, you know what? Whatever. Docinator, what's going on, buddy? What's going on?
He'll be back.
And then, of course, OG fan, he says, "Oh, my Moz, that mobile wallpaper looks amazing at 50 inches wide, bro. Thank you. Awesome. I'm glad the resolution is holding firm at 50 inches wide. That is awesome, dude.
That
Oh
person
man,
be Dokinator? Is it after the band Dokken?
I don't know. You can ask him though. Dokinator, is that?
I don't know how you
Dokken
say it.
or
I think
Dokken?
I heard somebody
Is that
say
for the
Dokinator.
band? Inquiring
Doken, Nator.
Man, so this we just kicked off Ordinary Day. It's the hashtag that we're using. I'm going to give you guys a rundown at the beginning of it. It's a hashtag we're using for this month. We're going to give away stuff thanks to Mike over at Insightful Imagery. Speaking of which, I should hit him up with a link. I'm really bad at getting everybody, man.
Yeah, he's been posting some cool reels lately, showing how he.
Oh,
Dude,
yeah.
he is
Oh yeah.
he is a fire, man. He's got the TNT things he's been making, man. There you go. Got him a stream link there last minute, but he can make it. He can make it. I'm right, Dockinator. All right. But as I was saying, so we got Ordinary Day. So what you guys do is you're gonna hashtag Ordinary Day with a picture of somebody doing something ordinary. It could be a superhero, it could be anybody, of course, a toy, something ordinary. You're also gonna hashtag Toy Moz like you guys normally do, and you're gonna tag me like you guys normally do. That way, I'm sure to see it somewhere because hashtags are weird, and I'm not going to coin the Ordinary Day hashtag, obviously. That's
Well, I
a
heard
big.
that the hashtags are starting to work now a little bit.
Well, either way, I'm still not going to be able to just look up that hashtag and expect only shots
Right.
for us. So the reason I'm doing Ordinary Day though is you can get some new eyes on it. Some people that may not be toy photography people would go, "Wow, that's cool." So I'm trying. It's something cool, and I'm not going to presume so much and just ask you guys to use a hashtag that we're going to use for a month and then discard.
Right.
So,
Good idea.
but I got an example here that I shot, and Mike sent me one too. But I've been really bad at getting that. So let's bring this up real quick. This example. This is my post today on Instagram. Ordinary Day. The thing has gone fishing. The cool thing is I learned this trick to do water from watching BTS from What's Up Danger. I don't know if you guys follow him on Instagram. But he did this cool Batman in the sewers where Joker's watching him and he used cling wrap for the water effect. So there's cling wrap for my river. And then some Hobby Lobby greenery stuff that I bought half off, some like grass type stuff and some plants that were all at Hobby Lobby half off. So,
Oh wow. So
and
all
the
this
fishing
is
pole.
indoors right here.
Yeah, the fishing pole is also a half off, or that wasn't on sale, but it was Hobby Lobby, $5. It came with the fish, which is not a flexible fish. It's a very rigid fish. So I had to kind of point them towards the screen to give it any kind of life, otherwise. But you see, I even added some Spooky Splash kind of stuff to it.
Oh yeah.
Looks good. It came out really tight. I like it.
Was that just with like a scatter brush kind of thing?
No, I tried the brush at first and it wasn't getting what I wanted, so I ended up just finding a PNG of a water splash on black background I could screen out, and it's still not quite as vibrant as I wanted, and I tried to get it more punchy, but I also didn't want to make it too weird looking, so it was like a weird place to be at. So this is what I ended up with. But this is an ordinary day. This is a hashtag to Ordinary Day. So let this inspire you. You don't have to have them going fishing. You can have them doing anything. But I got a superhero. He's on a day off. It's an ordinary day.
Can I tell my dad joke? Can you show me this?
I don't know. Yeah.
Please do.
Is he catching rockfish?
Oh my
No.
god.
The nice thing is he doesn't have to worry about using any off or anything. The bugs cannot bite him. So
That's
he's
true.
lucky.
And good black
Benefit of
wash
being
on
a
that.
rock. Yep.
I've seen people do, almost everybody I've seen on Instagram that has him does a black wash because the figure looks kind of garbage.
It needs it. It needs it. I did a black wash on
Not
mine,
everybody
too.
does a good job as you did. So
The Walgreens one actually has I think I wasn't going to spend $80 on that one because that's what it's going for right now. But the Walgreens one has a decent black wash on it. But this is the Fantastic Four one, and he's pretty orange. And I just ran that black wash through him. And then I had some build up little black areas that you can actually just kind of scrape off with your fingernail, just like come off of there, So OG fan says, I was gonna say, is that a rock bass?
Must be a fellow dad.
Probably. But yeah, so I got that figure. I was really happy about that. I found him at a GameStop. Again, I got him for nothing because if you have GameStop rewards, and I had a lot of them for buying 2 PS5s from them recently, you get money that you can spend on stuff.
And here
So
lately,
okay.
I don't know about y'all's stores locally, but around here in North Carolina, all the GameStops I've gone to have had 50% off clearance.
A lot of them, yes.
So I picked up the Iron Man. I don't know if you can see him behind me, but I've got an Iron Man. It's the AI version, so I'm actually repainting. It's a work in progress, but repainting the head because it came with like a holographic head. And I'm not a big Marvel guy, so I don't have an Iron Man. I didn't want a clear blue head on it, so
give a shout out. What's up, Juan Frank? How you doing today?
Hello,
and
Juan.
yeah, the Casper, the Walgreens one, from what I can tell, I remember seeing that in the store, but I wasn't buying Marvel Legends at the time. I'm kicking myself because that was a really nice one. But this guy, once you get the wash on him, I got the black wash on him. You just bring out the cracks there. I still got him in that pose there from when he was fishing. And I got this blue tacked in his hand, obviously, because he doesn't have good hands for that. But, yeah. So, the Diamond Select one is really good too, but he's not posable at all. So he's got like barely any points of articulation.
How are the Diamond Select figures? I don't know if I remember if I've asked people that recently. I don't know if it was on the last stream, but there's
I know the Hulk, the recent Hulk Diamond Select figure. I heard it's a really great figure.
Which one is that's not the Planet Hulk one, right? That's a different one, right?
No, the one that has the robotic face exposed. It's that one. That's the most recent one that came out.
I've been looking. I've been trying to figure out what Hulk to buy. Because I of course want to have Hulk versus the Thing, not just Superman versus the Thing. But real tangent, real quick. What is it with everybody who's always saying, "Oh, that would never happen"? Why do they always have to comment that when you try to do a mashup? Like I had the Hulk versus Superman in a picture, and I had everybody going, "Oh, the Hulk would be rubble and blah blah blah." I'm like, dude, who cares?
Yeah, who cares, man?
I mean, if you put this in a comic book, the writers aren't going to have one guy win over the other one. They're both going to get their good jabs in, and then they're going to walk away friends. That's how it works. Let's stop measuring everything. Superman's going to win. I don't care. That's not why I'm doing it.
That was the point of the photo.
I'm doing it because it's just a cool.
It was fun. It was just fun.
I mean, when I tried to put him up against the Sentinel, everybody's like, "Oh, that's just a speed bump in his way," and I'm like,
okay, sure.
They're just buzz killers. It's like when you're a kid and I have my G.I. Joes playing with my Star Wars, and a parent might walk in and say, "Well, actually, G.I. Joe and Star Wars." Well, who would do that to a kid? Let us be kids. That's why we play with toys.
Yeah, Casper's saying the Diamond Select looks great but lacks articulation. They're also a lot bigger depending on the figure. Hard to scale with Legends a lot of the time. For the Hulk, though, I think the bigger the better, as long as you're not like 1/6 scale Hulk versus Marvel Legends, and that's a little crazy.
Does anybody have the Iron Giant from Diamond Select?
I saw that in the store the other day. I think you and I were talking about it. But he didn't have the Superman thing. It was just the regular one.
The Muppets and have a Diamond Select line, as well as Nightmare Before Christmas and stuff. There's a few different things. I collect all kinds. I don't really stick to one line. I see cool figures or from IPs like the Muppets that I grew up and I have an emotional attachment to. So, but I've been weary about buying Diamond Select because a few that I've seen in the wild, like the Avatar cartoon ones, look like they didn't look.
I have a few, but they're all in the package because since they're on a card, I don't open them. I don't open carded figures. This was an exception because he's a $20 figure, and I really wanted a Thing to shoot. So
that's a good thing. I have that one. I have that, and I did a black wash on them too.
Yeah, I tried a burnt umber wash first, but it wasn't dark enough. It wasn't coming through at all. I was like, that'd be more natural, maybe, but no, it was just way too light. And I was like, all right, straight to black then. But since we're talking about figures real quick, I know we're all toy photography here, guys, so don't run off. But there's this cool figure. This is one of the packages I was telling you guys I was waiting for in the mail Thursday. I got 3 packages coming in the mail. One of them's my MyLite bags for my comic books that just decided they were shipped, even though I ordered them like 3 weeks ago, and they said it was going to be 10 weeks out. So I guess I'm glad I put that on a credit card and not my bank card. Because surprise, $200.
Yeah.
And I bought 2 of these figures. I'm going to show you here. One, the 2 different versions of them. I'm a little sad Loco losing out here because he likes these 12 scale stuff. But and then the other thing I got coming is just a T-shirt from Halloween Ins from Fright Rag. So this is one of 2 that I'm buying. This is a 12 scale werewolf.
Nice.
I saw a picture of this on somebody's photography stuff, and I was like, "What? Hey, Trevor, what's going on, buddy?"
Trevor, how's it going?
What's going on? I'm going over this werewolf I'm getting real quick, and then I'll put it back to screen so we can
I
talk.
got a werewolf right here.
Dude, oh, you got him right there?
Their wolf, their castle.
Oh. There,
Yeah, look at them.
But I forget who the photographer was, but they posted this guy. They did a nice picture of him howling at the moon. Maybe one of you guys follow him as well would know. He got nominated on Toy Pick Community or something.
Yeah, I think I saw that shot.
And I was like, "Oh wow, what is that werewolf?" And I just kind of Googled werewolf. It was 112 scale, and I had to keep looking, and I finally found this one. And it's a very limited production run. Apparently, this Coup Model Studio is a very small run studio, so I jumped on it. This is $95 without the base. If you get the base, it's $135. And I was like, you know what? He does come with a base. He comes with like a clear, like a Mezco stand, with or without that base option. So, I got not a Mezco stand, but like a little Hot Toy basic stand, but for 112. The other one is the white version with blood all over them.
The blood on them. Yeah.
So I pre-ordered both of these. They'll be here Thursday. I can't wait, dude. Halloween's coming, man. I really wanted to have a good werewolf. I got that NECA one from the
Werewolf in London, American Werewolf.
Thank you. Yeah, the four-legged whatever one. He looks pretty cool, but he can't stand at all. So I was like, I want to be able to make him bipedal too. And there's that stand. This is the generic stand they come with right here.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, I just wanted to share that real quick while we were still talking about toys.
Well, speaking of Halloween, you mind if I just take a second?
Yeah, go ahead and take a minute and talk about the Halloween thingy that I got to make sure I tag that when I take my pictures of werewolf.
You okay if I share my screen and just show the little
man.
image?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Let's see here. I got to see if I remember how to do it.
This is how you do it. Okay, hold on.
Is that it?
Stream. Group collab.
Yep.
There we go. I'm gonna make it big.
Fun.
The Toy Photographer Collective, if you're not a member, just follow it to join. We do have a group chat, but if you want to be invited to that, you'll have to message me or message the Toy Photographer Collective account. But basically, it's all for the month of October. We are going to make the deadline Friday, October 28th at midnight Eastern Standard Time. The theme is Halloween and horror, so it's a pretty broad theme. You got a generous deadline because the last collab I had a lot of people message me saying, 2 weeks was great, but oh my goodness, we're going back to school and everything. Everybody was so busy. We didn't get probably got half the entries as our previous collab to that one. So I'm hoping that the whole month, plus it's Halloween, it's an awesome time of year. So all kinds of things we can do. We are going to put a restriction of no nudity and profanity because we've had a few that were a little iffy. We do like to keep it kind of PG because we do actually have some kids accounts that do toy photography do follow the collective. So want to make sure we keep it kind of, go all out on the gore though. I want to see some really gory stuff.
That's how I parented my child too. We're like, nudity, no, but you want to watch, you can watch that all day.
Chop them in half. Go ahead.
I don't need to be sitting with my adolescent kid watching some boobies.
The funny thing is that's how you can tell America was founded by Puritans because we're that way. We don't mind burning witches at the stake, but don't show a boob. Over there in Europe, it's exact opposite. It's like what was it? Attack of the Clones got like an adult rating. They had to like cut out a headbutt Like when Jango Fett headbutts Obi-Wan, they had to cut that out over in Europe.
The headbutt.
They have
there's boobs
shampoo
all over every
Violent.
commercial. Yeah, exactly.
Well, they have shampoo commercials that show like full nudity, but don't show a nunchuck or a head. You know, they had to call them teenage hero turtles over there because you can't even say the word ninja because that I don't know, it's weird. But anyway, just check out the the Toy Photography Collective.
All right, Adrian. Yo, Adrian, how you doing? Don't forget to check your email. Yo, Adrian, you should have your wallpapers for the month of September there. And now that we're done with that, let's add this as a stream. Starting off with Trevor, man. Is this one of them that you just sent me? Because this is in my tag thing. When I
was so tempted to get this.
Did I tag you? I don't know. I can't remember. I tried.
Well, you tagged me twice just a couple minutes ago. Is this one of the ones you tagged?
Yeah. I put your hashtag on there all the time, and I keep forgetting when I get on here.
Trevor, I'd like to think you and I are pretty close right now, and you don't they hook you guys up with these, help the poor guy out.
They hooked me up with one photograph.
Does he come with a horse?
I may be giving that away on the show, so watch the show. Watch Legion's Lounge.
Does he come with a horse though?
Yeah,
he does come with a horse. Yeah, it comes with a horse.
For the price point, it's a great deal.
How much is it?
Right here.
It's like $200.
Hold on. Let me
see it live in person.
Wow.
My dog is going crazy, so I'm probably gonna have to take him upstairs. But
oh my god! All right.
Well,
I'll have to try to get that $200 before he's gone because I'm gonna have to pay for that charge that I was telling you about with the My Lights that just charged 8 weeks early or whatever. But
didn't he sell out?
He sold out. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like an 8 a.m. sale, and I checked it at like
8:30,
and it was like gone.
All right. Well, we were going to talk about
the morning
this.
went
Now
really
I'm
fast.
depressed.
The evening one went till the next morning. But if you want to see, there's a BTS on here, which is the reason I put it up, so that anybody could learn from that if they want to.
Just a photo of BTS, right?
Yeah, no video. No video yet. I took video of the other one that I did, and I'm going to do
the bridge one
shoot and review for that. Yeah. But yeah, pretty simple. I mean, again, just setting up for the shot that you want. Don't worry about all the stuff. Setting up like a beautiful set, with everything. Just figure out what you want and work backwards from there. So
your main lights are over here where your main lights are over here where the light source is on the screen back up
I
here
have so I have a softbox over the top that has a blue gel in it over the whole thing. And then, there's a loom cube in the back right where the moon is, just above and out of frame.
Man. I need to get a softbox. Help me get a softbox, man. But I want one I don't have to put gels on. I want an RGB one.
Those are probably less expensive than they used to be, but to get them nice and bright, it's kind of tricky. And
that's why I'm saying help me.
For a while.
You know what I need.
Gels aren't bad in the softbox, man. Gels aren't a pain in the ass in the softbox.
I can't even bother to order gels for my small lights.
All right, well I can't help you.
The same two gels.
If your problem is you just
choose from, but I keep using blue and red.
Yeah, you can get. They're easy. They're cheap variety packs of gels, man. That are for like $30 $20-$30. It's not
That's a figure, man.
all right. So you don't get one of the wolves, and you get some gels.
I already bought them. That's done. I sold some Funko Pops to afford that, actually.
All right.
I'm just happy.
Priorities.
I'm trying to be patient for my shipping notice for that.
There's Lou. Lou, talking about being lazy, Lou. You got a link. Why aren't you here? Toybox says, I just got charged for the Mars Toy 89 Joker, So Toys Kingpin, a custom Johnny 5. Oh, man, I want that Johnny 5. And made my second to last payment on another custom figure. I hope that's all for now. Yeah, I just paid off. Sideshow hit me up for my Crow figure, the Sideshow Crow figure.
Oh,
and
nice.
Thursday I got to go pick up two of my.
They're making a Crow figure.
Yeah, Crow figure. I'm really just using it for parts for my Hot Toys one. But
I'll be right back.
Yeah, and then I got 2 Dark Troopers coming in on Thursday, which I got to go pay off. But what I did, so I could free up some money to get these werewolves that I mentioned, is I decided because I ordered the Dark Troopers from my old Funko shop that I used to work at. Lou, I don't have your icon for your thing, man. You have to send me your icon first. I can't put you on there without the icon. So yeah, what I did is I had 4 Funko Pops. I had my Grady Twins Chase. I had my Slim from Killer Clowns from Outer Space. I had my there's 2 more. 4 Funko Pops. Jesus, what were they? Hold on, I took a picture of them. Yes. I'm sorry, guys. Tangent of the biggest kind here. Oh yeah, my Freddy Wise Funko Pop, and then my Lawyer She-Hulk. So all 4 of those I sold for $350, and took that off. Basically, I got one of the Dark Troopers for free, which means I got to move the money into my account and order those werewolves. No extra. So. Yeah. Sorry. Cool story, right, guys? Right?
Yeah.
Cool story, bro.
Yeah.
What's
Lou? I don't know.
what's the Lawyer She-Hulk? What is that?
She was a ECC exclusive. It came out years ago.
Oh, okay.
Let's see if this will show up here. That was her right there. So
Funko Pop. Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha.
yeah. So
Wait, you
Those
sold?
things
Is that the
still-
one you sold? You said?
yeah, it's the 4 that I sold to get $350 in credit, so I could move that money back into my account. And
Nice.
Those things are still selling like that, huh?
yeah, I mean, well, the Grady
Pops?
Twins were $300 and some odd, like in actual value, but since I'm selling to a shop, I get 40%. Freddy Wise was another $300 to $400. She was $100, and Slim from Killer Clowns was another $100. So, yeah.
It's funny how she went up to $100 after the show came out, because when they first released that figure, her price dropped, and then as soon as the show came out, her price shot right up.
Yeah, well, and mine would have been worth more, but I didn't have the con sticker. I had the shared, Toys
The
R Us.
one I have has a con sticker on it.
Yeah, well, mine came from Toys R Us, so that's even more special.
Oh,
Because Toys R Us closed after that.
yeah.
How much does that con sticker add to things? Like the
$100
actual-
on that.
like-
figure.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's worth $200 for that con sticker on it.
Yeah, I have that ray on the speeder with the.
So, was there anything else you wanted to add? I know we kind of debated on that, but
No,
we talked-
found a great image for this because it had the the cemetery elements in the background, but most of this stuff is practical with the actual tombstones and stuff like that. I'm just saying, basically the point of this is kind of frame up your picture first, and then don't worry about. I see a lot of people setting up a set, right on the base, and then now I'm going to move around it. And find some angles or a picture, which is perfectly fine. I mean, you could do it that way, and you might find a great picture. But sometimes you've just got something in mind, or you've got an idea in mind. So set it up for the shot. Don't worry about the details. They're going to be off screen, so much. It's
I mean,
just
that
do
image
it.
you used looks like they took a picture of a diorama.
What do you mean?
Like the picture itself, the background you used when we
Yeah.
saw the BTS, it looks like a photo that they took of a diorama.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I think it's a digital. Yeah, I think it's a digital rendering. I think it's like an illustration or something like that. Yeah.
Like it looks pretty cool. Like it literally looks like
Does
if it
look
was a
pretty cool.
diorama that got shot. Yeah, I was like, man.
I
that
know,
is awesome.
exactly, which was great. You know what I mean? Like if you can find that stuff, that's half the battle is sometimes finding that
Yeah.
background image. I mean, I don't like to show too much of this. This is probably more like 40% in this one, maybe 35. But it worked out because of those tombstones, which really in the final image, if you look at it, you don't really see much of those. There's really that one in the corner there. that
You really
kinda
all you're
see.
getting out of that screen, I feel, is really the moon. That's the most predominant thing.
And a
Maybe
little
there's
bit of the clouds.
here,
Yep.
yeah,
Yep.
the clouds, but yeah,
Yep.
not
That's
a
what I
whole
like
lot.
to do because the fog that's laying down fairly thick on the ground kind of blends everything together. That's what I want to do. Like that's what you want to do is like blend that background into your foreground. You can do that digitally, but you can also do that with some atmosphere aerosol or fog or I mean like that's going to create an atmosphere that's going to kind of blend things a little bit together and hide seams and hide differences in color and things like that. But
let me give a
so
shout
that's
out
the point of
to
that.
Paul Cronin real quick and make sure that we say hi there. And
Paul Cronin.
Darkwing Collections, he says, "Hi, boys and girls. Good morning, all. I finally got my orders on Ahsoka, the Boba Fett 2-pack, Obi-Wan Mythos, Scout Trooper, Gideon, Tank Trooper, Hoth, Luke, and the dreaded Grievous.
Dang.
Hopefully
boy.
photos out soon." He got those, I think, all from Pop Culture with their 20% off sale and the currency transition between U.S. and Australia. Our
That was
dollar's
a
worth
good
more
deal.
than yours. So, yeah, you can get some
Yeah, I nearly
steals.
bought
I know
some
I
stuff
got
on that.
my Ellen Ripley from them back in the day for $212, and that was shipped because
Nice.
of the currency transition. So that was awesome. JC, Trevor said they saw this on Instagram. Looks amazing. And it does.
Thanks,
It does.
JC. Did you pick
Speaking
one
of hauls, though, man, dude, I'm so mad right now that I did not have Sideshow emails go straight to my inbox this morning. Did you guys see what came up with Second Chance?
No.
No.
The Ghostbusters, the 4-pack from
Ah.
Blitzway.
Seriously?
Yes, it came up for
Damn.
$896, for a warehouse find, not Second Chance, but a warehouse find.
Wow.
I was trying to grab it. It was sitting in somebody's cart for like 5 minutes. I was like, please,
I didn't
keep out
see
the
that.
cart. It's been 5 minutes. But no.
I didn't get that email.
It doesn't go. It didn't go by default. Google puts it in the promotions window, so I've told it now to stop doing that. So it now goes in my inbox, which means I should, get the phone to vibrate or whatever. But that was pissed.
Yeah, that's a
like,
set that I would definitely buy. I'm wondering if that's isn't something that InArt might do too, though. You know what I mean? Like that could be an InArt set.
I don't know.
That license.
Blitzway's having a real hard time getting the rights of Stance and Egon though, or not Egon, Vinkman. So who knows? Let's see what else we got. Here. 1.6 shooter.
You can go to somebody else's show.
Bad.
Is this the other one you tagged me with? I hadn't even seen this one yet.
No, you can go to somebody. Oh, okay, all right, fine. Yeah, okay. So there you go.
At least hit the like button, then I'll skip it.
All right. Okay.
That's JK's stuff. That's
or you can go to it now. I only got an hour, so you can do it now if you want me to talk about it.
All right, yeah. If you want to talk about it, yeah. What would you like to tell us about this shot, Trevor?
So I mean, the main thrust for doing this shot was that sculpt, the head sculpt that I got as a custom sculpt, and it looks really good. So I really wanted to shoot it. And I always wanted to do this scene from some. Yeah, it's good. I got this. I bought it and I commissioned the paint before they even came out with the new one with the head sculpt.
Which got delayed.
It was
by the way.
It wasn't. Yeah, it's delayed. It was inevitable that it was going to happen, but I'm impatient sometimes. So, and I just wanted to do this scene. So this is a 1/12 Dio in the background turned sideways with the screen behind it with some stars there, and it's not a perfect recreation, but that's the way I like to do recreations.
This is awesome. I did a shot similar to this too, but I didn't have a head sculpt to use. I think I found a good way around it personally.
With Grogu, yeah, you could have done it with the helmet. I mean, I could have done it with the helmet, but
I had him lifting the helmet, like he was about to. Take
yeah. I like the emotion between them looking at each other. I thought it was pretty good. Tough to get that Grogu to look natural in his arms though, because it's just so solid. I don't know why they didn't do soft.
Dude, I still like the quarter scale Grogu for the simple fact that you can pose him better.
Yeah.
And he's got a cloth, robe on.
I guess I'll just have to get the quarter scale Mando too, I suppose.
Yeah, well, I mean, the quarter scale. My Grogu came with the Mando, of course.
Yeah, I got the Grogu separately. I don't know why. I don't know what I was thinking. I think that was a mistake.
Well, I again traded some Funko Pops and got the quarter scale Mando.
I'm gonna have to dig out some.
I've only taken one picture of him, but hey, he looks cool. I was trying to find that shot real quick that I did similar to that one real quick.
Yeah, I wish they had I wish at least the arms were articulated to some degree. Like you could turn that little. I mean, you could break that off and re-glue it or whatever, but it's really annoying that there's 17 different Grogus with different poses, and they couldn't just give us an articulated Grogu.
Yeah.
Yeah, considering they gave it to it in the quarter
I'd pay
scale,
some money for an articulated Grogu. 1/6
with a cloth robe.
Yes.
With the cloth robe, yeah, that would be pretty.
Wow.
That would be great.
Because the cloth will make it look so much better. Let's see. Hold on. I found one shot. I did 2 different shots. There we go. Here's my take on it, there, Trevor. That I did a while back. This is on my old account. I haven't put it on the new account yet.
Yeah, there you go. And the other thing that sucks is I couldn't believe when I dug out my box of parts that he didn't come with some sort of open palmed hand. Like, I'm like, are you kidding me? He's got nothing that is like a, like a standard open hand or something like that. So you have to like fudge this thing with a
Yeah, he's got that
grip
kind of
hand.
cup
It's just
hand.
stupid.
It's really annoying.
Yeah, it was really. I mean, it worked out, but if you really like get picky about it, it's kind of stupid. But
yeah, I've suffered that with several figures, not just him.
I was surprised though. I was surprised he didn't have it.
Anybody have any questions for Trevor on this one?
Mm-mm.
No questions there.
On this.
Yeah.
JP Rex. I don't see any dinosaurs in the
Digimon?
shot. I'm wondering if is JP Rex sick, JP Rex?
It's kind of
With the Digimon.
Yeah.
It's kind of a dinosaur. It's a cool shot. I like the atmosphere. He's got some good lighting on there. He's got the separation from the background. I like the focus on the eye. Overall, it's a pretty cool shot. I don't really got much I would do differently.
Nice pop.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe a little bit more rim light, but I mean it's not necessary because he's still separated from the back. He's not blending in. But overall, it's a cool shot. I like the way he's sitting there.
Yeah, it's a nice little pose. I dig the pose. Harry, you got any thoughts on this one?
Yeah, I think I kind of agree with Pablo. I feel like overall it's almost perfect already. Like the setup is beautiful, the composition is great. I like the pose. I feel like just maybe play around with different lighting situations just so you can get something a bit more, I guess, interesting than just, white lights pointing at him. Maybe like try some blue light on top. Maybe he's sitting outside and there's, moonlight coming down at him or something like that.
All right.
Yeah.
And Chris, what are your thoughts there, sir?
Yeah. I like the glow effect on the eye. That I don't know if that's natural. I'm not familiar with the IP that this is from, Digimon or something.
Digimon,
I'm a little too old.
I think that's photoshopped. Yeah.
It does.
Yeah, it's photoshopped. Yeah.
But I agree. I think he needs to be something just a little more interesting. I don't know. This might be like a recreation from a scene I'm just not familiar with. But yeah, it could be a little more interesting. I like that the shot is from an angle and not straight on. So I like that the foreground has one of the claw-like things, and then there's the one on the other side. So at least he has a rule of threes, something in the foreground, something in the midground, something in the background. The fog effect, I'm not really buying. It looks very.
I can kind of see that. Yeah, I can kind of see that.
Yeah.
The fog is not. Yeah, it's not practical.
I get that everybody doesn't have some atmosphere aerosol on hand, but
that's the money
there's
sinker.
other ways. There's other ways to do it, and if you put in the fog, you have to be very careful with like using a PNG or something like that.
Yeah.
And JP Rex says it's not a recreation this time, completely their imagination.
Okay. Yeah. It's very hard to do fog. We do want, with the collective, I do want to, on our new YouTube channel, we haven't even got a video up yet, but one of the tutorials we want to do is how to add digital effects like this and sell it better in the photograph. And I think with fog, you got to have layers. You can't just have one layer and then put a Gaussian blur.
Layers and blurs.
Yes.
Blurs help sell a lot of that too.
And I have a few files I'm going to share with the group too, where if you take I took some smoke bombs and filmed them at night with a bright light just shown on the smoke. Those have come across pretty realistic looking in the shots I've done. So we'll be sharing those soon.
JP says we can't get atmosphere aerosol in Europe since Brexit. created a brush for fog, but need to work on it some more. As far as your brush, in my opinion, I think you just need to add a little bit of blur to it to really help that out.
Yeah.
I think the brush is fine. It looks very random, and I think you've got those settings down. I just think it was a little. I think you're a little heavy-handed with it on this. I think that, like again, like the stuff in the background on the top right could have been a little more dissipated and maybe not as heavy. Like you could have faded it. You know, that's the thing. Like it's got to have, like you're saying, Scott. I think it was Scott, right? You got to have different layers and different levels of you know, the fog in the background wouldn't be as thick. It would be a little bit dissipated because of just the depth of field. And then obviously the fog in the front would be a little more defined. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of got a pattern to it, and it's all over except for in front of him, except on his feet or so. So that kind of gives it that kind of fake look. I think I just would have toned that down a little bit. But
Yeah.
other than that, the pose is good. You're telling a little story. I don't know the character, so I don't know the story, but it looks like there's a story going on. I don't think you could probably tell that story without showing those claws, because I'm assuming those are his hands normally, and he cast them off somehow, and he's looking.
I'm reminded of the rock biter from Neverending Story. These look like strong hands.
Yes.
Showing my age.
Like he's killed something, and then he's looking at himself and questioning his.
What have I done?
What have I done?
I'll never touch myself there again.
But yeah, overall the shot's great. Yeah.
Don't forget to take off the pincers before you pee.
Yeah. Now I'm Jewish all of a sudden.
Damn it! So stupid.
And once Trevor, it is Chris, but I am
Chris,
Scottish.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Well, I have Scottish heritage.
I'm Scottish too, so all right. We call each other Scott.
Great Scott.
You're Scarlet, which is why I confused Scott.
We all watch Outlander.
Come on,
The only one.
My
worry,
thoughts on this,
Sassenach.
I feel like this character just needs to be brightened up a little bit. I think he's maybe a backlight or rim light on him, but just something to kind of just. I think he's just a little.
Yeah, it's a little
dark,
flat.
A little flat. Yeah, that'd be the term. So just maybe
Like
pump
Harry
up
was
the,
saying, like a colored gel on one side of it, maybe like an orange or something like that, or a blue overhead or something. Yeah.
Or you can pump up the clarity or whatever to bring out some of the highlights.
Yeah, I could see that.
And help make it a bit more three-dimensional.
Use the plastic figures reflectiveness to your advantage. You know, the backlights do wonders with making them pop.
Yeah, that smoke plume he's got back there would have been a great place to like pop some light behind.
Yeah.
Well, this is another JP Rex shot here.
I love this
There
one.
you go.
This is a great one here, man. I'm just gonna throw my little bit here. I think you need a little bit more light on this T-Rex, just to look kind of a rim light, something to kind of just give him a little outline from moonlight or something on him. Not a whole lot of light, just to kind of pop him out because he's getting muddied into this background a bit. But other than that, you guys go ahead, man. Trevor, you waited till the end last time. You can go ahead and go.
This is great. Really, really nice. I agree with a little bit more light, but I kind of like sometimes with these. I mean, this is he's going for this cinematic recreation, so I don't mind a little bit of having to look a little close to kind of see it, because you can see it. You can definitely see the dinosaur. You can make out what it is. You don't have to like squint. My only thought to make this even better, because it is very good. He's got the light on the front from the flare. I would have put, I guess that's Dr. What's his name?
Dr. Grant.
Dr. Grant. And a little bit more of a startled pose, like he's lit this and he's a little more action, you know what I mean? Like have that left arm out a little bit more of a crouch down, like I'm ready for you, or, because he's just kind of like, standing there. But yeah, but it's very good. Yeah, exactly. Like he lit it, and it's like, oh shit, look at that.
Hey, look.
Which could be the case. Which could be the case,
true.
but when you're trying to do something that somebody doesn't have to fill in the story, like tell the story, like he's like, oh my God, I have to light this flare and throw it in his mouth or whatever it's going on. He'd be a little more on guard, I think so. But it looks great, man. It's a really nice shot, beautifully lit.
Yeah.
Brian Carr, what's going on, buddy? Toy Box in the house too. You guys sound like judges from a Netflix show with Photo Wars, a group of toy photographers battle it out.
Turn this into
We
a
named
Netflix show.
Pitch it. Let's pitch it.
Maz, yeah, pitch it to DLC or something, man. Let's get it going.
Oh, so he says, I let myself out. Oh, that's not what it's about, man.
Forged in plastic.
That's right. There you go.
Forged in plastic.
Of course, what's
There
up,
you
Brian
go.
Carr? How you doing today?
Somebody
I
at
do
the
need
end
to
gets
get
the
this
golden
going.
loom cube.
Yeah.
I really like this effect that you guys got going on for the flare. It looks great. That turned out really good. It looks real. The flare effect.
Yeah. Very well done. Definitely.
Who wants to go next? I'll let you guys choose. Fight.
Well,
Man, I got nothing else to
Brian
add.
Carr-
I mean,
Oh, go ahead, Pablo.
yeah, no, sorry, yeah, my bad. I agree with everything Trevor said about it. And yeah, I don't know if you really
Don't.
need more of a light on that side because I think it's perfect the way it is. It gives it that mood that he's in, in a storm. And I remember that scene where Grant is trying to get the attention of the T-Rex to get away from the kids from that flipped over vehicle. And I do like the touch that he illuminated the tail lights, and he has some of that light.
You guys
coming
want to
back.
fight me on the light on the dinosaur? That's one thing, but you see this light on the fence?
I was gonna say
that should be on the dinosaur.
Oh, well,
Whoever's
yeah.
No, that's coming
Yeah,
from
that
the
dinosaur.
that's highlights from the moon, I think.
It's also
He's got
metallic, so it's going to reflect.
But he's wet. He's gonna have that
Wet, yeah, he's wet.
Dinosaur
Scott.
skin. We don't have dinosaurs to reference to see how reflective their skin are. So.
That's right.
You look hard enough. you never
According
know.
to Grant, they
Find
should be
one.
feathers anyway. So
Yeah,
Yeah,
true.
Right, that's right.
They have wings.
This is all bullshit right here.
Exactly.
What you did to us, JP Rex? We're just
We were lied to.
I'll,
Historically
slightly-
inaccurate. Next.
I'll slightly disagree with the person that commented, said nice depth of field. And I get that, maybe he's not going for a shot for shot recreation, but I did post in the StreamYard chat here for you guys to reference. If you want to reference the original photo from the still from the movie, if you're going for screen accuracy, there's a lot bigger depth of field there. And I get
Oh, yeah.
maybe I've seen some of those Jurassic Park, the figure toys, and they're not very photographic. They definitely look like toys. So maybe it was an executive decision on his part to put that figure out of focus. But you can see the depth of field is.
you can see that moonlight lighting him up on the side.
Yeah.
Yes, and that too. So
Oh, let
I
it
do
go. No.
I have to agree. I have to agree with Maz a little bit, and I don't know how posable those figures are. I've seen them in the store; they don't look terribly posable, so that might be a limit.
No, that Hammond.
I think you could get that arm out a little bit and his legs, just bent over just a little bit. And yes,
I'm talking about lighting. I'm not getting
Good job on the
little more
smoke
light on the dinosaur.
flare and the flare
Yeah.
itself. That looks real.
Yeah.
I mean that's spot
Yeah.
on. The only other thing is I agree with Maz. I think the T-Rex maybe just a little more light on the left side of it, and maybe even circle like to me the eyes, even though in the still from the movie you don't quite see it, I would have gone in and selected the eyes just very carefully in Photoshop, and then created an adjustment layer on that selection and then do curves to bring it out, and it just to make the eyes pop a little bit, and then blur it in a little bit just to highlight the eyes, because that's where my eyes want to be drawn to. And
well, that's
that
your
being
focus.
said,
Yeah, he's got
the
your focus
angle
on the face.
Yeah, and the angle's spot on because Grant does look diminutive compared to the T-Rex. So
I think all the other lighting is on point here, man. I love even the red is hitting the T-Rex in the face a bit. I like all that, man.
Because it's not just the flare; it's the tail lights on the crushed, Explorer there.
It's an interesting thought, because I see a lot of. I mean, you guys do Harry does a lot of cinematic shots. Obviously, they're widescreen looking shots, but you light them cinematically. You know what I mean? Like, but I mean, you have I mean, you know where to highlight things and where the focus is. It's an interesting, like, if this is a screen recreation, I mean, that they probably would have tried to light the dinosaur as well as they could for the audience, but it's not going to be a perfect, beautiful shot if you stop a screen still every time. But is that a good photograph? Is that a good photograph? If you're actually trying to recreate, a scene from the movie as a photograph, or is it okay to like just be like, no, this would be like, I'm trying to recreate this cinematically, and you wouldn't see every detail. It's not beautifully, perfectly lit. The eye isn't. You know what I mean? It's like,
Agree.
you can kind of go either way. I would have done things differently because I don't think about it as a cinematic scene necessarily. I'm thinking about it as a photograph. So to Maz's point, more light on the dinosaur, but
in a movie you get 29 photographs per second, so that's a lot more.
Exactly.
So you got to tell the whole story with one slide as opposed to 29 a second. So
right.
Let's let Harry chime in here. I think he was going to say something before I got on the light.
I think for once, I do agree with Maz here.
Don't hurt yourself, Harry.
What is going on? But yeah, I feel like the highlights from the fence is what's standing out to me the most, and I think the lighting on the dinosaur should match that. And also I feel like, I think it's just me, but I feel like the blue is a bit too purple. I feel like light coming from the moon should be a lot more cyan, I guess, rather than like that really deep purple color. I think if you look at that, it's a lot more white and a lot bluer. And I think that's one thing that's standing out to me too.
They had huge lights on set, man.
Yeah.
Well, with it being Halloween season, I actually went back today earlier and watched a making of on the Nightmare Before Christmas, and they're essentially using toys with stop motion. And they talked about how they had to light it like you would a movie set, but just with smaller lights. So even with doing toy photography, you have to light it just like. That's why I keep telling people study 3-point lighting, study cinematography, because it's the same approach we do.
Yep.
Is there any more thoughts on this one, or we'll move on?
I would say just on the blue thing, I kind of agree that it's a little too blue, but it is. I mean, stylistically, it kind of works. But I would have toned that down a little bit, just because nighttime does. We see blue. It's actually not blue, but we see blue. But it's a little. It is a little on the purple side of things. I probably would have toned down the red and the blue just a little bit. But that's me.
Is that a digirama or a practical? It looks like a
digirama, I think. Yeah.
Is it? Yeah.
Might be a digirama. Not sure.
And don't be afraid to adjust your monitor. For settings.
Yeah, I like this whole shot, man. I'm not even too.
No, it's a good shot. It's a very good shot.
So much.
It's a great shot.
No, it's a really shot. It's a really good shot.
Yeah. It's not bad. So, but we're going to move on because JP Rex, you're getting a lot of attention. See?
Again, JP Rex.
It's like he waited to the last minute to post all his photos back to back.
I'll move around some love. Here's just Crimson Vipers. Let's give Crimson Vipers.
Chris,
you want to tell us this shot since this is yours, and then we'll pick it apart.
Yeah. I mean, I recently got this figure. He's the one that comes with the horse, and the horse is what sold me on it. I've seen the Gunslinger Spawn, and I'll go ahead and preface this with I don't know anything about Spawn. I remember, back in the 90s, they made like a movie with John Leguizamo in it, and I think I went to the theater and saw it because I was just that bored.
Yeah, it was not.
It's a bad movie.
I haven't read a single comment. I don't know, but I love cowboys, and so when I saw the horse, and I also have, some of the G.I. Joe classified line is what got me back into collecting and eventually toy photography. So I got my G.I. Joe classified Spirit, and he begs for a horse, and I said, well, that Spawn horse is what I've been looking for, because the Mythic Legends, the Batman horse, and others, I didn't want like a darker horse. I wanted like something more tan, So there you go.
Nick,
I haven't
hate
seen
to
the
see it.
movie.
movie
I've
is
heard
terrible.
too many bad things about it, but
Movie is awful.
anyway, love cowboys,
bad.
love the Western genre. And I recently watched The Ballad of Buster Scruggs.
Oh, I
for the first
love
time.
that movie.
Big
So
Coen
good.
Brothers fan. I cannot believe it's taken me this long to watch it.
Such a good movie.
And not to spoil it, but in the opening scene, Buster Scruggs does this like shootout in this little cantina, and I kind of noticed that he does like kind of this little hip shot kind of thing, and I was like,
Yeah.
well, I got to do that with my Spawn figure. So
Oh, quick draw is all from the hip, man. You're shooting from the hip when you do a quick draw like that. You're
yes,
not bringing it all the way out like this. I watched a documentary on that. You're gonna shoot right from the hip when you're doing that.
right, and
Yeah.
even Han Solo's blaster, like where it sits, it's sitting perfect for that quick draw. Like, the cantina in Star Wars is up straight out of spaghetti western. So I love the Mandalorian started off with that western feel because it's showing that homage. Star Wars is just and Harry's going to appreciate this little study of cinema here, but the Jedi Geki films from Japan that get the name Jedi, you take that like medieval period drama from Japan and mesh it with the western spaghetti western. That's Star Wars, and that's where Mandalorian. That's why it felt like Star Wars. But the callback to the western here, and I just was pleased with the lighting that I used on this. I didn't have to do that much in Photoshop really to make it work. The muzzle flash is just a sparkler that I placed on the ground and filmed at night. Kind of composited it in there, and the light itself is just a Ulanzi RGB Mini that's on like a similar color. But I just was pleased with the way it turned out. I kind of the camera to kind of give it that actiony Dutch angle kind of thing, and this didn't really get that much traction on Instagram, but probably because the hashtags are broken. But I think it's one of my favorite shots I've taken myself.
So JP Rex had a question though. Is that a monitor background?
If so, no, that's actually a practical.
Oh, really?
Yeah, my mom. You remember I mentioned she found the backdrop from last time. She found this.
Oh yeah.
Holy crap!
And it has like a little stand on the back of it.
Wow,
and, that's awesome.
Yeah. So
where's your mom shopping at? She
just goes to a lot of yard sales and she finds. So, but yeah, she found that, and I've used it as a backdrop on a few things. And
Commander Green,
that works out great for backdrop, man. What's up, Commander Green? How you doing today, sir?
And you matched
for using aerosol spray. If you use it, try to make sure your shutter speed's a little higher if you have to adjust your f-stop and things like that. But and do burst photography. I know Harry does video,
basically
burst photography. Part of the reason he gets those pristine shots is because 29 frames a second. He's like, burst is similar.
A lot of options.
When this stuff's so expensive, take burst photography. Just go.
Oh yeah.
Because the problem with using this is that I often use this if I'm doing single shots, is I go back and I look and I'm like, I got it too foggy or not foggy enough. So this one I probably took 200 shots of this figure trying to get this shot right. And I picked the one where the fog was right where I wanted it.
Yeah, that's the thing about using fog. Yeah, for sure.
OG fan Scruggs made me so mad the first time I saw it. Couldn't believe it. Whole new style of anti-Western Western.
It's Coen Brothers, though. It's like you got to be a Coen Brothers fan to appreciate that movie. And it is the anti-Western. It's a deconstruction of all the Western stereotypes. But that's what Coen Brothers do. Like if you watch The Big Lebowski, the opening question is like, there is a man. There's a man. It questions like, what is masculinity? So
the question is, the rug tied the room together.
It did. It really did tie the room together. So, but but I want you guys to tear this apart because the whole point of the stream is so we can grow and learn. All
right, Harry, go for it.
I don't think this is going to be a tearing apart moment because I think this is exactly what you. No, I'm being serious. I think this is exactly what you would look for. In photography, you have beautiful lighting, you have a good pose, you have a story that you're telling, and yet the lighting is just perfect. You paid attention to the muzzles. Like some people, a lot of the time forget that. Like they have something that's an explosion, but they don't think about the lighting that it would cast on the figure, and you got all of that here. So There's nothing bad I
did
can
great
say.
job. Pablo.
No, I agree with Harry. It's a great shot. The lighting's perfect on it. Like you have the right amount of lighting to get him off the background. You got some nice rim lighting on him, and I love that you got the reflection of the muzzle flash on his lower body and some of it on his face,
Yeah,
which is what
it
you
didn't
would get,
stop
with
lower body,
that
it went
shot.
right up your face, which is good.
Yeah, which is great. I mean, and I love the pose and I love the Dutch angle we put on there. It's great, and that background worked out great for this.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. Trevor.
Yeah, my favorite part is the light from the muzzle flash. So I was going to say the great thing you did here is I thought this was a digital backdrop, but you matched the lighting to the backdrop, which you still did anyway, even though it was like a practical backdrop. But it's flat. It's not a dimensional piece. So that's key, man. When you got a background, match your lighting to wherever that lighting's coming for. Or, I mean, there's shadows on one half of these pillars and stuff, so you've got to have the light coming from that direction. That works out. It blends. It looks like it's in the same environment, which is perfect. The fog, I was gonna say with fog, I usually shoot it like a second to 2 second. Because I like the fog to dissipate, but I take hundreds of shots too. It's the same thing. It's like trying to get that fog just right. You gotta take a lot of shots.
Yeah.
I love this as it is. I would love to see. I'm so enamored with the face, the light coming from the gun, and the face and the chest that I would love to see it. I'm just trying to do it with my hands, like cropped, tight, like really tight. Even cutting off that left arm a little bit, not at the elbow, but maybe at the wrist or mid arm or something.
He's
like
a hellspawn.
because I just love that. I love that line and the leading lines from the background coming into it. It could be like a really cool tight shot as well as this landscape shot. It's really nice.
And I've thought about
But
doing
I
that.
love that because I want to
even-
call attention to that. Like it's just like it's so nice. I want to.
Well, like even with
I want to breathe in the
Maz's-
details of that.
Yeah, well, like even Maz's shot with the Ahsoka and Darth Maul, like you went in with a tighter version that you posted, and I actually prefer that version. I've been wondering if when I post these photos, if I shouldn't post a second, shot of it more tight, because I do like having like a widescreen kind of effect, but then also having more of a tighter one in there. And I forgot to mention too that I did add a little glow effect using that. You do like a 10% flow like brush, and then you use the bracket key on your keyboard to like make it 2 times bigger and go 3 times bigger and so forth. I'm going to be doing a tutorial on how to get like a really cool glow to it, but
just off the muzzle. Yeah.
Right. When you put in like any kind of explosion or muzzle flash, it always helps to put a
bright,
little
less bright. Yeah, a little less bright.
Yeah. Ian Sanders, he says, I appreciate the muzzle flash is your own photograph rather than a PNG. Or
That's another thing.
Yeah, and we share those on the. Anybody wants access to those, I share them with the Toy Photographer Collective, or you can just message me. I'll openly. We have a Google Drive that I share those off of if you want those sparkler effects.
Yeah, one could have been good too. Yeah, just cropping it down a little.
1-to-1 would have been interesting for this shot as well.
Yeah, actually, that would have been pretty cool.
The one thing I'm gonna nitpick here, since is the angle of that gun is bothering me. Since you have
down
Dutch angle
at the ground.
Yeah, he's shooting at the ground like he's like dance or something. So maybe that's what your story is. But he's doing a quick.
He could be making someone dance.
Yeah, exactly.
He could be.
Yeah.
He's probably telling the guy to dance.
Spawn is kind of tall.
I mean,
too.
The good thing is. Good thing is his eye line though is going in that direction too.
Yeah.
So like it sells that he's shooting at. You know what I mean? He's not like trying to shoot somebody over there and the gun is down or something.
Yeah.
So.
But in the future, if you want to get a quick draw there, he's actually shooting a person. You probably want to get it more like in parallel with his line here.
True.
So you're just gonna cock that wrist some more. You're just trying to. You don't want to bring the arm up and just want to. It's all in the wrist at that point. So that's the only thing that's bothering me about this shot is.
And plus the recoil of the gun, mid shot, might actually have his hand going up a little bit too. So.
All right, we'll move on now that we're done there. This is Mark Walker's photo. Man, I'm gonna give this a little love here.
Mark.
There we go. Mark Walker, he's got a little two-faced love. Trevor, let's
I
hit
want to know
this
what
button.
figure this is. Is this a
Yeah.
McFarlane?
I don't recognize the head scope. Is that a
Really
custom
sure.
head scope for that?
I don't know.
It doesn't say. I'm looking
Is it
for
McFarlane?
anything. It just says Harvey Dent.
Huh.
Because the head scope
I don't
looks like
think
a
it's
Superman
McFarlane.
head scope that has been modified.
Yeah, it is a weird.
It looks
head sculpt.
great. I love it.
Yeah, it looks
awesome
really
one.
good.
Yeah.
The body reminds me of
yeah,
the
I mean-
animated series kind of look, though.
Yeah.
Just the.
But listen,
clean
I
line.
mean, you got the blue on the good side, you get the red on the the bad side, and it's working out. I mean, the suit is a little shiny with that red light hitting it. I mean, it's hard to avoid, but maybe it could have been maybe behind him a little bit more and just creating more of a rim light than hitting the front of the suit. But I mean, it could be a silk suit, so there you go.
Yeah.
It's
what I was
Two-Face, so
thinking.
yeah.
Silk patent, kind
That's
of material.
Two-Face.
but,
He
Better
was an
call
attorney.
him.
He's got the money. You know what I mean? So,
He's got the money. Yeah.
but yeah, I like it. I just the one thing that's bugging me is whatever is in this bottom right corner.
Here?
I don't. It's not defined as to what it is, so it's just bugging me that it's there and it's creating light. You know what I mean? Like I would have liked.
So this looks like a piece of.
It looks like
Is that
scaffolding.
one whole thing?
Scaffolding
scaffolding or
here,
something,
yeah, and
yeah.
this is like a negative space from the scaffolding, is what that is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm reading it wrong. I gotcha. Okay, so that's negative space. Okay, thought that was an.
That's
object
what-
that
it's
was
what it
being
looks like
lit
to
from
me.
behind.
Yeah, no, it is. Well, at least what I'm looking, it does look like negative space, and the light's catching on that scaffolding that's in the back. That's
Was that
what the red
BTS? I
lights.
think it's got a BTS.
Yeah, yeah.
I guess I would have.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I guess I would have like maybe increased the depth a little bit to have that a little bit more defined, or I don't know, less defined. I don't know. It's just something about it that's like I can't tell what it is, so it's I don't know. Maybe it should have been moved over a little bit. The one bar is like going through the top of his head, but it's not. Can we go back to it again? No, it's not really. It's not.
It's not too bad. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
not too bad because he's got enough
It's
light
just-
that separates him from the back.
Yeah. Just enough depth.
It just doesn't
Brian
frame
Carr.
him. There's something about the position of that what I would rather like to see a little bit more.
Brian Carr said he would
Could be
prefer
better.
to see the coin a little bit more in focus too. That's a tough line to
a
draw there.
tough
man.
one.
Yeah.
You want to get
Yeah.
the coin in focus,
stack
and
for that.
you got to sacrifice something, and
Yeah.
it's tricky. I've tried that several times to get a shot like that.
Yeah. I mean, you know it's Two-Face. You know what he's doing. You know what I mean? I guess you
Yeah.
don't really need to spell it all out. But
Harry, what are your thoughts on Mark Walker photo and his picture?
I think the thing that's standing out to me the most is like, I wonder like if it's raining in the scene or something, but like he's looking a little dusty. I feel like when you look at that shoulder, like is that like supposed to be raindrops or something?
know.
But it
I
just looks
can't
a
even
little-
tell, and I got the best picture of it here.
Yeah, I don't know. It just
Oh,
looks a
yeah.
little dusty.
If
I
it's
feel.
raindrops, it's a very fine, misty raindrop.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
good. It's well done if it's rain. Yeah.
Yeah, so if it's a raining shot, then yeah, like that's really well done. But if it's not, then yeah, he's looking a little dusty. I feel. Yeah. But that's the
Well,
only
he
thing.
looks like he's on a construction site at some point.
Yeah, it could be raining. Yeah, so
Yeah,
yeah,
I
it
was
looks like
wondering that too.
it's wet here.
If that was rain or because you could see some blur on the background, like going
yeah,
in
there's some
that direction, and then you can
droplets or
see
something,
some. It looks like what I'm assuming is like water droplets
It
off the
does look like
suit.
droplets
Yeah,
or
it looks
something.
like some
Yeah.
water droplet here.
Mhm.
That and the table looks a little wet. The surface.
Yeah,
is-
yeah. Yeah, so
So
if
it
that's
looks
the
like
case,
it
yeah,
could
well
be some
done.
rain.
It's a great shot, man. I like it.
The shot I did for tomorrow, I was gonna have it rain, but then I was like, I gotta increase the shutter speed and then play with my lights. And I was like, never mind.
I gotta do stuff. Nope.
I gotta do stuff.
I gotta do stuff. I gotta do more work than just push the button down. Yeah, no.
Just want to pull my cell phone out and take a quick.
Pablo, what's your thoughts on Mark Walker's shot here, buddy?
I love the shot. I love the lighting. I agree with Trevor that at first that negative space was a little distracting, but once I saw the behind the scenes and that kind of cleared that up for me.
Mhm.
And I'm still wondering if he was going for that rain effect, and that's why he has that on his suit. Because if it is, it works out. But if it's dust, I guess it will.
Listen, the man's got dandruff. He's been through a lot. You know what I mean? Like, look at him. It's really not his worst feature.
But overall,
honestly.
overall, the shot is awesome. Like he has it well lit. He's got a good rim light on him. He's
Well, Bruley Vargas, yeah, he suggested that, or they suggested the upper left side compared to the right side is too clean. So the right side is too clean, and that could be why it looks weird, because he's got that fence there on the left.
That's what I'm saying. The framing of it, it's just there's like I'm drawn down to that lit red highlight on the grid, and it needs like some balance up on the other side. There's just nothing there. It's just the way it's framed. I don't know.
Quick question, side note question: when you sit here bored and you play with blue tack, and you get it to the point where it just gets like stuck to your hand and like falling apart, where you can't really, it's just coming. What do you do?
Get a fresh piece. Get a fresh piece of blue tack and roll it on top of it.
Yep.
I don't know where my fresh blue tack was.
Lick it off.
A stray piece that was just sitting on my desk. I was like, oh,
The Gorilla Glue tack, wall tack is really good, and it doesn't stick to the figures quite as bad.
Yeah,
I can get a fresh
get rid
piece
of that
from
blue
Ben
tack,
here.
man. Blue tack.
Ben's using one for the fishing pole. That's right. Ben, I'll take your fish away. See, so also Broly was asking what lens that Mark used, which he did not provide that information. We don't know for sure, but he was going on to say a telephoto would have kept everything in the same focal plane. That would have helped with getting the coin to show better.
That'd be an aperture setting more than,
Yeah, you can increase the depth here, but like then you'd have more of that, grid unless you move that back a little bit and focus. So,
Sorry, I click on more comments, but I'm covered in blue tack.
He does.
The focus here is his face. Sorry, Chris, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say it's a very thin slice of focal length there.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I can't get the blue tack off me. The other piece that I got to make get it off was like, hey, let's
rub
just
your hands like
See what happens when you're playing with blue tack.
Use a friction.
You're on a live.
I'm just trying to, I'm trying to do like if you got glue in your hand, you're just friction thing right now. Let's see. And then Commander Green saying hi to OG fan. Is anybody else not weighed in on this? Or sorry, I got distracted.
I would just say that the red I get that. I think what he did is his entire setup is he was focusing on the face, and that's good because that's where the eye should be drawn. And I think the lighting is and composition, everything works on the face, but I do think I agree with you guys. The rest of the photo, if you start like looking at it, it's a little distracting. So I don't know if he needed to put just like a little bit of parchment paper or something to kind of, soften that red light a little bit. The red light's perfect on the face. I kind of would have liked to have seen a green light on the other side so you could go full Batman Forever, Joel Schumacher kind of lighting. But I get that.
Then you need nipples and bat butts.
Can you go to the BTS again, Moss?
Yeah. If I don't stick to the mouse.
Yeah, because he had that Ulanzi like right up next to the figure, and that's going to make it.
So the red light is that the one in the back, the black that's sitting on the can there or whatever it is.
I think so. Yeah.
There's your red light there, the Ulanzi.
Yeah. If you, like you said, Chris, if even if you cut that in half and put some tissue paper on the lower half of it just to cut that hitting the suit, but it still hits the face nice. Yeah. You can always do that kind of stuff too. You don't have to close off at a light entirely. You can flag half of it. You could, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of people don't think flag or just add like tissue paper and or diffuse the light, even because they buy these lights and they have those diffusers on them and they feel that that's all they need. But really, the distance the diffuser gets from the light actually really can help soften your light even more. So
or just go in Lightroom and just paint, use the brush tool and just paint that part and then turn down
because everybody's got
saturation of reds, or something. Yeah.
But anyway,
or
It's
or
a
you
great
could
shot.
flash that, manually or something like that, and just have
Yeah.
it. If you've got a 1 second aperture or something like that, you could have or shutter speed. You could have you could flash the light and just get a little bit of that red on there or something. I mean, there's lots of different ways
I
to do it.
figured out how to get the
Controlling
stuff
your
in my
light.
hand.
Oh,
Fouling
good.
your fingers or
Memory
something.
board.
I feel so much better now. Um,
Just want to let you guys know I'm not sticky anymore.
thank you.
Awesome.
Good to know, Moss.
Sticky level 0. Yeah, I
We're
mean,
not
see, this is why I like shooting inside, because I like to control everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I don't like,
Agreed.
this is what you can do with lights. You can control every aspect of these lights.
And I love shooting outside, but sometimes we get weird looks when we go to a public place.
Well, yeah, look.
We're like setting up. Sometimes people. I've actually went to a local park a few months ago, and there was this group of young kids, like came up and was like, "Oh, you got an Instagram? You got a YouTube?" And so they were really
Nice.
cool. Yeah, I thought they were
Yeah.
going to come up, and of course, my paranoid self, I was like, "Oh, they're going to come up and be like, what's an old man out here playing with toys?"
Yeah.
But they were cool.
Pablo-
They were cool.
That's cool.
Pablo, this is awesome. And what turtle figure is this? I kind of
Yeah,
want
this is
guy.
cool.
That's the
Cool.
Archie Slash from NECA.
All right, is that still available? Is it sold out?
Yeah,
like
oh
the
yeah.
Headless Horseman thing I want?
They just started shipping last month, so you can find them at comic book shops, at BBTS. It's not a store exclusive. You can find this guy anywhere.
Okay, good. I'll keep an eye out. Is the Archie line you said?
Yeah, it's the
Does it
Archie
come with
comic
the
book
cloak
line.
and the hat and stuff, or is that
No,
stuff you added?
no, that's stuff I had. Yeah,
Okay, can you send me that stuff?
I can send you the information.
This is what I
of the
want. This
person that made
samurai dude right here, man. This whole thing. I want this package. I want this package.
This is like toy photography critique and shopping for Moz. It's like I need that
No, no
dinosaur. Where'd you get that
shopping.
dinosaur?
No shopping. Just
You know,
give me, please.
Funny that hat is from a small Raya doll that I found at Walmart that I bought my daughter.
That works
I
so
like
well.
This movie. That was
Oh,
a good
wow.
movie.
And
Did
the
you
funny
box
thing
it?
is I was trying to custom make one a while back. I found a YouTube video that he was showing how to make them out of plastic, but I was having a hard time. And then my daughter so happened to come next to me, and she was
You
playing with
stole
that
her
Raya
doll's
doll.
You're like, oh hey.
Did you?
And I
grab
told her, I was
that?
like, "Can I borrow the hat?"
Yeah.
And it was perfect. So I
Borrow.
went to go buy 8 more just for the hat.
Does it come like that, or did you blackwash it?
8
I
Raya's
backwashed
daughter.
it and painted
Okay,
it.
yeah, that's cool.
Oh, you blackwash this too? Oh,
Mhm.
No, just the hat.
The hat.
Yeah.
just okay, just the hat.
Just the hat.
Trevor,
Mommy,
man, since
Dad
we have
ruined
limited
my
time-
hat. He's stealing my toys again, Mom.
Here's 8 more.
This is pure ACBA right here, man. This is really, really nice. Really clean,
Thank you.
cropped, and contained, as they say. Are those Halloween trees? Are those Halloween trees that you repainted or something like that, or no?
Well,
They had
no,
that little twist
I made
to them.
I made the trees
they look
out
so
of
good, man.
aluminum foil and paper mache.
No, I've done that. That's a great technique, man. They look really,
It
really
is. Yeah.
I need
That's a
to do
great
more
technique.
like that, but I need to work with you on getting those nice lines like that. Mine don't look that good.
good. Yeah,
It's
these
just
look really, really good.
it's how you put the paper mache on. You have
Yeah.
to crimple it up.
You gotta crunch it and crumple it.
Yeah.
and- yeah. That's great. That's a good technique. Yeah, beautiful shot, man. It's really, really
Thank you.
nice. The light coming from behind there, and like a midday sun. It's really good. Love it.
Yeah, I dig this. I want this figure now. Does he come with those weapons? Are those his weapons?
Yes, he comes with 2 weapons.
These ones here?
And, yes. So he has
Okay.
that weapon, and then the
One
one I
that
have
fits.
holstered in his belt.
Okay.
It's the crooked
So
sword.
the only thing I'm not getting is the hat and the cloak. Where do I get the cloak from?
The cloak I got from a person.
Which doll did you
on
steal that from?
Instagram. Rebel 10 Customs. She makes awesome soft goods.
All right.
That's where I got that
money.
from.
I don't know if I can do that. All right. Next up there, Harry, what are you thinking of this awesome turtle? I don't even know what turtle this is. Is this Leo? Raph? I don't know.
Slash.
See, I didn't even know there was a slash.
Yeah, I'm not. familiar
Where's
with
Lou
this
when you
topic.
need him? You know, he could have told us.
But no, this is a really good shot. I don't think I have anything bad to say, honestly. Yeah, I love the composition.
Alright.
I love the use of all the environment. Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, it
I
was
want
part
these
of the
turtles.
turtle.
Though. This is the turtles I want right here.
Yeah, I've been trying to get my hands on those turtles, but they're so crazy on the aftermarket.
Ugh. Chris, what are your thoughts today, sir?
Yeah, I like the shot. For the background, is that a Digirama or is that like
It's a canvas I painted.
Okay, see, and I've had the same problem with my painted canvas I've got somewhere around here. For some reason, no matter how much light I throw on it, it always comes out kind of with there's always a part of it that reflects light well. And if you can see like up towards the upper left, it's a little darker and it is so hard to get it to level out and look like a real sky. That's my only, critique is like when you use those and I can't, it's not really a critique because I've had the exact same issue is that when I use my painted, canvas, sky that I did.
And that's because I
the
even
thing to
sprayed
light.
it with a matte, a sealant, just to get some of that. Because some of the paints, even though they're matte, they still get a gloss for some reason.
Yeah.
So I do have it sprayed with a matte varnish on it, and yeah,
it's really hard to just get them so evenly lit for some reason without messing up the lighting for your toy photography. But the sky does look a little drab, but then again, that might be kind of helps sell the mood of the shot. Other than that,
it does look a little more desaturated than the rest of the shot.
Right. My usual critique for you, Pablo, I'm your biggest fan, but you got to throw mist on the floor of all your shots. And I don't know if this one needs it.
Dude,
maybe a little too much.
If you want to
mist
get to
for
that
my
sky,
taste.
man, if you got Lightroom, you can select sky with the masking tool. And it
Yeah.
should be able to select this. You can just up the saturation on that.
Right.
I probably should have done that, and I usually do, but I didn't do it for this shot for some reason.
Yeah. I mean, it's not a deal breaker. I don't think it's too detracting either way, but I think that's what he was going for. Is all I'm saying. That's why I was mentioning it. So.
So I don't. It looks natural to me. I mean, it doesn't look. Yes, it's a little less saturated. You know what I'm used to? Like this is a very ACBA look. It's a comic book look, which I think you do a lot, Pablo. Like that's you're in that pocket. Where things pop off the background, and a lot of those guys will use just like an orange background, like as if it is a comic book, and somebody just they're not doing detailed sky, they're trying to focus your eye on the figure or something like that. It's a technique, but it doesn't bother me. Now that you point out the fog, yeah, maybe the fog you didn't need, but it's a nice touch.
Well, I think it sells in the shop, but maybe it's like spice. You just can't put too much, or else it overpowers your dish.
Yeah,
so I think you're a little heavy-handed with your fog, and that's been my only critique. Other than that, I'm your biggest fan, dude.
Because this looks like a clear day. It looks like a sunny day. It necessarily wouldn't be fog in front of him. Maybe some fog behind him to see what I like fog when it dissipates. I like it to make it look as if there's depth between like that rock. Is that a rock in the background or a?
Yeah, it's a rock. Yeah.
Like creating some separation with that, as if there's atmosphere in between there. You know what I mean? I like that. So that's what I try to use that stuff for, unless it's like a foggy night or it's a foggy day or something like that. But it's still great, man. It's a really nice shot.
Thank you.
Yeah, he could be summoning the army of darkness, though. Maybe that's where that fog's coming from.
Well, it could be dust. I mean, that's the other thing. I use it for dust and things like that as well, too, because I don't like to throw around sand and all that shit all over the studio. So,
yeah, I've done that, and I hate doing that too.
So R3 Toys
gets everywhere.
Is saying, is there much of a color grade on this, or does the figure match the color elements? The color looks so good. Great photo.
Yeah.
No color grade on it. Mm-mm.
Really?
None? Wow.
All I normally do is I'll just well, no, there might be just a tad bit of color grade. I take that back because I've throughout the years. I mean, I've been doing photography for 17 years now, and I've created my own actions that I run on my photos.
Presets.
And this one gave it a more of a dramatic look, which is what I was going for. So I have a little bit of color grading on there, just a tad, but not a whole lot. So
yeah,
it's just to bump up the contrast and the color.
I was playing with my thing.
Well, all right. We don't need to see that up close.
Like that old Chuck Berry song, "My Ding-a-ling."
Yeah, my ding. Dude, I love this thing figure, man. I'm sorry. He was sitting there. I was like, I have to touch my thing.
Not on the live
Now that you've got all the blue tack off your hands.
Right, now that you got all the blue
Now
tack.
that I can
Not
touch
all
things, I can
sticky
feel
anymore.
again. This is
You
a
don't wanna
great
get
shot.
blue
Was there
tack on
anybody
your
we
thing.
missed here? Are we good?
I think we're good.
We went through it? All right.
Yeah.
Move on,
shot.
man. Let's move on. We got Adrian, the Hot Toys Classic Suit Spider-Man, just up there reading the paper. You know how hard it is to get him to hold that paper? I'm just saying. He comes with it, but he doesn't want to hold that. Just saying.
Yeah.
True story. It's like a fine balance with how wide his hands are for apart, and like the angle. It's a very fine balance. And otherwise, it just slips right out.
Yep.
Trevor, again.
Okay. Composition could be improved on this. You're cutting off just the top of his head.
Yeah.
It's not a good idea.
Yeah.
Just you can crop somebody as long as it's recognizable, and they have generally if they have hair, if they're bald like Maz and I and Pablo.
I don't know anything about being bald.
Not a good idea to cut their head off, but like
You notice like a lot of headroom right
you
here,
can
right?
do it, but you got to do it. There's rules that you got to kind of learn to do it. So I would have had the camera I would have had him more of an angle, like a 3/4 angle, maybe peeking over the top of the paper or something like. You could have even all the space in between his face and the paper could have been filled in with the paper if you just turned him a little bit.
I just told you. I just got done telling you he can't
20
hold
degrees.
that thing, right?
Well, 20 degrees towards the camera. It's the same pose. Just turn him 20 degrees towards the camera, or move your camera 20 degrees to the right. And
I do like the idea
then
of him
you
looking over the paper, though. I do like that. That's a cool little.
yeah.
concept.
No, it's I like the light coming over his shoulder, or the flare.
Yeah, that flare.
It's cool.
Yeah.
I mean, it's sunlight. It's it works. And you've matched the lighting. It's good. So that works out really well. Yeah, it's just all composition here. The rest is pretty good, and the cropping of the head. So which is composition. So
All right. Let
It's
me
tricky.
address this real quick with Bruley. He says, "Hey guys, submitted a shot. Didn't know the stream was today, or I wouldn't submit it earlier. Did you tag me? Because I didn't get any notifications that you submitted a shot. Message it to me. How about that, Broly? That way I can find it pretty easily. Because if it's just the hashtag, I may or may not find it. So
I would only compare this. I would say to Adrian to go and take a look at a couple weeks ago. We looked at only because it's Spider-Man. It popped in my head. The Spider-Man, that really nice tight shot of him like bent over, and I forget what he was doing. He had his phone in his hand, I think, and the phone was reflecting on him.
No, the Miles.
Oh, it was Miles. That's right. It was Miles.
Yeah.
The composition of that's what I'm talking about. Getting things in the camera, filling the space with as much content as you can. The background should be little bits and pieces, unless it's part of the story and there's nothing happening here. It's sky. Maybe if there was some buildings back there, it would work out a little.
Oh, there's
better,
some
but
buildings back there. They're just really misty out.
down low though. Yeah, like up a little higher. You know what I mean? But that's me. I don't know. Curious to see what everybody else thinks.
Pablo,
I
your thoughts?
agree. Yeah, I don't like the fact that the top of the head is cropped. I think I would have gone less up closer to the knee and kept more on the top. I don't know if that's how you shot it and you cropped it afterwards. And yeah, the angle that Trevor was talking about, I would have done that too. The lighting's great though. I love the lighting on it.
Mm-hmm.
And I love that flare that he added on behind him. And there's one like right below the newspaper above his leg. There's one there too. Overall, the shot's great though. But yeah, cropping that tip of the head just it throws me off.
Could have had a little more light on the back of him, because that's
Harry. You got
pretty
the Spider-Man. You love Spider-Man. What are your thoughts?
See, okay, so lighting a daytime scene is practically impossible, and I feel like Adrian might be having that problem here as well, because I run into this all the time. Like, I feel like the lighting, it just looks like he's inside and not outside. There's a light source coming from the back, and then there's another light source coming from the right, and that looks to me more like sunlight, because when you look at the like the shadow on like the brick that he's sitting on, like that looks like that's where the sunlight's hitting it. But
there is light there. Yeah, that wouldn't make any
Yep.
sense at all. Yep.
yeah, but then the sun is, on top, camera left. So I think the lighting could be improved. And then also I agree, I think the composition, I think it should be maybe wider so that we see basically everything instead of having, even the newspaper being cut out. That kind of bothers me a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a rim light on his back, but that should be pretty brightly lit. Like if
Yes.
you had a
Yeah.
Loom Cube, I don't know if you're not hitting, because there is light back there, but I don't know where it's coming from. If you had a Loom Cube just off camera in approximately, or a bright light, any bright light in a cone or something that's directing it in place of the sun, you're going to get the light that's going to look like that sun is hitting his back, and it's going to kind of spill over his neck, and it's going to really look like sunlight. You can do it, especially if it's hitting the camera. It's really going to look bright and like sunlight. But yeah, you're right, Harry. It just, there's not enough back there. It's just not. Yeah.
Chris?
Yeah, the sun needs to be moved to the right side of the photograph. I definitely agree with that. I kind of get that he wanted that, lens flare to kind of go over to Spidey, but
yeah, and that's why I was saying if he would have cropped higher to where he hid that light that's hitting the side of the building, we would have not even that wouldn't have been even questioned. But the fact that we see the light right underneath his leg.
But it is hitting his face too. Now that I see it, it's
that's true. It is hitting his face too.
Flop that background so that the sun is on the side.
Right.
Yeah.
And
Basically.
I think you got to play to the strengths of the figure. Him sitting is not selling for me. I'm sure it's a limitation of the figure.
Yeah.
He just he looks. It's not the strength of the figure, so I would have maybe played around with different positioning. Plus, Spider-Man. The cool thing about Spider-Man, and again, I'm not a big comic book person, but he never just poses normally. There's something always dynamic about him. So have one leg up, and one leg down. He's a teenager. You ever watch a teenager sit like this? This is a 40-year-old man sitting on a subway. So
That's the figure
bring out this
limitation.
personality of Spider-Man.
The pose,
Actually,
the pose reminds me more of
Make
Deadpool.
him, lean back, looking at the paper like with headphones on or something. Make it look like Spider-Man.
Flip the background. I'm assuming that's a digital background upside down. Crop out the building, and it would look like he was hanging and reading the paper, and that would look awesome.
You can shoot any superhero holding a paper. Like, make this Spider-Man. Sell it to me that Spider-Man other than just the costume.
Yes, that would be awesome. The upside down, that would be
a great idea. Yeah.
But I'm gonna run
the pose he is in right now. He reminds me so much of that scene of Deadpool where he's sitting on the ledge of the bridge.
Yeah.
Like he looks like he's kicking his legs. Like that's what it looks like to me.
Yeah.
All right.
Do it again.
Yeah,
do it again. Do him upside down, man. It would be awesome. Like retake this picture because it could be really nice, like with those buildings back there, with the lighting in the right place. Use something bright in place of the sun and have him upside down. And this is the same pose, but he's kind of cut off. And that would be great. It would be great.
Yeah, R3 Toys, he says agrees with Trevor, moving him to a different angle would hide some of the this is obviously a toy things like the double jointed elbows, the neck, head gap, and the wrist. And that's all things that I wanted to point out too with the pose.
The neck.
Yeah, this Spider-Man doesn't sit well. He's got like this weird saggy way he sits with his back like this, like he's got no lumbar support. So shooting from this angle because of that would be a big no-no for me. And also this head gap. These are all things that I would have saw on the camera and been like, all right, we got to move the camera because this is not making this figure look good.
Right.
There's several times where you just got to decide to move the camera, but yeah, your sunlight is over here, and you got light hitting the front of your building over here, so that's kind of weird. So it's all stuff that's been mentioned, but I would definitely have come around and shot him from a different angle where you didn't get these obvious limitations of the figure. What you can do though is get the Miles Morales from Into the Spider-Verse. So he can sit up
there you go.
Sorry.
Perfect time for him to plug that in.
I just, since we were talking about it, SB. He says, "Oh, wait, we got Lou. Hold on, I think we got Lou.
Lou's coming in.
Can I select Lou? I can't. there we go. No, that's Mike. What's
Ooh.
going on, Mike?
Oh, Mike.
Hey,
Oh, I'm
what's up,
on
Mike?
here?
Hey, what's up,
Sir
Mike?
Yeah, there you
Mike.
are, Mike.
All right. Hold on, Mike. Here. So yeah, S-Beam. You guys see Saturn Toys is doing the '66 Batman and Robin? Yeah, I saw it, and then I really want that So Toys. Isn't it no Star Ace Toys? That Joker, that Cesar Romero.
Oh,
Joker.
the Joker. Yeah.
No,
Mars
Mars toys.
Mars toys. Yeah, Mars. Yeah.
Yeah, but
That
this
Joker,
Saturn
that's
Toys
right.
thing, this is a straight up recast, man. That's like not even they're not even
Yeah, I
trying to
think
hide
I'd-
it. They like
Spend the big bucks and get the hot toy version of the '66 Batman and Robin.
I'll be
that's what I would
surprised.
do.
I've never heard of Saturn Toys. I'd be surprised if that came out looking anything like that, honestly.
But moving on, because we're not toy talk here. Give me just a moment, Mike, and we can have you talk about this one as well.
Okay.
Bruley, I'm going to get to yours next, and then
Just
he says the light source just needed to be larger. That could have solved a lot of problems, but yeah, this light, if you're going to keep from this side, should be coming around his shoulder some. It should be falling off the edge of his, like, give him a nice little
Yeah,
ring
his
here.
his
with
face
sunlight.
should be a little bit more in shadow, and his back should be more.
Yeah.
in the light. I mean, you're going to get light on the front. It's sunlight. There's light all around, but it should be brighter from the back. If that light was brighter back there, it wouldn't have mattered what you had going on in front. It would have worked
True that.
for the most
Yeah.
part.
Mike, you're here.
so
We're talking about this shot. You want to add any thoughts here?
sure. I mean, I just got here, and you may have said what I'm going to say already. But first of all, I like the texture in that figure. It looks really nice. I don't know what Spider-Man figure that is.
This is a Hot Toys Spider-Man.
Oh, well, okay, figures.
If it
He's a
looks great,
phenomenal
it's
looking
probably
figure,
hot.
but he
Yeah.
does have some limitations in his posing, like this
Looks-
waist area here.
Looks really good, but the sun flare or the lens flare in the back, I don't know if that's intended to be sun, but I think the lighting is a bit off on it. As far as the sun on his knee, if the sun was behind, I don't think there'd be much sun on his knee.
Yeah.
And
Right.
it's a bit the halo is a bit comes into the figure a bit too much there, I think. But from the camera left top of the frame there, that halo comes in a little bit too much and covers the figure. But I think it's a great looking figure, and I see what they're doing with it, and I like all the highlights in there and stuff. But I think the light is a little bit everywhere. That's all, But it's a great looking shot. Nice blue sky, good separation between the figure and the background. Is that a digital background?
It's probably a
Yeah,
digital background.
Yeah,
I think
I think
I think we're all thinking, that it is.
yeah, right on, yeah. And
And you know what he needs, Mike? He needs some little TNT in his hand. What do you think?
I was gonna say, Ross probably already said atmosphere, rim light, and
Oh, no, I didn't have to go
Lightsaber.
into all that. They pick it
And
apart.
a lightsaber. Don't forget the lightsaber.
and the
Lightsaber, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Don't forget to buy Miles.
Here.
Don't
green
forget to buy my
lightsaber.
house.
Where is it? There he is. Toy
Is that,
photography,
Bruley?
bro. This is Bruley Vargas stuff here.
Ah,
And he would
okay.
love some input. Let me hit that like button. Trevor, again, since your time is the most limited right now, I'll let you go ahead and start.
Somebody else start because I'm trying to see this. It's a
Okay,
not sure
Mike.
what-
you
It's
can-
one of the brutes from Halo.
okay. Well, it's a little. I mean, I like a little more light because I'm it's here. I'm having a hard time seeing it. I think you just needed a little bit of a bounce card to the left of this guy, and that would have been great. I mean, the pose looks really, really good. I can't see what he's. Is that part of his foot, or is he stomping on something, or stepping on
He's
something?
stomping on
He's really
door.
dark compared to that background. He needs to be separated from that background. So
Yeah,
it's
he
all
needs
about-
some
Yeah,
back-
that's
definitely.
the key. Either some backlighting back there. Some. It looks like you got fog back there. Maybe some more fog to just separate him from the background, and some sort of front light, some sort of key light, even if it's just a bounce card or something like that, just to bounce a little light onto them. Because this is a dark figure on a dark background. You got to do some work.
Because even the
there, so-
Marine is blending in way too much into the background that he's holding upside down.
Yeah. But
Oh
good
yeah,
pose.
couldn't even
I like
tell
the pose.
that was his arm or something.
Oh, I didn't see.
Yeah,
that.
I think it's
Big
been a
punch.
Yeah.
That's a Marine there. I didn't see
Yep.
that.
Yep.
I mean,
Okay.
if
Yeah.
you take the darkness out of it, the picture, I mean, the detail and everything, I think is really good. It's just it's so dark that you can't really make out. Like I couldn't make out that was a Marine. I thought that was like something in his hand or something. Just
I think you could
Pay
fix
much
this
thought.
up in Photoshop or Lightroom. Honestly, if
You can
it's
probably
with
just
the
bump up
raw,
the
the
exposure.
raw
yeah.
camera
Select
filter or something
subject
like
and
that,
bring
and
up
just bring the
exposure
whites
just a
up.
little bit on him. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you're right.
A little bit of detail, a little bit of bump up the white a little bit, maybe the highlights a little bit, and it might bring something out of this for sure, just as it is.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks great if he just punched out from that background. He's that background is like, no, you come back here.
Yeah,
That's
he's
the
getting
problem.
something in the background. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's just not really separated too well. Is there any other thoughts on this, or is this pretty much the consensus overall?
I think just being a little bit brighter. I think it's the
A little
overall.
brighter.
Mhm.
Even if he kept it at this
like-
tone, he needs the backlight. He needs to be lit up from behind somehow. Get that rim light just to separate him.
Yeah, if you separate it, I think you'll solve a lot of the problems on this.
Yeah,
This-
and
It
a
looks
bounce
like you're
card.
using is he using a fog, or is that post? I can't tell.
I can't tell if this is just something that's in the foreground that's
Might be a
poking
rock.
out.
It might be a
Yeah,
rock.
No, I'm looking at the other side underneath the arm. It looks like there's a little bit of fog hanging on the
There's a little bit of
floor
fog
there.
there, but I'm not
Yeah, there's a little haze in there.
vague.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because there's
I
still
think
that
you
fog
got
in the
another
background
one
as
here.
well. See that
Talking
shot?
I
about-
remember the
yeah,
shot.
This is
Yeah.
I remember that shot.
This is
We
what I'm
did
talking
this one
about.
last week. I think.
We went over this one last week.
Mhm.
Yeah, so this
Yeah.
is
Mhm.
Yeah.
so he knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, you can go dark like that, but I do think that it needs a little more rim lighting.
Yeah, see how he's
The
separated
previous
from that
shot, not
background
so
here?
much this one.
But I think what helps this figure is that it's white.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah.
easy to
When you have a
separate
black figure, don't be afraid to use colored lights. Like
Yeah,
even a subtle red or something really helps, paint it because. And recently, I just color dyed like a little Lego knight, and I've been already playing around trying to film it. And believe me, I'm gonna have to have some colored light on it because regular light, it's like you just lose all the detail. So
Yeah.
R3 Toys is making a great point. If you guys have Lightroom, its select subject is so powerful for Lightroom. I use
Yeah,
it
it's
all the
insane
time.
now, man.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
It's so much better than Photoshop select subject right now.
I still prefer the Photoshop because you can go in and can you feather it?
Yeah,
Like-
you can feather it and all that stuff.
Okay.
You can go
I
back
haven't
and
Finesse
played
it all,
with
man.
it.
It's really good.
So-
Yeah.
but,
Definitely feather expanded. If you do in Photoshop, I've learned do the select subject, but then go in and go under select and expand it by maybe 5 or 6 pixels, and then feather it for like 7 or 8 pixels. And you'll find that any effect that you do in there, and learn how to do adjustment layers because you can blur in the layer better and sell it.
Oh yeah.
all right.
I think so much of that scene is the same color. The
Yeah.
Marine, the figure, the hammer, and the background. There's even some side lighting, man. And
This would be a great one for a firework in the background. If
Oh,
you
yeah.
have
Yeah.
that would really
Or even
help.
just I was just thinking the light source behind. If there is a corner or something or a piece of something to hide it behind, just coming out. If that is real fog, to sort of light that up, because that atmosphere with fog and a light will just really increase the lighting, and then
It'll
just the
refract
bounce
that
card in
light all
front of
over.
him
Or
on his
a
on
spray
his
bottle
face.
like Unicorn Warrior does,
Mhm.
get that mist,
Yeah.
Mhm.
All right, we're gonna go back to the tag stuff here. Wait, I had another message. What was that? Oh, that's the same. Okay, sorry. Tagged, and we were down. Harry,
Harry,
Ah,
yeah.
yeah,
that was a
good
great
shot.
Okay.
Harry, you got that Wolverine.
Take this apart. Also, I tagged Moss because I just wanted Moss to know how dope this Wolverine is. Moss.
You guys were talking a couple weeks ago about it.
Yeah, we had a whole war about it.
Yeah, you did.
So tell us about the shot, Harry.
So this was actually originally meant for Batman. I was trying to recreate that BVS warehouse fight scene.
Wow.
But then I was like, wait, my Batman can't do anything because he's Batman and he can't move at all. So I just thought, you know what, let's just give that a go with Wolverine and see how that went. And this is what I came up with.
So you can't get this pose with that BVS Batman?
I can't. Yeah, it's impossible.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he's so beefy, especially since I modded him quite a bit. So he's super beefy now. Yeah, it's kind of hard to move around.
You know, my Dark Knight Returns Batman.
Yeah. We know.
By the way, you guys see SSR is making the Dark Knight Returns Batman.
I'm not gonna go and spend $600 though, boss.
Well, SSRs is gonna be like $200, but it's still not gonna be as good as mine. So.
Yeah, right.
Oh man,
It's the second best thing out there.
Yeah, now looking at this shot from my TV here, and it's looking a little dark in my opinion. I feel like,
but that could have been Instagram though. It does compress it sometimes.
Yeah, like on my laptop, it's a lot brighter than this, so I think it might be
your
Instagram.
backlight on your laptop and the fact that it's not compressed. So yeah. You have to account for that when you post to Instagram. Not when you post to Vero though, because it don't compress really.
Yeah, Vero doesn't, and you can zoom in Vero, and it'll be the same quality.
But I feel like this light here on this skylight should be casting more of a rim on this arm here.
Yeah, there could be a little bit more there,
and possibly a little bit more on this this top part here. But other than that, I think it's pretty cool. I like it, and I'll let somebody else go.
Yeah, very cinematic. I like the look. I love the angle that you shot it in.
Oh, thank you.
But I mean, I don't think you need a whole much more light. I still think the way you have it is perfect. But I think his claws would have been a little bit more, reflecting a little bit of that light.
Reflective, yeah.
You needed a lens flare in that claw, man. You need.
I should have done the lens flare on that.
Yeah. Oh, the shot.
It's a little optical flare from Video Co-Pilot's little flare thing, man.
Yeah, that'll be a little bit too stylized. I think I was going for, I guess, how it would be actually look, how it would actually look physically. Yeah. But yeah, I actually utilized, my just my good old flashlight here actually for this.
Hold on.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. Yeah,
you show us what a flashlight is.
I don't know if normal flashlights can do this,
That's
but
a lightsaber.
you can kind of go really you can change the tightness of it. Yeah, so I went really tight so I can get exactly the angle that I want. And
so it's almost like having a snoot.
Yeah, it's basically like a snoot. Yeah, and it's blowing a little bit of fog to get that kind of like God rays coming in a little bit there.
What brand flashlight is that?
Actually, it's Gear Light. It's called Gear Light, I think. Yeah.
Because it is hard to find a good one that does like a precise little light like that.
It's called Gear Light, I think.
So is the background is that partially lit up? There's fog behind him, right? Like there's that would be darker if there wasn't fog back there, right?
Yes. Yeah. So I think a lot of times
so that
No, go ahead, sorry.
So that like the last shot we were talking about, it's the same thing. Like you've got a dark figure with a dark outfit here, but he's defined by the backlighting and the fog, which is exactly what we were kind of saying on that last one. Like could have saved that from fading into the background. The background just needed something to bump it up. I love the angle, man. I think the light is that light in the background. It's hard to tell, but it feels like it's one of those things that just comes straight down for like 4 feet and casts light like directly underneath it, and then there's just a little bit of ambient light coming out. Although I know you got the God ray there. I think the light is good. What are the figures that you're using? What is he fighting? Who is he fighting?
So these are just some random soldier dudes that my old roommate had, and he just didn't want them. So I'm like, you know what? I'll take them.
Cool. Yeah, they look good.
Awesome.
They look really good. But this is the type of thing.
What scale are these figures? 112?
1/6.
Yeah.
1/6.
1/6. Okay.
Yeah.
But this goes back to that Jurassic Park thing when I was talking about your work, in that it's lit like a film still, and it sells it as like a real film still. You know what I mean? But it is a photograph, and it's a beautiful photograph too. It's just not lit like somebody trying to light a single
whole
frame
scene for everybody.
Of a photo. You know what I'm saying? Which is not wrong. It's just a different style.
Yeah, lighting
that's
for
what I was
cinema
saying
is
about that
completely
Jurassic
different
Park
than lighting for photography.
Yeah.
I think for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I
Because you're
mean,
eventually
look at
going to
his
see the
username,
definition
though.
of what you're looking at because it's moving, obviously. Whereas with a photograph, it's not. So
Yeah, exactly.
And I like how
But
you
as long as you
captured
can
the
make out
motion
what's
blur
going
of him punching down on the ground.
Yeah,
That guy.
yeah. I really needed to sell that because if I don't, then it just looks like he's just floating there.
Posing.
That would look
He
really,
just
yeah.
posed. Yeah, he did this. Yeah.
But I was just so happy that I was able to get him into that pose, though. Like, that's just so brutal, I feel. And I'm really glad I was
Is that
able
a
to pull
directional
that off.
blur
Yeah.
that you used on that motion blur?
Huh?
Or that blur there, was that a directional blur, like a path blur? Or
It's a path blur,
Motion
yeah.
blur.
Yeah, so I
Path
just
blur?
duplicated the whole picture, do a path blur on that, and then mask, and then just kind of paint in the area that I feel like there should be some motion there.
Yeah, just do an inverted mask so that way you just
Yeah.
paint in the part that you want. Yeah.
You paint
Right.
in white, yeah, exactly.
I'm still
like-
I'm still trying to get that blur down, man. I can't seem to get that sweet spot of a good blur. It's either
Yeah, you just have to go back and forth a few times until you kind of like, oh, that looks natural, and then you stick with that. Yeah.
I like what Trevor
any
said
other
about.
questions on Curious Peas here? Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just asking if there's any more questions. So if you have a question, go ahead.
Oh no, I was going to say I like what Trevor said about it looks like a film still, and that's what I get in it. I like the motion blur in the punch, the motion blur in the soldier's boot up top over Wolverine's head. And I do. I think it's a really good intense shot. I think too. Those windows in the back. You see a couple of those paneled windows are brighter than the others. You could have maybe even done something where light was casting some shadow on the back. I mean, not light casting shadow, but light was coming through and casting, falling some onto Wolverine's back.
Yeah,
maybe.
that probably could have worked too. Yeah.
Yeah,
Now
you
that
could have
I'm
done
looking
something
at
like
it.
that. And that'd just been a couple brush strokes in Photoshop.
Yeah.
And that would have been kind of a cool idea. Just looking at it, it's not anything that's wrong at all. It's something that would be kind of cool.
Yeah, I'm sold on the light, man. I don't know why. It just
Yeah,
seems
I'm
to be
sold on the
hitting
light the way it is right
highlight,
now. Yeah.
I
the
like
way
it. I
it's
think
hitting
it looks good coming over
the top of his head and his neck.
Yeah.
Feels like that's where it's coming in, and then it fades off.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is
I don't
the
know.
is
it's selling
red
me.
is the red on the right hand?
That's
Did
actually
you intend
blood.
that to be like blood,
That
or
was
is
supposed to
that-
be blood. Yeah, actually, that's my least favorite part about this whole thing. It
I don't
looks
know.
a
I
little
would say
marketing.
go. This is a stylistic thing, but I would have said
Go even more.
go full throttle with the blood.
Blood
Go
splat.
for the gore because it's a gritty looking photo.
Yeah, because if
Yeah.
you think of the impact, it would have,
Yeah.
That's true.
What I would
yeah.
have done to sell that effect if you'd have had the time and stuff is go out like I do at night
Oh, and actually,
and have a nice big black, bright
background.
backlight
Yeah,
and
yeah.
just take a drain blaster like I got and
Yeah. Just,
fake blood and
Yep.
just matter of fact, I want to do that for Halloween. And so
Yeah.
I go in my backyard and just spurt up, just
Mhm.
splatter blood and have it as an effect. So
yeah.
I don't know
Just
how
go out with
quite I'm
somebody,
gonna
take your
light it.
camera,
Yeah.
have them just beat the living crap out of somebody, and just take some pictures of it.
Start a fight club in my backyard.
Just recreate the scene for real.
My name is Robert Paulson. So.
Who was that?
We don't talk
Dexter?
about it, but it'll work.
yeah.
Wasn't that
Toy
Dexter the
Photographer Collective. We teach you how to do toy photos and we beat the absolute crap out of
blood- bludgeon
Right.
people?
It's like,
What was that, Mike?
now, for
How
this
to-
lighting tip, lay down.
We make soap too. You can buy our soap from our website.
That's right.
Get the blood.
All right, Mike, go ahead.
No. I'm just agreeing with you guys.
Oh, okay. R3
Hey, guys, I'm
Toys
gonna-
says, I really like Harry's use of blur to indicate motion. This looks
Oh,
like
yeah.
a video is paused. Great photo.
Thank you, Arthur.
Mhm,
Thank you, man.
mhm,
Yeah.
mhm. That's
Oh,
really
yeah.
nice.
Thank
We're
you.
gonna move.
I'm gonna
on.
head out.
Um,
Yeah, I'm gonna head out,
Okay,
man.
head out?
Oh,
oh,
I
seeing
love
you,
this
Kurt.
shot though. I love
Thank
it.
you.
Yeah, this
Pablo's,
yeah,
man.
yeah.
Pablo's been doing
Pablo
this.
just
The
showed me
Victor
this the other
Lee
day, man.
inspired
This is great.
Pablo shot.
Thank you.
You might as well skip it. There's nothing we can say about it. It's perfection. It's perfection.
Wade is gonna love this, man. Did he
Yes.
say anything to you about it?
Yeah, he shared it on his story, and he
Nice.
put fire on it. And yeah, he loved it. It was like,
Awesome.
Cool, so
Awesome.
cool.
That's
Wait, is
great.
that Mr. Lee?
That's cool.
I think it-
no,
No.
Wade, Unparalleled Universe.
He's a
he
Unparalleled
created
Universe.
this character, and he had someone model the Odious head, and that's where
It's
I
like
got
his
this head
mascot.
from. Yeah.
Oh,
Mhm.
okay.
Very cool.
Well, you got a second shot like this, so we'll go ahead and talk about that one, I guess, when we get to it, and
Yeah.
keep moving if it's okay. Unless anybody
Yeah, no,
else
that's fine. Yeah, go ahead.
mean,
Yeah. No, yeah.
That
All right, guys.
that shot I think is one of your best shots you've done, man. I saw
Super
that the other
clean.
day and I just scrolled past it because it looked too damn good.
This is like that This is like that Mr. Lee thing. Everybody's doing this with the multiple levels of figures in the front and stuff like that.
I've been having fun with it. I used to do it. It's been years since I've done it, and then I saw Mr. Lee doing it, and then there's another person that started doing it with the turtle figures.
Yeah,
and it just
Cad's
inspired me to do it
Toys
again.
was doing it too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was like,
Is
you
that
know
the
what?
same
I'm gonna
figure?
revisit that.
Yeah, it's
Huh?
all the same figure.
Yeah,
It's all the
all
same
the same
figure all in one shot, or
different shots.
repo-
It's multiple shots and then composited.
Multiple
Yeah.
shots.
Oh, okay.
And
Yeah.
this is where my
Nice composite,
newbiness
too.
comes in because he's the first person I saw that did this, so I thought this was his idea.
Oh,
Oh,
no,
go
Still
to
gonna
look, go
credit you with it.
Look at Mr.
go to
Lee.
Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee
Oh,
does
okay.
this daily.
Yeah.
Well,
All right,
Pablo
you made me
did.
feel Mr. Lee.
I mean, it's just perfection. So
Yeah, Mr. Lee.
All right, guys, I'm gonna jump. This is
Here,
fun as always.
Trevor, is
Take
there
care,
anything
Trevor.
else you want to
Good
Thanks
talk
for
seeing
dropping
you.
by, Trevor.
Way too much.
Looking forward to
anything
meeting you at
talk
Legion's
about?
Con.
Yeah, for sure, man. Friday, we got the 1 6-pack at 9 o'clock,
Awesome.
9 p.m. now. And then Monday, another Legion's Con, or Legion's Lounge, leading up to Legion's Con. So, yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that so much.
Yeah,
Trevor,
for sure.
thank
Can't
you
wait,
for
man.
coming in here, man. You stayed a lot longer than an hour, and I'm thankful for every minute past the hour that you stayed because
Oh, yeah, man.
love
it's
having
always
you
fun.
on here. So
Right.
thank you so much for coming
Always a
in, man.
pleasure,
right.
Trevor.
See you
Take
guys.
care, buddy.
Good night.
Great one.
All
Take care.
right.
So here's a Mr. Lee shot,
Yeah.
Mike. This
Ooh.
is
oh,
God
that's
damn.
Ah,
This goes hard.
I
that
know.
does. That is, you can feel that
We're
shot.
not worthy.
So he apparently shot all of these, and then did
Composited.
exactly what you did, Pablo.
Yeah.
So,
Mhm.
So, I get a queen.
And the trick
Bohemian
to
Rhapsody
doing this
vibe.
is that you can't not move. So you set up your lights and you have to put the figure not necessarily in the exact same spot, but you have to have that figure lit up exactly the same every time you take the shot in order for the composite to work. Because otherwise, if you change it or change the lighting and it's like the angles don't match up, it kind of throws it off a little bit.
Mhm.
You can still make it work, but yeah, the key is just to don't touch the lights. You can move the figure as much as you want. And I mean, you're gonna have to reposition it, pose it, but leave the lights exactly the way they are. And then the last thing you want to do is that once you're done taking the shots, take the figures off and then take a shot. Don't move the camera settings. Whatever the last shot you did with the figure, take that figure out and take a shot of just the background lit up. So when you composite everything onto that last shot, and then everything, it doesn't. You don't get that weird masking where you get the weird lines when you master and things. Everything will blend in.
Yeah.
So
even though these figures aren't exactly where they were when you shot them, like I'm sure this Batman wasn't to the left of the camera, right? He was center frame.
right, he was centered. Yeah, he was center frame. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Good to know, man. I'm gonna have to try that out. I really am because
It's a lot of fun.
one, I want to beat them up and take all these head sculpts. Though, man, I love. Oh my God,
Those are crazy, man. Those look so ridiculously good.
Yeah.
but yeah, this is. I mean, we're not here to talk about he's not participating, but I love this
Mr.
back
Lee's
cave
phenomenal,
one
man.
here. Though. This is
Yeah, that shot, man.
It's
Wow.
phenomenal, dude. But let's go back to what we're actually doing here.
Well, I mean, that being said, now that I've seen the Mr. Lee stuff, I mean, I think sometimes when someone originates an idea, it's the second generation, third generation interpreters that often nail it. And I have to say, not to blow too much smoke up your tailpipe, Pablo, but
No,
I
it's
prefer
there.
your version over that Batman one. Because
Oh, wait, you have apparently 4 of these
It's
guys,
like a
by the way. Can you send me
tornado.
one? That'd be nice, man.
This is my favorite one of all of them that I've done so far.
That's a cool one.
I love this one, man. I love this one. But we're gonna
Very
find other people we haven't shown off yet. I'm sorry, but
No,
It's
that's
good to
fine.
see
No,
you.
that's good.
Collector's Orbit,
Oh,
Dave,
awesome.
great stuff. But
Man.
he's not really participating. I think he just tagged me because he loves me. He didn't hashtag me, so we're gonna move on. We just appreciate Dave's stuff here.
Is
BTS.
that Evil Dead?
Yeah,
it's
Evil
good.
Dead.
I swallow your soul.
Mhm.
Man, I love his little diorama stuff too, man.
And
I
that's
need
the
to-
Mesco Ash too, I think.
Yeah. Just great.
Yeah, that's awesome. I love the setup.
John.
We need to get Dave back on the show, but he's in the UK, so it's really hard to get him on with us because right now it's what, like midnight over there, 5 hours.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
Or 1
you're right.
o'clock, almost 1 o'clock over there. But yeah, this is a great shot here. We're gonna move on, and Darth Matter art. There we go. There we go. Somebody's just participating, and with that, I'm gonna let Mike go first, and then after that, Pablo, and I'm gonna be AFK real quick while you guys do that.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I like this figure. I like it. There's a lot of darkness in there naturally because it's a dark figure and he's got dark clothing and everything's dark. I think it's tough to do a dark figure and make it look good with all the highlights and everything in the right place. I think he did a good job. The hand is there. You got some highlights on the nose and the lips. You can make out a little bit of his teeth. There's no glaring hot spots on the dark outfit, which sometimes tends to happen. I like a little bit of shine on the, I don't know what you call those, the cape, the fasteners there. There's
Yeah.
I might like a little bit more shine on there, a little more reflection on there, and maybe just a little bit more on his eyes, just so I can kind of connect with him a little bit, because I'm more connecting with his nose right now, and not that that's bad, but I would like to connect with his eyes in this picture because you're at eye level with him, and so I would like to see the eyes a little bit more. But aside from that, I like the pose. The background is suits it. Just a little bit more connection with the eye for me. A little more sharpness in there, maybe. That's all. Good shot. Great job.
It is a good shot. I like the pose. I think some of that orange light should have been casted behind him. Like it's missing on the cape. I see it in the hand.
There's a little bit on the cape. Yeah.
But it's in front of his hand when some of that light should be behind. And I think he needs that. He needs that orange light to give him the rim light to separate him a little better. Because it looks, for some reason, Doom looks flat on that image, on that background.
Yeah.
I think R3 Toys brought up a good point. Like that's the first thing that you see is that orange background.
Yes.
Yeah. Doom is kind of second.
Lower your aperture. Yeah. Make it more out of focus, and the pattern is definitely Star Wars. So unless if you're doing some kind of like Doom and Vader trying to choke each other out, like avoid Star Wars iconic stuff. Like when I first saw the image, and I thought
pattern is Target in the kitchen.
Target.
Yeah, that looks like it's the same Target shelf I got back here.
The Star Wars ones, one of these is longer than the other one. They alternate long to short. This is the Target.
Do a lower aperture, blur that background. It's fine that you use it, but it needs to be a lot more blurry. And everything else that everybody else said.
Because seeing the light, that orange light that's casted on the lower part of his arm, you would think some of that light would be on his face too.
Yeah. True.
Yeah. He's there. You need to brighten this whole thing up a bit and separate.
And turn the hand. I want to see the hand be like join me and together we'll rule the galaxy. Is
it's not Star Wars, man. And my thing is going to take out that Dr. Doom. My thing's coming for him.
I don't know. I guess maybe it's a nitpicky thing, but
it's clobbering time.
If the focal point was
you're playing with Thing, and
I'm playing with the Thing. Leave me alone.
I'm playing with my Dark Turtle.
I don't know if the focus on this one was the cake.
Wait, let me see it.
Oh, that looks nice.
Oh, that's awesome. I need that too. So
I love
you need
this
to send me
figure.
that one and the other one.
I love this figure.
I like that cake.
and I love that NECA. So if you have the turtles in disguise, the interchangeable face expressions fit on this turtle.
Oh,
you can change the lower mouth to change the expression, which is awesome.
Nice.
One quick other thing on this photo. It looks like the focus was locked onto the left side of the cape.
It does, right?
I'm not getting a sharp. Yeah, I'm not getting a sharp face or hand. Either one of those two would have been acceptable. A sharp hand and maybe a little bit out of focus face, or a sharp face and the rest out. But here, I think the focus was locked in the wrong place. Also, I actually
focused on this. class.
Be
right
careful with autofocus if you're doing it because it's not dependable. I try to use manual focus 99% of the time for that reason.
Yeah.
here. Well, my eyesight sucks. I use autofocus and then I try to use manual focus after.
Well,
I
you
use
know,
autofocus to get me in the right
have you-
ballpark.
I'm curious. Have any of you tried to use like viewfinder when you're outside?
That's even worse for me. I need
No.
bifocal, so I can't see in that thing at all.
Well, here's the thing: is like I actually bought an eye patch from like Walmart for like a pirate costume because I found that I can't close my eye always fully, and if I get some sunlight behind a figure or something, I don't know if any of you have experienced that, but like I need an eye patch on my eye so I can stay in the viewfinder. So I'm
what
gonna.
you're saying
experiment
is you
with
dress up as the Dread Pirate Roberts to do photography.
that. Well, you know, yeah, I gotta speak
Inconceivable.
like a pirate when
Some cameras do sell. I don't know what it's called, but it's an attachment that you put on the viewfinder,
I was wondering too, because
and it almost looks like a I don't want to say a scope, but
like a
it kind of
diopter.
has where you can put you put your
Yeah.
eye completely on there, and it seals your eye inside.
well, yeah, and I've got a
That's what I
Canon
need,
M50,
something like
which
that,
is
yeah.
a smaller camera anyway, and the viewfinder doesn't, cover up my eye. But
I think all the camera manufacturers have their own, or it's an attachment that you can buy you just need to look it up if they have it for your specific camera, and it attaches over so on the viewfinder, there's that little plastic
Slot.
bit comes
Yeah.
off, and you slide that on there.
it's really
Yeah.
small on the M50, so maybe it's just my
Yeah.
camera that's giving me the problem with that.
Was
Because
there anything we want to add on Dr. Doom though, real quick?
Oh, no, I think other than the lighting and
I had to use
think,
the restroom. I missed half of it. I just want to
yeah,
make sure.
I
yeah,
think it's,
anytime is that real metal? It looks like real metal on the cape
On
there.
Doom? No, he's
Might
using
be.
Marvel
No,
Legends.
no,
Oh,
no,
the fasteners.
the
Yeah, it's a
gold
custom.
pieces?
So that's a
Might
custom
be.
soft goods
Yeah.
cape on the Marvel Legends Doom.
Okay.
So yeah, those are real fasteners.
I'm a sucker for if you ever have real metal, reflect light off of it. Help sell it. So I would have liked to have seen more
look.
of that.
It was me going out to dinner with my friends.
There you go.
I got stuff
So the
we
lighting
went
here.
to Korean
Lighting
barbecue.
here. The posing is a little weird.
Yeah, right. It's awesome.
Well, second to the
then-
right there, you could have,
Ooh,
blurred that
did
out.
you
a little
recrop
bit.
it?
I got
it's from
tagged
the
with
toy
Toy Pick community.
Awesome.
And I'll be
moving
right
on.
back.
Quainar,
I need
man,
to-
we haven't seen you in a minute, dude.
Cool.
We got some first order stormtroopers. And before we get into that, hold on. Broly says that's called a viewfinder magnifier.
There you go. That's what it's called. Yeah.
And then R3 Toy says one thing all photographers using a non-mobile camera and doing manual focus should always check your diopter dial. It's really easy to bump and will make a mess up your settings. Okay.
Yeah, diopter. Yeah, that's a good point.
Actually, while we're on that subject, real quick, Mike, let's give you the zoom in. What is a diopter dial?
Oh, diopter dial.
Seriously, I don't know.
I've got my camera right here. So in your viewfinder, next to it, there will be a little dial right here. And what it does is not everybody's eye, that's bad English. Not everybody's eye looks through the viewfinder and sees the same amount of sharpness. So it's like a fine tuning adjustment for your eye through the viewfinder. And it operates by clicks, and you just rotate it until you find the sharpest position for your eye in the viewfinder.
Okay.
And that's what
I don't think the M50 has that.
I think most cameras have a diopter dial on it. You just have to. I don't know that camera model, but another thing that and I'm not. Maybe a lot of people don't have this, but a lot of the new cameras have focusing tools. Like my camera on the back, if I was to focus, flip the screen open and focus, you'll see me in some of my live shots that there's two arrows that line up. When it's sharp, these two arrows will line up and illuminate and sort of confirm that I'm on focus in that area when I'm in manual. And then they have a 10 times magnifier that I can look to the right or left of your viewfinder. There should be a diopter on there. I'm pretty sure there is. It's a pretty standard basic thing, a diopter on a camera. Look to
yours is a mirror though, right?
Is it this thing? This little
it's that one in the bottom. Yep.
There you go.
Yep.
There you go. By the way, guys, this is the 100mm macro lens. I use this for my tight shots.
Nice.
This is a Canon M50 Mark II. I got white because that's what they had in stock. So
is that's the mirrorless one, right?
Yeah, it's the Mark II. I got the Mark I is the one I'm using right here. So
nice.
I love that lens. I have that lens. That's a great lens.
It's a heavy lens.
Yeah.
Sorry. So we're back. We're back to Queenor though.
Sorry, what was that underneath the viewfinder thing? I saw you doing it. I just noticed I have a switch for mine too.
Diopter?
Yeah. That's the diopter.
What's that little slider thing underneath the viewfinder? I've never noticed that before.
So lock focus on in your have your camera on autofocus, and then push your button halfway until it locks on focus, and then when it does, keep it held down and rotate the diopter as you're looking through the viewfinder till it's in its sharpest position, and then that's gonna kind of line up the focusing
of the viewfinder.
Line up your view in the viewfinder as sharp as the focus is through the lens
on the camera. Yeah.
So that switch makes that sharper on your viewfinder.
Yeah,
that's interesting.
That's your diopter. We don't have a dial. We have a switch.
It doesn't apply to me at all, actually, because my camera doesn't even have a viewfinder.
No, what do you have? What kind of camera do you have?
I shoot on a Blackmagic 4K. It's a cinema camera.
Oh, Blackmagic. Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. You do. Okay. Yeah. That's right.
Yeah.
Blackmagic. Well, that's high dollar anyway. Blackmagic stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, this thing does not have.
I don't even want to see that.
It does not have a viewfinder at all. Yeah,
that's why your pictures are so good. It's not you, it's the camera.
And that's an entry level camera there, right?
Yeah, I know, right? That's
that's one step up from an iPhone.
That's the budget camera. There you go.
That's most people's rent for the next 3 years.
All right, let's move on to Queenor though, and since Harry loves the First Order so much, you go ahead and go start.
Really? I hate.
I don't know. I'm just putting words in your mouth.
Basically, anything about the sequels, just burn it for me, please. But no, I like the angle and the poses here. I just wish he didn't use his table or something there as the floor.
Yeah, the coffee table is what's taking me out of it.
Yeah, it's really.
It almost looks wrinkly, but it's not.
Yeah,
it's the wood grain that you're seeing, but at first I thought it was a cloth that he just didn't flatten out. But once I took a closer look, I saw that it's the grain of the coffee table. I was like, oh, there it is.
Yeah, I think just using like a black floor here would have helped. I think with that, because you have like a dark scene and you have white figures and white lighting coming down. I think that would have helped with that. So yeah, in terms of lighting, I think it's fine. Poses are good. Yeah, just wished you use a different floor there.
Yeah, I agree with you, Harry, man. I think the angle is top notch, man. I love the angle.
Yeah, the angle is awesome.
I would have, of course, tried to find something else to shoot them on. Maybe just a black piece of poster board that you can get from the store for $1.
That would have worked. Yeah.
That would have worked. But the other thing I would have done though is I would have probably punched these guys up a little bit more. They're got like a darkness to them.
I think it's
just
the
kind
lighting,
of a lower exposure almost. So I'd pop them out a little bit more.
The way the light, I think it's the lighting because for some reason, like it looks good, but it almost looks like it's a little flat for some reason.
Yeah. I think it's the exposure on it. I think it's just a little low. So, Mikey, what do you think? And I'm sorry, I don't even know if you appreciate that I just used the word Mikey. Maybe I shouldn't.
That's all right. That's what my grandma called me.
I'm not your grandma. So we're not doing that. All right.
Calling you old.
Dang it! I'm starting to touch that blue tack again. No.
Stay away from the blue tack.
I can't make it stop.
What Harry said. I mean, it's a great angle. The background could have been anything else complimentary, but that is, that not only can that be distracting, but that brown of a table too could throw some color cast up on the figures and brown those lights out too.
Yeah.
And so and the lighting, I don't know if it's a single light source because it falls off pretty good to the back. And so maybe just a bounce card would have helped behind them here a little bit just to fill in so there's not such a harsh line between the light and the shadow. But great figures. It's a great pose, The background cheated you a little bit, but that's all. It's a good shot. Just needs a little bit of help with the I don't want to say background because it's not really a background, but it's more like a bottom ground, but
Yeah.
you know,
Ground.
you know, from that angle. But
That's a good
that's all,
term
man.
for that. Yeah.
Yeah, good resourcefulness.
Yeah,
Oh,
and I don't know what scale figures these are. Are these like a Hot Toys scale,
I
or
think
is
it's
these
the Hot Toys.
Black
Yeah.
Series?
Hot
It
Toys,
probably
yeah.
wouldn't work, but like I found this like cheap paper tray at Dollar Tree and just
Oh wow, look at that.
spray painted it gray. You do have to Photoshop some of the little stuff, but it looks great for Star
wow.
Wars figures. It looks
Yeah.
like
Yeah, that's pretty
Great
cool,
idea.
It looks like a diorama.
the only thing
Yeah.
is
Dead
that
Man Juan, what's going
the
on?
bottom is you might want to put some like little stabilizers, and apologize for my hand. I've been painting today, but put some little magnets for weight and stuff so it stands up.
That's a
But,
great
That's pretty
idea.
awesome, actually. I might go to
Yeah.
Dollar Tree. Of course, my Dollar Tree never seems to have these things.
And
Just
another
go in
great
there and I'm
idea,
like,
man.
Another cheap trick is I found a white plastic bin recently, does great as a light diffuser. I put like I have my little knockoff Loom Cube inside of like a white plastic storage bin, and it did great to diffuse the light that I need, because I needed the light close to my figure, but I didn't want that plastic, sheen on it. So
Yeah.
yeah.
just look for cheap ways. I mean, you don't have to spend,
Oh yeah.
tons of money to do good toy photography.
I've been trying to make out like a bandit with the Halloween stuff right now, man. I bought some 112 size skulls and 112 size skeletons that were at Kroger, and they even came with the 112 skulls came with 6 skulls. So I got some skulls going.
They're selling some weird stuff lately in Halloween. Have you noticed like skeleton spiders? Like that's not how skeletons don't exist in spiders.
Spiders don't really have skeletons.
They have an exoskeleton.
It's called an exoskeleton for a reason.
Does anybody
they're
else have
juicy
anything to say
inside.
about North Shot Hill real quick?
I think
Yeah,
we're all in
just
agreement.
watch your shadows. I
They did,
don't
man.
know what kind of light sources you got here. It looks like it may just be just a flashlight on the ground or something. But this is where lighting. Remember, the word photography comes from 2 Greek words: photos, light; graphy, to write. It's more about lighting than anything else. So, even if you're just getting some cheap Ulanzi lights or something, learn 3-point lighting system. Learn to light your figures, and lighting is 80% of toy photography.
Yeah.
All right. Dead Man, you have a safe drive home, man. Thanks for tuning in while you're driving home.
Take care,
And
Dead
with
Man.
your Lonzi lights, make sure you also invest in a fire extinguisher. But otherwise, you're good.
I haven't had any issues with my Ulanzi lights.
I've had a guy in one of the other chat channels on Instagram. He had his catch on fire. So I'm just saying, be wary.
Oh, no.
Just make sure you got a fire extinguisher nearby. Dockinator, man. We got was this Ken Watanabe?
Ken Watanabe.
Thank you.
Yeah.
With a green lightsaber. He's a little out of focus.
Yeah, I was going to say he's a little out of focus.
Yeah.
Or he put a
filter or something.
Like a
Yeah,
I
something's
think it's
going
a filter. His eyes are pretty sharp, but the face is not.
Yeah.
He gives the impression of being out of focus. Then how about that?
Yeah.
I think. Oh, it's not my
Yeah, because I can see his eyes pretty sharply. It's just there's like a weird haze, or it's like.
Was this shot on the phone? Maybe that's why.
It doesn't say.
It doesn't say.
I tell you, his hand looks more in focus than his face. Look at the fingernails and look at the wrinkles.
That's true. The fingernails and you can see that pretty clear.
His hand on that sleeve, the bottom of that sleeve, looked more in focus. That rope on the sleeve looked more in focus than his face.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of around the same focal plane, anyways, right? Like
I think so.
Yeah.
What's that setting all the way at the bottom of Lightroom? Like it starts with an M. I'm trying to look it up now. I can't remember what it's called.
Setting all the way at the bottom starts.
In Lightroom, there's a setting. It's like More or something like that.
Wait, Lightroom or Lightroom Classic?
I'm in regular Lightroom, so it gives that kind of glossy, like you rub Vaseline on the lens kind of effect.
Oh, I don't have that setting. I'm gonna go away now.
I'm looking in my Lightroom. For some reason, I'm not finding it now. But I've played around with that, and that's what it tends to do. It kind of adds a glossy effect to your more well lit, almost like the old Vaseline on the camera trick.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
or the pantyhose.
That was a sneak peek of tomorrow's shot.
Pantyhose.
I'm
used to
wondering
do
if
that
he
too.
had that painted in on that area. Maybe that was an effect he was going for.
It's very possible he might have just upped the softness on it. There is a softness setting in Lightroom. Might have just gone too soft. That could be it as well. But either way, it gives the impression it's out of focus. So
Yeah.
Is there any other critiques though, other than the focus on that?
No, well, he needs. I think he needs some. Some rim light
Brighten it up a little bit.
because
Yeah.
his head is
Overall exposure
blending
is
way
a
too
bit
much
too,
into that background. Yeah,
Yeah.
and
Yeah, there's red.
the shoulder.
Hopefully, cast a little bit more light on that shoulder.
Red,
You know,
yeah.
not, you
And
know,
there's this
photo-
weird thing in the middle. Can y'all see it? It's like a purple highlight in the middle. It's red on the right and left is green. And I kind of like
there's a
that
little
he played
purple
with those
highlight.
colors, but it looks
On the
superficial.
collar there. Yeah.
Yeah, it needs to be sold a little more. It doesn't look natural. Like, especially on his collar. Yeah, like you mentioned, it's way too purple there. I don't know if that's like after
Yeah, it is.
post-processing stuff he did. It doesn't look like it was a natural part of the photograph, though.
Yeah.
Well, we need to separate this guy from this wall some more. I mean, he's just not coming. These lights here, for some reason, are just off.
hmm
So if this isn't plugged in or something, if those lights were on, it would have definitely separated him out from that background, and I think he would have been a lot better off here.
You're right.
So, but other than that, you know, it's just really soft. So either you've got the smoothness turned up too high, or he's out of focus. And with that, Docinator, we're going to move on to Blitzwing 1911. Hey, somebody new. That's nice. This is a cool shot. He's obviously superimposed on a Photoshop background here, though.
Yep.
The Iron Spider, though, the comic book version. Harry, go. Because you like to do these kind of things where they go in a background.
Yeah,
Tell
I think
them
that's
what you need.
that's definitely the first thing that stood out to me. It just looks like he's photoshopped on there. And I think the main problem is because the lighting, it's not matching. Like you're in a very dark alley, but he looks like he's completely lit up.
He looks like he's lit up with a different color temperature
Yeah,
than the background.
yeah.
That's
So
what
the
really
temperature
makes
is
him
not
stand out.
matching. Yeah, and then also you gotta watch out for the focus. It looks like the whole background is in focus.
Yeah.
But
Until you get
but he's
further
also
back
completely in
here,
focus. Yeah. So you might want to, like, if it's on a separate layer anyways, you can just play around with tilt shift. That's where you can actually, you know, blend in, like, from blur to clear. You can do that in Photoshop. I don't know if you're using Photoshop Blitzwing, but if you want to play around with that, that will help sell the depth of the scene.
Yeah.
And then just try and match the lighting. That's the main thing that I've noticed. As
It's
long as you
really
have
difficult to
matching
match
lighting.
the lighting, in my opinion. The easiest way to match the lighting is if this was on a screen and you shot it in front of a screen, because then you could really
You can use
see
that as
in your
reference,
eye
yeah.
before you start trying to figure out, you know, color grading in Photoshop. So,
Yeah.
in my opinion, that's the easier way to do it. If you can get this on a monitor behind it and then light it appropriately, the figure with the lights. So you would want a light source, like a yellowish light source, light one there, maybe.
That's why I always shoot on a monitor, because you see that in real time, so you would know exactly where everything is. So you use that as reference in real time.
But this isn't your best background for this. You want a more solid light source being contributed for this background. So, I mean, this light here coming from these windows wouldn't be enough to light him, to give him any proper lighting. It would be very dim. This isn't some, I don't even know what this light is, but whatever that source is, would be light either.
Oh, you're a little muffled there.
The sky, aka sun, or anything like that, that would constantly light him. That you could merge all this light together. So this wouldn't be a background that I would choose. I would choose something that has some at least a definitive light source that you can work off of and aim a light from to kind of work on your figure with that light source. So I'm gonna do what I do here and bring up one of my examples just to show you guys. And if you've been watching the show, you've seen this already, but bring up Miles. So, in this one here, I use this sign as my light source. and I brought some red lights in and worked with it, and it helped sell, all that there. So just you want to have a light source in your background shot that you're going to be using, so that you can definitely like pull it into that picture and not just kind of have it stuck on top of there. So however way you want to do it, you want to at least be able to marry that light source and emulate it. So,
and this is one of those times where I wish when people would tag you and use your hashtag, that they would remember that you've requested multiple times to tell us what you're working with. Because if this is a cell phone and they don't have any kind of real lighting or something, we can be a little more forgiving with it. I think, obviously, and I can't express this enough, like it's worth $10 a month to get the photographer package from Adobe, because Photoshop, you can just the Pixlr Pro, you can do almost everything you can do in Photoshop. Bigger learning curve though, and you're not going to find the tutorials as easily as like with Photoshop. So if you've got $10 a month, and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Adobe ups that, here soon, just with inflation and stuff. But $10 a month, I mean, $10 can't even buy you a Happy Meal hardly anymore. It's like it's worth $10 a month to get the Photoshop, and you not only get the desktop versions, you get the mobile versions. So even if you're just working with a cell phone, there's so much more you can do, and you could make this photograph so much more sellable. I think the biggest thing with a digirama like this, I don't know if he photoshopped it in the background, but don't be afraid to zoom in your background and just put a Gaussian blur on it. Blur the hell out of it, because we're not looking at your Instagram for the black backgrounds that you stole off of some website. We're there to see what you can do with your toys and your photography. So yeah, just look in the photographer package with Adobe. It's $10 a month. You get the mobile and the desktop apps, and learn Photoshop. It's going to take you a while to learn it and get good at it, but in a year's time, you're going to be making some banging shots, and Maz is going to be like drooling over them.
I drool over a lot of the stuff you guys share with me. I'll tell you.
Yeah.
Pablo, what are your thoughts here, sir?
Everything we just covered, especially what Harry said. That's what stands up the most is the background, and it's just the way he's lit. He's got too much of an orangey, warm light on him, and the background is not that same color. Even if he had blurred the background, it wouldn't match, because the color tones don't match. He would have needed to either color match the background to the figure with the lighting, or vice versa. But yeah, it just stands out way too much. Like, you can tell it's composited. He cut the image out and just put it on top of a background.
Yeah.
Because even the light source that on Spider-Man doesn't match. Like, where is it coming from? Where's the light coming from? There's like no. But other than that,
Instagram cropped his head. Adrian, you're talking about
the Spider-Man shot.
Spider-Man?
Yeah.
Yeah, it happens, man. You got to crop it first, man. You got to tell Instagram where you want to crop it.
Get an app. I think it's on iOS and Android. It's an app called Whiteboarder. I've suggested that numerous times with the toy photography group, especially if you're posting multiple shots, because Instagram forces you into a 1:1 ratio with that. It's a free app. It's really, I actually bought the upgrade to it because you can do extra stuff. But Whiteboarder, get that app and you won't have to worry about it.
Or if you have Photoshop, you can do 4:5 ratio, and that will put the right size.
Yeah.
Ian says torso looks bigger than legs. Looks like the camera isn't straight on with the figure, and the background is straight on.
That's another thing too.
Yeah,
perspective as well. Yeah.
I think if you shot it from a lower angle, the way the alley is going and up like that, that's what's throwing it off. Also, it's just the angle doesn't match.
Yeah, matching perspective is another thing you have to worry about.
Yeah, matching the perspective.
Yeah.
Mike, you got anything you want to add there?
The first thing when I look at this, what I see above all else, is he's really, really super sharp.
Yeah.
And I mean, you could tell it's composited, and that's cool. But I'm just trying to decide if he used Photoshop, then he did a great job making a selection of a mask, because it looks great.
Yeah, the mask is good. We'll give it that.
So hat tip on that if you were using the pen tool or something in Photoshop. But I love backgrounds like that, alleyways and trash cans. But just reiterating what everybody else said. I think the lighting doesn't help it here. And these types of figures are really tough because they're really reflective everywhere, and they have a plasticky look to them, and they can be really tough to light in a way that is, just in an easy way. But just what everybody else said, a little bit of Photoshop, and or Lightroom in there, and maybe a different background or just different lighting on the figure. And I just think you always want a sharp focus on the figure, but I think here it's almost too sharp.
Yeah.
At least the skeleton part coming out of his back is really super sharp. I think it might even be sharper than the figure. I think that's sharper than. Now that I look at it, I think the arms coming out of his back are sharper than the figure itself. And maybe that's what it is for me.
Yeah.
But
I am seeing that too. I think you might be onto something there. They do seem a bit more sharper, but that could also be the way the plastic on the body is highlighted.
Yeah.
There's those white highlights making it look a little.
Look at the tips and look at the ribbing in those arms and those rivets and stuff. I think the joints on those arms, the horns and everything are really, really super sharp. And I don't know if it could be my screen, but I think the focus is more on that than on the figure. But
yeah, you're right. The face on Spider-Man looks a little out of focus. It's not sharp at all.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna move on from Blitzwing here. We're gonna move on to Green Man. This is a really nice shot. This is my favorite ones you've done here, Green Man. I really like the composition of this.
This is different. This is you don't have that filter that he usually has on top.
Yeah, this is really cool, man. Good. I like the little storytelling you got going on here. In fact, I'm hard pressed to find anything to really say I don't like about it. So,
and that's the same diorama he used for his previous ones too. Yeah, it worked out great. It works so good here. Yeah.
Anybody got anything you want to address about this?
I just kind of wish.
I don't know if he has Photoshop, but there's some really good tutorials for like how to create sun rays, in Photoshop. I would have kind of liked to, if I had done the photo, and this is a stylistic thing purely, I would have maybe had some sun rays coming out, as well as done that glow effect a little more on the eyes, just because that's the interesting thing about this. I like how the light's coming out of the eyes there, kind of making a jack-o'-lantern out of, I guess, the Five Nights at Freddy's thing.
That's what it looks like to me.
Yeah, cool shot. I think that the head is, it's just, I don't know what he's working with here. Could have been a little more crisp and focused.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I kind of wish the head was.
The whole thing is, it's like the crack in the wall is in focus. For some reason. And I think he uses a cell phone, so those cell phones, you touch the screen and you kind of force the camera to focus on that.
Yeah,
maybe more focus on the head, but a lot better, a lot more improvement than what I've seen, so far. So
I like that big crack in the middle, that big crevice. I like how it lines up with that shadowy crevice contrasted with the bright head. I like that.
Yeah. It looks great. I mean, other than that, I don't think I would do anything because the way he has it shot and lit, it sells it for what he was going for.
All right, let me address Commander Green. Commander, dude, I send you the link, and I know you got work and stuff, so I get it, man. I can't wait to have you back, of course. That's why I always send you the link. And then Adrian, dude, I'm with you, man.
He's happy.
Harry happy about with that. You too. Look at that, Harry. Can you get that out of any of your Spider-Mans?
I'm just gonna mute you really quick.
I don't think so.
I'm gonna
mute you really quick. I can't hear you. You're welcome, very welcome to send me one, Maz.
I got 2 of them, but no, you're not getting one of mine. My other one's got to be like regular Miles. I got to have Miles and Spider-Man. We're gonna move on from Green Man. This is I like the shot. I like it a lot, Green Man. I see where you're going with that. Those wonderful toys, man. Look at this Elvira.
wow.
This is
Awesome.
cool, man. Let me see what
It's
this
like-
little tab over here. Oh, nice camera settings. Oh, what the
Okay.
frick?
F16.
My phone decided to start talking to me. I didn't hit any buttons or anything.
Siri.
She just stepped up. Is like blah blah blah.
Yeah,
What
she-
the heck?
Sometimes my Mac does that. I'm like talking to someone on the phone on the couch, and it'll start talking to me.
That freaked me out, dude. I mean, I'm used to the
They're
Google
becoming
bitch over
sentient.
here like interrupting my day, but not my phone. That was weird.
They're becoming sentient.
Yeah.
So those wonderful toys. She shot this at f/16, 1.6 seconds, ISO 100,
wow.
and he
23
used a
millimeter.
23 millimeter lens, Canon EOS M50. So he shot at 23 millimeters with the 1545 kit lens.
Okay.
So I love having those settings, guys. If you guys can do that in the future, try to do that. That's awesome. Let's go
I
back
need
to
to
the
remember
shot.
to do that. I need to remember to do that.
Yeah, I
This
always
is the
forget.
NECA Elvira, and I think these are all NECA figures, man. This
Yeah.
is
They are. Those are
Yeah.
the Freddy Krueger dogs from Freddy Krueger. And that's all NECA, man. Those I love that. It's not my
It's a
turn,
great
but
shot.
I like.
I
it.
have this Elvira, but I've only shot her once, and I shot her and I put her on my old account. I haven't put her on the new account. But she's a great figure. It just her breasts are hard to contain. Even in the figure.
Would you like to try?
Well, I mean, it's just that the clothes don't sit quite. They're not tailored right, so like one kind of hangs out a little bit more. Not like nudity hangs out, but just off center kind of. This is annoying, but you can
Yeah, I
see
still
here
haven't-
too. Like
I need to
this
get
side,
that
he's got a
figure.
little bit more going on, and that side, is just covered. But dude, those wonderful toys, man.
This is a really
wow.
cool setup.
I'm liking this. Although I would have used the Halloween 1 Michael, not the Halloween 2 Michael, because I'm biased.
It's
I don't like the
really-
round faced Dick Warlock. I'm sorry to say. I like the.
I think if you're going to go for this long of an exposure, to me personally, it's a bit over bleached with the left side of her face. I don't know what kind of light you had as your main, your key light there. But if you're going to go with this longer exposure, I've actually played with moving the light. If it's anything over a second, you can move your light around and help get that fill light in there and not over bleach. Like, to me, the left side of her face is a little over bleached. Like I'm losing the skin tone. It's just pure white.
Well, she is
And
pretty pale.
Yeah, she is fair skinned, but it shouldn't be like quite that over bleached. Plus, the flame next to her would have been casting a little bit of more color.
yeah,
That's not a flame. It's like a smoke. It's her drink.
Is it?
So she's holding a drink.
Look at the. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. Now that I've, but that would have been my only critique. Is like you could. I think that it's strategically lit, and I can tell that a little post processing was used with it, but maybe don't be afraid to move your lights around. If you're going for anything over a second exposure, you can actually very subtly light some of the more darker areas with that.
I agree. Another thing you could do also is just back that light off a little bit. Not have it as close as it is. Just back it up a bit, and that will help get it more in line and not over bleacher, and yet you can keep everything else the same.
I love that the Freddy glove, though, is just you just see the highlights of his face
Yeah.
and the blades. That's very nice.
Those wonderful toys did a great job lighting everything here. I mean, the only critique, and I agree with you, is that she is a little bit blown out here. But Mike, what do you think here, sir? I know you got a little bit of time left before you got to get out of here, so let's get.
Oh no, what everybody says. I mean, all those figures are great. I love all those NECA figures. I never did shoot anything with the NECA with the Freddy dogs, just because I never did. But good use of those dogs because they're tough to put in a photo. So good job on that. And like you say, you could see the shadow on the chainsaw behind the wall of Texas Chainsaw Massacre figure. So you could tell the light was harsh. I think it's not the same light that was used on Elvira, because that light is coming from more of a front on to give a shadow on the back wall. But just like Crimson said, just kind of maybe move the light around a little bit or so, or soften it up. I know you were really trying to get it really directional and focused here. I could tell. So you didn't want to move it around too much, but good job. I think it looks great. I like the orange, color in the back. And I would say, I was going to ask what kind of set that is, but I see Michael Myers is behind something. So that's not an extreme set, is it? Is that
No, it's an extreme set.
Oh, is it? I've never had one, so they can go behind parts of it and stuff too.
Well, this is a column, so it's just a square piece of. It just squares around. So
Yeah,
but it's all. You can tell it's extreme set by the floor. This is not 3-dimensional. This is a.
Yeah. Looks good. I mean, I see what you were doing. I like it, and and great job with Elvira. She's got a funky leg, but I think the breasts make up for it. So.
And there's extreme sets there in the hashtags. So.
Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah, if I just read, huh? But yeah, no, it looks good, man. And all those figures are great. Like I say, I love the Texas Chainsaw. I wish his chainsaw wasn't so fragile, because when I got mine, I broke the handle like the first day. The very top part, the handle is really flimsy. I had to crazy glue it, but yeah, no, it looks great, man. A good job with Elvira. Her legs remind me of the legs on the neck of Nun. Great looking figure, but those chicken legs, they just would not stand up. And whenever you posed that figure, she had to be leaning against something, because she had this big dress, this Nun, and she had these little chicken legs, kind of like the Elvira legs here. But yeah, good job, man. No doubt, good job, wonderful.
I have to use a stand with her, but even the NECA figures with the stand, they still want to fall over with the stand. I don't understand their stands at all, why they don't work. But
she's
Pablo, any thoughts on this, sir?
Nothing more than we've just added. Yeah, I mean, I agree in that side of her face is a bit bleached out, but I love everything else about it. The
I don't even think that breaks it.
back.
I think that bleached out. I mean, I think it can still work. I think even with that overexposed, it still works because of how pale.
I mean, it looks like it looks like someone had pointed out. Was it R3 Toys? Like it looks like they had been partying all night and the sun just is creeping in. Yeah.
I didn't mean to cut you off with that. I'm sorry.
Oh no, you're good. But overall, I love the shot. Everything looks great. I love the positioning of everything on there. And I like that he added the little lights for the candles on top of the dog.
Yeah, this is nice here. Oh, this is a stool. This is the little NECA. She comes with it. She comes with that skull candle holder. Yeah.
It looks like a dog because
it does. Yeah.
So the two dogs, you got one here and one over here.
Yeah.
But Harry, any thoughts on this one?
Yeah, it looks like her face and that cup was kind of done in post. Like it looks like the lighting doesn't completely match, so I think that was done on purpose. So yeah, I do agree. It could be brought down a little bit. Yeah. So, but I think he meant to do that. So, but yeah, overall, yeah, great shot.
Yep.
I love that you tagged me for those wonderful toys, but you really should have tagged Elvira for this. She sometimes will share things like this.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So she's a real big one to help spread the love. I mean, if you tag her and she likes it, because she does watch her own stuff.
Yeah, oh yeah.
It's a little late now because this is an older post, so it wouldn't show up now. So if you went back and tagged it now, it'd be too far down. So unless she goes back looking at her tags, she's not going to see it because it's going to be dated. But in the future, man, tag Elvira, man. She'll just straight, man, if she likes it.
I'll be right back.
Nomad figures, man. Look at this build real quick. He tagged me for this. This is his little BTS that he did. I love his video editing. I need to learn how to video edit, man. This is crazy.
Oh, I like that's nice.
He uses that cup a lot, man. I love that he uses it in his reels all the time.
You just watch the camera, follow the trash can over with the paint brushes and stuff. That was awesome.
That was awesome. Oh man, I need to make some pallets like that.
I made my pallets out of foam.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. I don't feel like I get the real, because I mean I've worked in warehouses enough to know how pallets are, and they're either made out of really nice wood or they're almost all falling apart, like the wood splintering and stuff. So that's
right.
how I want my foam, right? So so I went more that way. Rippic tan, dude.
Oh,
Oh my
wow.
god, this is cool.
I like that.
This is cool, man.
What happens when you're a
Mike,
bad
go ahead
boy?
and start, man. Because again, I know you're on a finite amount of time, so just
No,
let me know when you gotta go. And
Anytime skulls win, I like it. Anytime skulls are emerging out of fire and everything, it's a winner for me.
we
you
got
know.
some more slides here too. Let's see what we got here. I was hoping there was a beach. Oh, there we go. BTS.
Oh, there it is behind the scenes. Yeah,
Oh,
right
wow.
on. Good job.
Nice.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Some incredible stuff.
Good
And that's
use of
something
those
different.
Walmart
Usually you
skeletons
see
too.
people with their Star
Are
Wars.
those Walmart skeletons? I need to go.
Yeah,
to
those are the
Walmart.
ones that are $4.
I didn't see those in my Walmart. Where were they at?
They sell out so quick, man. Especially shortly right after Sir Dork posted that video where he bought his at Walmart and did the
Yeah.
wash on it. People
Everybody.
started flocking to Walmart and like.
Everybody bought them all.
And
yeah.
if you do find one at Walmart, it's missing an arm or a leg or it's incomplete.
Is it in the Halloween section?
It's in the
Or is
Halloween
it in the
section, yeah. In the Halloween
I
section,
didn't
yeah.
see any of those in there, man. I need to look again. I got some from Kroger, but they don't have any backs to them, so they're basically for just laying down flat.
Oh, okay. No, they're fully articulated. These are. I
Yeah,
mean,
mine can't move either. They're
Ah.
frozen in place. So.
No, these are great.
I'll say right off though, good job at having all the hands on all the skeletons make contact on all points.
Yeah.
Whether he's holding
Yeah.
the wall, whether he's holding Darth Vader's head, whether he's holding Darth Vader's hand, all those hands are making contact on something. So that's a good job on that.
Mhm.
Except for this one. This one's in front of that wall. It's not touching anything.
Well, he's touching the air. He's touching,
Oh,
Little something.
just because the
He's touching
elbow
the
touching
atmosphere.
his
Okay,
arm.
he's touching the atmosphere.
he's touching. That's right. He's touching what don't be.
Otherwise, you're right. Everybody else is touching something.
There's always one bonehead in there, right?
Oh,
what
hey, he might be like in, he's in that movement to grab the wall. So
Yes. But yeah, no, I think it looks good. I
Yeah, it looks
like it.
great.
I like that you did, you didn't stick with one like just Star Wars on Star Wars. You tried something, mixed it up a little bit. I like that. And the lighting is good. I like the way it draws your attention right to the middle, like these skeletons are coming out of the inferno and they're pulling Darth Vader in. Nobody stands a chance against hell.
I'm gonna start filming Walmart. That's all I'm saying. I'm gonna be filming
not even
Walmart.
Vader. Not even Vader.
Not even Vader with his lightsaber going off to the side there. It's not going to do him any good, man.
Nope.
He's just trying to get out at this point. He's like, "Oh my god!"
He's just
Yeah.
trying to save himself somehow.
It's
But
a
this
great
is the
shot. I
new
love
Vader
this
too
shot.
from Boba Fett or from
Obi-Wan.
Obi-Wan, because it's got the damage. That's pretty cool. I'm really digging this shot, man. This is a really nice use of. Actually, I kind of like this tight version here.
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
I think this is one of my favorites, man.
Yeah.
This one's not
It is
bad
not-
though.
The other one is better. I like the way the skull head is cut off coming out of the frame and stuff. It looks tighter. It looks more dramatic.
See, on that shot, it works. Cutting the way he cropped the skull head, because he's not the main focal. It's Vader, so it works there. Unlike when the Spider-Man shot that we were talking about earlier, where he cut just that little tip of the top of the head.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that Adrian's gonna revisit that shot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
R3 Toys is making a good mention here about the embers that he's got going in front of Vader here. It doesn't make a lot of sense the way these are at here.
It's too uniform.
Placement of these is just kind of off. A good trick though, if you're using Photoshop, Rippic, go ahead and make this a layer mask and then invert it, and that way you can just paint in the embers where you want them. So you could just paint them in kind of like right in here, not so much in front of Vader like this. Right in here. That's the best way I found to paint these in is just to paint them in with the mask and not try to subtract or anything like that, but paint them in with the mask so we can paint them exactly where we want them. But these embers are working great. But the ones
and add a motion blur because embers are going to be moving.
Yeah, these have no motion to them at all too, so it's kind of weird.
Yeah,
these don't look so bad, but these are kind of weird. All right, any more on this one, or are we gonna move on?
We can move
This
on.
is
I really love the
bonehead
shot.
question probably, but does that panel on Darth Vader, is that actually light up or is that in post?
No,
That's in post.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
those
think
are
it's
a little too bright. That's what I was going to say. Is those panel lights? I think, especially with the backlight,
Yeah.
would have.
And it's a Black
Yeah,
Series
yeah.
Darth
Yeah.
Vader, so yeah, it does not
I
light
would
up.
have
Yeah,
gone
no,
a
that's
lot
in post.
less on those panel lights because they're drawing the eye too much to his chest.
Yeah.
You Adrian says I have a clock tower coming in for a new shot. That's what I'm waiting on, and I just got my macro lens. That's
With
awesome,
a
dude.
Doc Brown figure, maybe
Maybe,
Right on.
maybe.
Clock
Yeah,
That's
for the
my
tower.
buddy
macro lens.
JK again.
jumping gigawatts.
Oh wow.
Dude, look at this Mark
This.
Walker
Jeez.
photo, man. Now this is tight,
Now,
dude.
this shot is awesome.
This is tight. Mike, go ahead and you can go ahead again because
You throw me out there. I like it. I don't know. Forgive me. I don't know the figure.
Deathstroke.
But
Deathstroke.
I definitely see the angle is great. You could see the handle of the sword and the tip, and he didn't try to make everything sharp. I like that. It shows the depth. It shows the action of how he's going to come down. There's a lot of tension in this shot, and I like the blue, the highlights of the
One
red
second.
and the handles. I think it's a good shot. I like it.
Oh yeah.
It's a good shot.
Chris, any extra thoughts on that, or pretty much the same? Or
I want to know what, I don't know if that's supposed to be snow or what, but I don't know if that's that looks like a practical effect. If it's not, I want to know how the heck he sold it so well digitally.
it looks like it's practical. It looks like it's fake
Yeah.
snow.
Yeah, that great job with that. Yeah, it's the focal length is very tight, so the stuff that's out of focus comes out of focus like really quickly. I would have maybe increased the aperture just a hair, just my personal taste, but
All right.
I don't know. It's like with the shot, it kind of sells the motion of it and stuff. I can tell that he's got katana. It does look like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle katanas.
He's got his own katanas though, so they could be his. I don't know.
I don't know, but it's I do like the blue and the orange. I mean, always, there's a great complementary colors.
Can't go wrong with that.
Can't go wrong with
cannot go wrong with blue and orange. So I'm glad that he used some kind of colored lighting, because I think if he had used just natural lighting or something, it wouldn't have popped the figure as much. So
Yeah.
And this is a much better use of his diorama background than what he did with the Two-Face.
yeah, I would have maybe cut the total color temperature down just a tad myself.
It would have desaturated that orange though. Wouldn't have looked right. I don't think.
Oh, you could do a selective thing in either Lightroom or Photoshop with that, either a layer mask in Photoshop, but you can bring the temperature down without compromising your orange highlights there.
Harry, what are your thoughts, Mister? I'm going to comment on people's Instagrams and not pay attention to
on this shot actually. So
I comment on a post I'm tagged in.
yeah,
Just give me a crap, man. So what do you think, man?
I don't know. I don't think it's anything negative I can say about the shot. Like it's
All right.
It's
Fair enough.
amazing. I feel like looking at here on my phone, it looks like he's a bit out of focus. So I think maybe focus more on his face.
I think that's part of the motion blur because he is falling, or at least that's what they're
that's all
depicting here. It looks like
possible,
he's falling, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, but everything else is amazing. Yeah, the lighting is perfect and the angle is on point. So nothing
if you're able to zoom in on it, like on a bigger screen, his eye is actually a little in focus.
Yeah, you can see his eye.
You can see his eye, like you can see the eye.
The figure's standing, but I think they're actually going for a falling look. I don't know. I could be wrong, but that's what's selling it to me is like a falling look.
It does look like he's like, and over the way he has it cropped, it looks like he's falling.
Yeah, he's leaping or something there.
Yeah. But I mean, of course, the trick is to make that falling as easy as you can. So why not shoot him standing? So, let's see. That white foam is from in the BTS is a great light modifier. Yeah. Yeah, this phone here.
Yeah,
the foam right there. Yeah,
it's really nice. Really nice.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna move on.
Okay.
Because we got so far to go. Mad like a predator
Ooh.
who's shooting aliens. That's why he's mad like a predator. He's shooting aliens.
Another extreme set.
Yeah.
Yep.
Another extreme set. He's even got the Ripley alien from Resurrection here.
Mm-hmm.
Abomination.
I thought the Pred alien was Abomination. I don't know.
No, this is definitely
No,
more
this is definitely. Yes. I agree with Harry on that one.
Yeah.
All right,
at it.
Mike, are you
Look
ready?
at
Did we give you enough time to look at it?
Yeah, no problem, man. Absolutely. You know, these figures are also full of texture, and I love all the texture in this kind of figure. I really like that a lot. I like in the one figure camera left there that's sharp in focus. You know, he's got a good amount of highlights, a good amount of shadows. There's nothing really missing in any of the information in the highlights. They're complementary, and they just kind of show the depth of the figure. This guy in upper camera right kind of waving into the frame there. You know, I'm a fan of that one. I like his face, man. I almost wish he was the center of attention in this one, just because, just the angle. It looks really cool.
The Abomination.
Yeah, I know everybody's a fan of atmosphere, but sometimes I think it really makes a shot lose contrast, and I think this shot could have been a little more contrasty, just to make it pop out. I know that you want some atmosphere in there, but I think it could use a little more contrast. The darks are a little bit grayed and not
muted.
So yeah. I think it could go for a little bit more, punch to it with some contrast, or even some clarity, or even in Lightroom, dehaze would help that out a little bit.
Yeah,
Just a real quick.
Or even Lightroom, you just use a different filter. Like it's got presets on there, and there's some that just go ahead and give you that contrast that would darken these guys up and not make them so matte.
Yeah.
Because I kind of like the matte on the backgrounds and stuff, letting that haze there. But I would want to bring up the actual figures. These are the Haya Toys alien line here.
Oh, are those the Haya Toys?
Yeah, these are the 1/18 scale stuff, man.
That's very detailed for that scale.
Yeah, I like the Haya Toy aliens, man. I don't have the warriors like this though. I have the dome heads better. The big chap type look. The resurrection one is my favorite. But
and this is just a suggestion, but if you could make, you can look online and you can make like ooze, like clear ooze, easily. You just using easily store-bought materials, but
or you can do that.
Put that in, like that. Yeah, put it in the mouths of this.
That's tomorrow's shot, guys. By the way, sorry.
Yeah. And the posing of the figure all the way on the right, the one that Mike said that, should have been the emphasis, that posing is doesn't work for me. Something more menacing, like especially as long and as those things, just something like, without crowding the shot too much, make it look like you're about to get, ripped apart.
That's what it looks like here. It looks like this guy found you down in your hole looking out. It's kind of the feel I get.
Like they found him down there. Like
because it looks like he's grabbing onto he's open or pushing up on that thing on top.
Yeah.
I think if his hand was a little further up, I think it would have sold it better.
Yeah.
Or if you could pivot, I'm not sure if on these you can pivot that hand back a little bit. That probably would have helped it
they
too.
got pretty good articulation, man. They articulate a lot like a Mayfax figure.
Okay, so I would have probably pivoted that hand a little up, like back, and then push the arm up a little bit more to give it like he's about to crouch under where you're at. So.
I need to get the Haya Toys Godzilla, man. The Figure Mania show.
I want to get those. I want to see how they are.
Oh well, Figure Mania show did a review on it, man. That thing is phenomenal. I can't wait to get it.
Oh man!
As soon as
I know the Bandai ones are expensive.
He's $50 for a Haya Toys Godzilla.
That's not bad because I think the Bandai, the one that I'm looking at is like 100, I think.
He according to the review that Figure Mania show did, the Haya Toys one is better than the SH Figure Arts.
Ooh, okay.
And it's cheaper. So
yeah, that's the only reason I haven't bought one from SH Figure Arts is because the price point.
Yeah, I'm saving for the Haya Toys one, man. As soon as that drops here from either Big Bad Toy Store or Amok Time is where I got my Pred Alien from Haya Toys. So
okay, cool.
But I'm digging this shot, and I agree. I think
Mhm.
these guys, just the figures, need a little bit more of that contrastiness to bring them out of that funk a little bit. Maybe dehaze them just a little bit, depending on the easiest way you go about that. But that's the effect I'm aiming for. Just kind of get that, lose some of that matte on them.
Yeah.
Because aliens are a bit more slimy and glistening typically.
Yeah.
You know, so you want to kind of play to that.
They're moist.
Any other
Yeah, they're
thoughts on
moist.
these guys?
They're moist.
No. All right.
Nope. I think we hit all the points on that one.
Moving on. Ian Sanders
Ooh,
photography. Spider-Man
This is
Noir.
nice.
It's a nice
See, this is a nice black and white photo.
Yeah.
It was a dark
Turtle
and
slapper.
It's nice.
The dame entered my office and she had legs for days.
Now, see, Dead Man Juan, he digs that low contrast. And
Where's the air
have that
coming
right.
from?
You have that right. Who wants to go in on this one first? Mike?
Okay.
You said you had to go. So I'm just making sure you get on the go.
Hat tip for going black and white. I always say that because it's a tough thing to do, but this would be the perfect figure with the perfect outfit for it. You know, and I like the highlight in the brim of the not the brim, but what's the top part of the hat up there? I like that. I like that the outfit has the highlights in there to break it up and from the background. I like the pose, that way that cape or the jacket is flared out there. I like that. And it could just be my monitor, but it probably is just my monitor. I get a little bit of a gray to a light green, but it's probably just Instagram or my monitor. But I like it. I think it's a cool looking shot, man. That's really all I can't really say anything bad about it. I mean, it looks good. I like it. It's a great looking figure too. I'm tripping on the 64 ISO, man. That's pretty low. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I'd like to know why my camera can't do 64. Mine's the bottom's out at 100.
Yeah. It's I don't know. I think mine has ISO 50, but I never use that. I always do ISO 100, but yeah, it's those are interesting settings. ISO 64, 1/60th of a second, and 3.2. That's it's interesting to see.
That's a lot of light you're either shoving at that figure or somehow getting let into the faster shutter speed and the low ISO and the F. I mean,
and he's low down with his camera angle, so he's kind of almost shooting for the face to be in focus. And at 3.2, there's going to be some fall off between. You could see the bottom of the figure and the top of his face, and I'm not the top of his face, but the brim of the hat that covers his face, because he's a little bit lower. So there's going to be a little bit of with that 3.2. There's going to be some, focus fall off.
Angle for the shot is just on point, man.
It's perfect. I love it.
I'm loving everything about it. I mean, the way he's shooting it. I mean, you got the perfect, depth of field blurs here on this, the debris here on the ground, and then his face is on point here. I'm in love with this shot, dude. And of course, he also says he added a grain to simulate film in camera.
That's awesome.
So if you're using Lightroom, you can add grain as well as take it out.
I need a jacket like that, man. I need to.
There's his BTS using extreme sets there.
Extreme sets, man.
Who's saying they're scared? Yo, Adrian, yeah. See, he's using extreme sets right here. They're working great for him. Working great for Ian Sanders.
Yeah.
Just saying.
I mean, I can't knock them. I don't use them, but I build my own stuff. But
if you light them right, they work great. I mean, like here, granted, it's all really dark out. You really can't.
So that's the staircase camera left end that's blurred out.
Right. Yeah. That foreground.
Yeah. No, I like it. That's a great looking shot, man. Good job. I wondered why it had the film grain at ISO 64, but it's good to say that he added it in there, because at 64, unless it was really low light and underexposed and you try to bring it up, it would be grainy. But with ISO 64, you wouldn't have any grain at all. So yeah, the film noir. Looks good, man. Good job.
R3 Toys, he says the 78 millimeters at 3.2 really shows how well you can get depth of field and background accuracy by zooming in to bring the background forward toward the figure. And I agree, man.
Yeah.
Just a awesome shot here, Ian Sanders.
Is that a Sigma lens?
I can't tell.
It's like a Sigma art lens. I don't know. It's black.
The depth of field on this is making it bokeh. I can't read it.
Looks like a Sigma.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the kind of toy photo that I really wouldn't object to buying a print of and hanging up on a wall. I mean, it's just very well done, very well executed, and I don't know if I would have any critiques other than I'm not a big fan of the cigarette smoke prop. I would have preferred maybe more of a practical, but it works with this photo because I don't know the figure came. It looks like the figure came with that, but I'm not a superhero.
No, that's one of the props from the Pink Skulls from Mezco.
Oh well, it fits the figure perfectly. I would have thought that would have been a
it's one of the that new Chaos Club set that came out from Mezco last month came with a pack of lit joints and then just non-lit joints, and then it's got the smoke effect.
Nice.
So Ian says that lens is a Sony G Master lens, by the way, and he did a 24 by 70 millimeter lens, but he had a lens tube on it, so it made it 78 millimeters.
Yeah, Ian's been trying to sell me on extension tubes.
Yeah, the lens.
That's what he means. But,
he's all about that.
If you get them, get Kenko. Don't get the cheaper ones. Get Kenko. They're the best one.
I'm saving up for kind of what Moz has. I have the same camera as Moz, and I really want a 100 millimeter.
I don't have a lens tube though. I got a just an EF to EFM adapter. That's all I got, or vice versa.
Yeah.
R3 Toys is actually a great way to get multiple people on the same focus plane at low f-stops. When I photograph teams, I use a 70 to 200 at 2.8 and just back up and zoom in, and it keeps them all sharp. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. It's good to know that. This is David, Collector's Orbit. Again, he's not really participating, but we just kind of appreciate this for a minute. Just love on that. Collector's Orbit, always rocking.
Yep.
Some awesome shots.
That foil is a great reflector because it breaks up the reflection. And that's
another one of David's too.
That one.
That's nice.
Freaking David, man.
I like that one, man. That other one. Yeah. Real nice.
Good stuff. But I want to kind of rush through the stuff we don't need to. No comments yet, man. Casper CDG, man. Look at the turtles, man. Look at this.
What's up, buddy?
Harry, you got your phone, man. Comment on this man's stuff.
I think
I beat him to the punch.
I don't know what's going on. I think there's like
an F5 and refresh.
There's a filter that's kind of standing out to me the most.
Yeah, it's got.
Yeah, it does have a filter on there. It does look like a filter on there.
Like it looks like it's got that kind of filmic look, kind of. And I don't know if it's working well with like a shot like this when it's all well lit up.
Yeah, it does make it kind of a little too bright or something. Just kind of
like HDR filter, maybe.
Yeah, like if you're gonna go with like a filmic look like that, I feel like you should have a more dramatic lighting rather than just like flat 1 point lighting.
Or either way, the filter's making it look very flat, even if it's not.
It's the filter. Yeah, the filter's with killing it a little bit.
Yeah.
And I feel like maybe just play around with the angle a little bit, like make it maybe like a OTS shot over Mikey's shoulder or something. You don't have to.
That would be great.
But Mikey's got the busket, man. You gotta give the busket some love.
Yeah,
I think this photo would have done better outside too. I'm not a particular.
You and your outside,
fan
man.
of
We
that.
can't control the environment.
I'm not a fan of that set. The set's not screaming.
It's not scaling properly, I think.
Yeah.
Mike, what do you think?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, first of all, hey Casper, buddy. I like the texture in the turtles. I think what you say. I think it's suffering from some kind of color cast that's diminishing everything.
Yeah.
There's this. I think I don't know what filter it is, like you say, but there's a filter in there, and it seems to be like some orange color cast on there. It's taking the greens away. It's it's taking that red down also. But aside from that, I'd like to have a Ferrari in my, what is that? Are they in a garage or a living room? I don't know. But they're having a good time. It doesn't scale right, but you know what? Sometimes it just doesn't need to, I guess.
Yeah, it's true. No, but I think if he had it further back.
Yeah. If he stood back from the whole thing with a wider angle lens, then
again, I mean, I don't know. I can't remember if Casper said he has a camera or this is his phone. But
did he?
Probably
Oh no,
his phone. It looks like a phone.
But yeah, I think
R3 Toys is saying looks odd because people are usually photographed with the lens at around 5 feet off the ground. This one looks like the camera angle is just a tad too high, looking down rather than straight on.
Yeah.
Yeah, if he was at a lower angle, yeah.
Different. Just try a different angle.
It is a clean car, though. They did a good job.
I want to know if this is Cameron's dad's car.
Roll back that odometer.
Yeah. You got to put it on the stilts and have it, speeding backwards. That'd be awesome. This is a cool shot, though. I like where you're going with that. But yeah, whatever filter you're using, Casper, is just a very harsh filter here. I don't know what that is, but
and when you use a filter, I'm personally not a fan of filters ever. I don't ever use a filter, but you have to kind of look at the photo and say, if you're going to use a filter, does it really add something to the photo? Because sometimes it'll just ruin a photo, or sometimes I guess it'll in one brushstroke make a photo have some sort of dramatic impact. I'm not saying it will improve a photo, but it will definitely give it some dramatic impact. And if I was to ever use a filter, I would look at it and say, what exactly is this adding to my photo? And do I like it? I would look at the highlights, how the filter is affecting the highlights and the shadows. And if it's muddying or over brightening any of those things up, or changing color, changing the colors, then I would not use it unless that's the effect you're going for. But
yeah, there's presets I've actually just thrown out because they tend to either overblow out something and make it a weird harsh contrast between the two tones that should be pretty meld together and stuff. Particularly like in fire, like the highlight as a fire would be like so blown out that the rest of the
out of gamut. Yeah.
So those are times I've thrown out those presets. I'm like, oh, this is obviously not going to work for this one. Move on. And half the time when I'm looking at presets and or filters or whatever, I'm juggling through my filters for like a good 20-30 minutes. I go through all of them, and I'm like, is there anything here is going to help me do this picture any better? And usually I'll find one that does sell the picture a little bit better in the color than but a lot of the times it's very minimal. Like the color correction is just so minimal. R3 Toys is talking about learn gradient maps in Photoshop, and you may never purchase a filter again.
Yep.
There you go.
Yep.
So I need to learn gradient maps, apparently. All right.
Yeah, and I think the more I use Lightroom, the more I tend to edit a photo with my own presets, and learn to save your own presets, because you never know when you're going to use them again.
It's a nice shot.
This is those wonderful toys added again here. The same one that did the horror lineup, with all the cool things. Looks like the focal point's right around here, the fire.
I love the shot, but I think the lighting cast on the characters needed to be a bit more orangey.
Yeah, you need some light from the fire on the characters.
Because the light from the light source on them is making them too white, and it doesn't match with the light source coming from the
it wouldn't look
trash
like
can.
this.
Yeah,
that's the only
overall. I mean, the shot is awesome, though. I love the shot.
That being said, this looks like a stage play. And that might have been the effect he was going for. If he was trying to sell this as this is a stage play, 100%.
Perfect.
Looks like looks like stage lighting.
That's true.
Yeah.
But even
another thing you need to do to sell this, if you're making it real, is you need to add some smoke to this, some vapor or smoke or something, because that You want to add that atmosphere, some aerosol.
And I think there would be a
smoke
little bit
near here.
There should be a little bit of that light bleed on that back wall too.
Yeah.
Is that a dog or a cat? Because
It's a dog.
cat,
It's the mystical
Big ass
John Wick.
cat.
It's a
I was gonna say,
dog.
if it's a cat, it's a little out of scale, but
OG fan says looks like a Broadway play.
it does.
I am
It does
It
look
does.
like
Yeah.
I grew up
it
in
actually
theater, and this totally
It does.
looks like.
Since you brought that up,
R3
Crimson, it does look like a Broadway, like a stage. Like it does look like it's a play.
R3 Toys, Crimson Viper, totally agree. I learned from Renee Robin that every time I make a color grade edit or something like that, I always label it and save it as a preset. I have hundreds of my own.
Yep.
I
Same.
need to learn how to make my own presets. I do.
Yeah, I've made a lot of presets, a lot of actions, and a lot there's even some that I don't even use anymore. I have a huge library that I need to go back and just get rid of some stuff because that takes up RAM. So I need to.
And in Lightroom, if you notice a filter you like, there's usually a little more like this you can click on.
Yeah,
And I've always tried to save those. And yeah, you do have to kind of, keep an eye on how many you have. You can have too much and then it becomes overwhelming. But learn when another thing is when you use a preset, look at what settings, like scroll up and down the settings, look at what that preset is modifying that's getting the effect that you like, and then you can go in and kind of do the same effect yourself and make your own presets that way.
Mike, is there anything you want to add to this? And how are you doing on time, sir? I don't want to.
No, I'm cool. I good job. I see these figures a lot lately, and I really like them. It looks like here the focus was on camera left figure, and because the garbage can is soft, and camera right figure's head is soft. So I think camera left is the one that's most in focus. And like Pablo said, I think the main light here that the scene should have been built around probably was the fire. And even though it's a fire, prop that's I would have created a little bit more orange center orange glow in there somewhere. But aside from that, I mean, I think it's great. I might have took that dog out because to me, it's really front in the photo and it's blurry. And so my eyes naturally want to go there to try to figure out what it is. But
yeah, but this guy over here,
he's trying to feed the dog. He's making eye contact with that dog and he's offering
that
that bread.
trying to feed the dog.
Yeah.
I think the dog maybe move him a little closer toward the figure and it would have brought him a little more in focus. So he wouldn't have been so blurred. That probably
scaled better too.
help.
Or open your aperture up a little bit so you get or close.
Well, great job. It's a great looking setup. And I mean, you can't really say anything other than what everybody else has said about it. I see those figures a lot, and I think they look pretty cool. I should get some of those. But
oh yeah.
Yeah, I want to get. I pre-ordered that new one that they announced the hobo.
Okay.
I got that one on pre-order. I can't wait.
Who makes these figures?
It's
Damn Toys?
No, damn toys. Yeah, damn toys.
Okay.
Oh, damn toys.
Damn yois.
Yeah, they say damn yours here, but let's move on here. That's JK stuff. Here's a Unicorn Warrior, man.
Whoa.
Daniel with a little bit of love with the Predator and the rain effects. He is not tagged Toy Maz though. He tagged me, so
Wow.
we can't critique. He's just tagging me because he loves me.
It's a gorgeous shot though. I like that Predator.
Yeah, it's a really cool effect. I'm digging this Predator too, man.
Yeah.
Stalker Predator by NECA official apparently. So
Be right back, by the way.
Oh.
really cool stuff, man. Let us move on here. We got The Exorcist.
Nice.
Those
yeah.
this is killing it here, man. This is
Okay.
awesome.
There's the neck and nun. Look at her.
Yep. There's the neck.
Chicken legs.
Did a great job with her too. The great effect on her eyes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's also because that's how she looks in the movie. Like she's always looked at like not so lit, but her eyes are always.
That was a good movie, man. I like
It was.
Yeah.
R3 Toys, man. Are the younger viewers going to know what a payphone is?
Hey, I saw that payphone in that set, and I wondered if it was part of the Extreme set because it looked really good.
Mike, don't you have payphones that you've made too?
Yeah, I do have payphones that I
How much
make.
you charge for a payphone? I kind of might want one.
Well, I got some, but yeah, no, that the payphones, man.
Oh, you having something doing you good? How much you charge for them so I can buy one?
Well, in your scale though, I'd have to make one in your scale.
Well, 112 is what I'm shooting at because
Oh, is
I
it?
don't
Oh,
want to do
okay.
1.6 so much. Yeah.
Oh,
I'm gonna
okay,
do more
I got
112
112
stuff.
ones. I like this.
Do you have them on your site, Mike? Do you have the payphones on your Etsy?
I do. I have them on my website. And yeah, just on insightfulimagery.com. And you just go to props. I think I have the STL file too for those who print their own stuff. But I do have
My
the
printer's
payphone.
dead. I've given up on printing.
Oh no!
I'm not gonna buy
Well,
another
I can
screen
print it
for that
for you.
thing. It's the third one I've had to buy. I've already now paid
Ooh.
for the printer twice because of that screen
Dang!
and gotten 3 months of use out of it. Just not happening.
No, man.
Oh no!
I like this shot here. I like it. The only thing that really prop wise that bugs me about it is the stiff bed sheets. I wish
You gotta mess
yeah.
with that bed more. Yeah.
Yeah.
that's just and this it's not really a problem with the shot. I just wish they draped down a little bit more of the bed. But
Physics.
I
is
love
like
it. I love
that.
these kind of shots. I love those kind of figures. I love those movies. Good job. And good job holding that nun up. You have to put her on something because she will fall over. She has
Well, she's holding the end of the bed frame, it looks like. So
yeah.
So she's hanging out that way, holding the end of the bed frame.
I probably would have
Yeah.
repositioned the hands.
What? Who's
Yeah.
her hands?
Her.
Nuns?
No, not the nun's hands. Her hands.
On Reagan. On Reagan.
Reagan. I think they need to be. I think they're facing the wrong way to sell.
Yeah, I guess, or maybe have the wrist out so that she's actually holding herself up or something.
Yeah, but other than that, I mean, that's just a nitpick thing. But I love the shot overall. The lighting's great on it.
Yeah,
I
this
remember
whole
those.
shot I think is really good. I mean, the only thing you could really pick apart on this, I think, if anything, is just some of the props and or the pose. I mean,
Yeah,
and even then, you're hard pressed. I mean, I think Mike's got the only thing you really talk about is the bed needs to be messier.
or
It's the
not
only
so
thing
stiff.
really-
Like it needs to
The
it
sheet
needs to
has
fall
to-
draw like naturally, and it's not doing it because it's so
Sheet
stiff.
needs to have physics.
Yeah,
Her mom used
I mean, if this is the part where she's flopping up and down in the bed in the movie,
yeah. Her mom
you know,
used too much starch.
and-
You
yeah,
remember the things that this girl would say in the movie? It's hilarious, man.
yeah, we're not gonna
Yeah.
reiterate
We
that.
can't do that here.
We can't reenact that now.
Let's see what else we got. I want to try to wrap these up here if we can. Did we go over Kratos last week?
Kratos.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, we did.
No.
We did.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we
Ah,
did. Mhm.
12,
I guess I
that's-
missed that last week.
Yeah, this is a
Oh,
cool
I just
shot. This is
noticed that
the
he
God of
has
War
a-
3 Kratos, man. I have this Kratos. He's awesome.
I just noticed he has that demon skull from from the Legion shot
Yeah.
on the top of the throne.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
we're all done
Yeah,
here.
we're
Let
caught
me
up,
end
yeah.
the pictures
Nice.
here real quick because I had somebody asking here about how to tag me or whatever, and just make sure we're not missing anything. Did we go over this one? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, we mentioned that the light, there wasn't enough rim light.
Yeah. Not enough rim lights.
Never enough rim light.
And the posing was off.
Yeah, it looks like we got everything. I
Yep,
got one
think
more
so.
one more shot I want to talk about real quick, or actually a couple of shots of mine I want to talk about. So I did in case you guys are just tuning in a little late, here's my ordinary day. So if you guys want to participate in ordinary day, make sure you
Nice. Do mine.
hashtag ordinary day, and you also hashtag toy Moz, and then you tag Moz_toy_box, and at the end
On
of
the
the month,
photo.
Mike,
Make sure to
I'm
tag
sorry?
it on the photo.
yeah,
Make sure they tag it
tag
on the photo.
Don't use the @ and then whatever in the comments. You got to tag me in the photo for it to end up my tag files. And Mike is got a trash can that he's gonna be giving out. You got one on hand, Mike, or do
Yeah.
I need to find that picture?
No, find the picture. I got one up here in the box. I can get it.
No, I'll grab the picture.
Okay.
All right.
Find the email here.
My shop's a mess. Look at that messy background I got. Look at that.
Hey, that's how we know
Story
that
of my life.
you're at work. How far along are you in the Jeep?
Man, let me tell you about this Jeep, man. So, this Jeep, I modeled some roll bars for this Jeep that I'm gonna probably print out this weekend for the Jeep. I repainted it. I took it all apart. I repainted it to this army kind of green. I'm gonna once this dries, I'm gonna go through and do a black wash and paint in the the details that are there. I'll set Popeye in here and show you real quick. But yeah, he's looking really good, man.
There's the trash can. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a trash can Mike's made for you guys. Maybe we'll get some more stuff in the future. I don't know, but what's up, brothers, cousin? What's up, Jay? How you doing?
Oh,
I was on Jay's show this morning. We were talking about the classic Predator, his Good Morning Grails he has on his channel on Tuesdays. But yeah, this is the prize that Mike is donating to the show. We're gonna go back to your Jeep here in a second, Mike.
No problem, man.
For the ordinary day, and here's a great example of an ordinary day. So this is
I like
kind of
the
stuff.
poke on that fishing line. That's nice.
mhm.
Yeah, considering it's a metal wire, and it would look really funny if it wasn't bokeh.
It looks good. Looks good.
Yeah. It does work really well. And this is just plastic wrap here on the ground here for water effect. So yeah, just take a shot of any character, an ordinary day doing ordinary things. Mike, of course, has also got a picture of this is Popeye is throwing out some trash, just an ordinary day thing. And we're not going to judge on the quality of the pictures because not everybody is on the same playing field as far as photography wise, but we will do a random number generator on the people that participate properly. So as long as they're following the guidelines, we will add them to our random number generator. And we'll do an ordinary day. What do you got there for that Jeep there, Mike?
So I took a Tonka Jeep that I bought at the flea market, and I've tore it down and I've repainted it. And I've got Popeye in here, and I modeled some roll bars that I'm going to print out and put on here. And I've got some, of course, the tires and stuff. We just cleaned them up, and I'm painting those. And then, but I ordered a Cricut, the little Cricut Joy, so I could print decals and stuff and military decal this up a little bit.
Nice.
And so yeah, but this is what I'm working on now. This is my current thing. I'll have a photo.
It almost looks like my Jeep when you're done.
Yeah.
Mine's a four-door though. So it never will.
Yeah. So is mine. I got the sissy Jeep. I should have got the Rubicon or something, but instead I got the stinking Grand.
Yeah, I got the Rubicon here at the house, the 2014 Rubicon. Although I might be trading it in next year for the Bronco.
Look how good Popeye fits in there. He holds the
Yeah,
wheel
he
in
fits in there
perfect,
perfectly.
Yeah.
Yeah, so when I'm done with this, I'm going to go outside. I'm going to do some Sir Doric outside photos. And,
Nice.
I'm going to get outside of my
outside
studio.
before in your videos.
Huh?
I've seen you shoot outside before in your videos.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen you.
Yeah.
A little late, Harry.
What's up, Harry?
Hooray.
But yeah, this is my ordinary day. This is something I just shot to kind of give you guys a feel for that. Another shot I did this week was The Thing versus Superman because I'm really liking the Superman figure.
I love that.
This
ripple
shockwave,
effect.
I had a hard
Yeah.
time doing that, but I don't know. It kind of works.
Yeah,
Thank
it
you for
works.
the super sticker, Harry. Woohoo!
Thank you, Harry.
Oh,
I
look
don't
at
have
that.
all kinds of weird noises, but I'll make them for you if you want. Yeehaw! Woo! Ha-ha! Woohoo!
That's worth $3, right?
Yeah, is that worth $3 to be embarrassing myself like that? That's awesome. But then I posted this picture and I got all these people saying Superman would make him into a pile of rubble, and I'm like, oh,
Who cares?
don't need that.
Who knows?
But I had fun with this, and this is all. The fire is just nothing but cotton with lights in it. Warm tone lights. Here's one in the foreground, one in the background. This shot here, more fire, and this is another figure I got this week. The Raven Spawn. I got him for. He was on clearance, by the way, at GameStop, so I got him for like $10.
Oh,
Nice.
nice.
I like that mouth on him. That looks cool.
Yeah, he looks awesome, man. Look at that.
God, that looks good, man.
I added, some of that Spawn effect here for the.
That looks good.
That's
Yeah.
cool. Yeah, that's a
Good
great
job.
shot.
Is that more the cotton ball fire?
Yep. Right.
This
I
is
need
a
to
cotton
do-
ball fire back here, yeah.
I need to
That's
do
all.
some of those. I keep telling myself I'm going to make some, but that looks really good because you can see
Yeah.
the outline of it. I like that.
Yeah, it works out really well as long as you get the bokeh right. If you don't get the bokeh right, it doesn't quite
Yeah.
play out. It's really tough.
Well, I
I
like
did a
his.
BTS for this one on my
Yeah.
Instagram. So let me pull that up real quick while we're
I like
doing.
to see the bottom of him, and it looks like you're seeing him through the heat wave.
Yeah.
It looks really good. I like that.
Let me bring up that BTS real quick. I used the song by Orbital and Kirk Hammett, though, Satan, on the Spawn soundtrack.
Oh, nice.
Kirk Hammett.
Yeah,
Oh, I haven't heard that song.
it's on the Spawn soundtrack from the '90s movie.
Oh, okay.
Well, Todd McFarlane was supposed to announce and post stuff about the new movie, but he delayed it till tomorrow.
But yeah, this is all my lighting here. I got a reddish orange light here on the ground, so it gives you that I'm gonna use this here. Gives you this light down here to kind of make it look like the fire is all around them. It's not just back here.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it looks good. Not even the flame, just the heat and the glow.
Yeah,
that you
just the
see
heat.
through.
Oh, dang it! It doesn't stay
Yeah.
paused. I hate that.
Looks good.
But it adds to that heat look, and of course I blew vape / smoke through the scene.
Of course.
And I used a Mafex stand to hold this alien up because it worked out just right.
Looks great.
I had one overhead light here, just a white, maybe a little bit on the warmer side, a blue light over here, which you guys are like, well, blue light, that's weird, but it actually helps just play off the armor. It just kind of gives it more texture, and I'll show you more what I'm talking about there in a second. Here's some more warm light just to give that surrounding fire thing. But yeah, see, you can't really see it, but it helps just add some of this little.
Yeah. So it's not
Just
all
little
orange.
bits is what that blue is doing to it. It's washed out a lot by the other colors up there, but that blue has helped just kind of add in some texture. Oh, I missed a screw. Dang, I usually get those out. But,
Good job on the eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't happy with it, but now I'm looking at it and I am, so that's good. And then my last shot of the week. This one's going up tomorrow.
That's a great shot.
Man. I bought this guy at GameStop. I got him for free because I had reward points. It's the Spawn series Grigor?
Cygor.
No,
Cygor. Mm-hmm.
I actually had to take his head off and use some armature wire to hold it on so he could look more down.
Oh, nice.
So if you see here, you can see some of the wire. But I added a little bit of blur to the arm, and Harry will probably tell you there's not enough blur to give you the motion because that's what I was trying to do. I tried to add a little bit of blur there, but
I mean, you do what I do though, right? Like you just duplicate the layer.
That's what I did here.
Huh.
But I don't want to go too far with it either, So but,
Yeah,
I can't wait
key,
to
I
post
think,
this.
is to make it subtle. Yeah.
I'm
What
really
do you
happy
do the
with it.
saliva with in the mouth? You were saying something earlier about that. What do you do with that? How do you
Oh
do
yeah,
that?
this here. It's just all right. So I got this pack. You can download it for free. Let me find it. Hold on, I had it somewhere. It's on one of my drives here. Documents.
You could probably just create a layer, Pablo, and brush it on, and then in Photoshop with your Wacom tablet, just brush it on with a firm brush, and then
You can. I forget the name of the. There's a guy on Instagram. He posted posted a video how to do it with practical stuff.
Oh.
He did it on his T-Rex. That he took a shot with T-Rex, and Spider-Man was in front of him, and the way he did the saliva coming out of the T-Rex's mouth was practical. It was pretty neat. I forgot what he used, but
I use these
fishing line just with a pure black background, kind of like Maz is showing there, with just some backlight on it.
This is Slime Effects from Video Copilot. It's free. You can go to their website, Video Copilot, and you can get different slime and dripping effects, and then screen out the black and play around with the masking and just kind of. I tried to. I'm not that great with a puppet tool, so this one looks kind of funny. This is my favorite one here. I think this one worked out pretty well, but I really wanted to get like that menace of because his mouth is open like that, so I really wanted to play off that just visceral kind of.
It looks awesome though. It's a great shot. I love it.
when you zoom out, I think it looks great, but you get in kind of close, you can see some of the flaws in it. So,
Well,
Yeah,
only
but
when
you're not
you
going to be
point
able to
them
see
out.
that on Instagram, so,
Yeah.
yeah,
you'll be
you
all
won't see it
right.
on Instagram with the compression.
You'll be,
Let's see. R3 toys. McFarlane toys are such good bang for your buck. They can be. They can be. I've
Yeah, not all of
I
them.
got the Witcher on sale. He was on clearance too, and I got Roach, the horse.
The horse, roach.
My only critique of McFarlane is their weapons. And same thing with my gunslinger. I love it, but the weapons need to be hard plastic. I don't want a bent rifle barrel, and I don't want a bent sword. I almost bought some McFarlane toys from the GameStop here in town because they had that clearance sale. But every single one of the figures, it's like they're either came with a staff or a sword, and it was, you could tell in the package it was like warped.
I didn't have that problem with my Ravenspawn. He had a long poleaxe. It didn't have a problem. R3 toys. Real quick, I need to ask you more about this. What are you talking about? Old school glass filter. What do you mean by old school glass filter? But over your fire to make heat waves.
Make
So
the
I'd
heat
love
waves. Yeah.
to know more about what this glass filter is you're talking about, please. That'd be cool.
I
I don't
guess
know
it's
if you're talking
like
about
a
the same one
Mirage
that's
effect.
on Photoshop, but I know Photoshop has a glass filter.
Oh,
do they
okay.
still have it? They used to have a plastic wrap filter
And
too.
they have a plastic wrap. Yeah, they have a plastic wrap also. I don't know if it's
Yeah,
still
but
on there or
that's
not.
when you have to use in the you have to be using an 8-bit file, and I'm always editing in 16-bit because that's
Oh
where my
yeah, that's right. You were saying the 8-bit. Yeah, I
that's
love. I
that's
used to love
one
that.
filter set. If you guys ever using Photoshop and that filter, what is it called?
Dimmed.
Filter gallery right here. See how it's grayed out? You need to switch your image to an 8-bit image. That's why it's grayed out, because anything higher than 8-bit, it won't work. So
Is he talking about the displace glass filter in Photoshop for the heat waves?
I think that's what he's
he says
talking about.
filter gallery distort
there it is, yeah.
glass, and you'll to have to make your photo. You have to make your photo 8-bit. I hate doing that though, man. I hate making it 8-bit. I did do some cool. I like my particle effects here. I did some of that up by the top of Grodd here.
Is that After Effects or Photoshop?
This here,
The
this is just
particle
Photoshop.
effects.
The particles just Photoshop.
So how do you do that?
Oh, you got to find some particles first. I have a set that I got from Envato Elements when I was paying for that, and
okay.
you can find them online though, and just screen them out so that and then you want to usually add a blur to them, and I masked so it didn't really go over Grodd. I just wanted kind of behind him, and I put a directional blur, a path blur, to kind of all have them go that same way. So just to kind of give a little bit more something out there. I'm sorry, Mike. What?
Couldn't for particles? Couldn't you just make a brush?
You can. Yeah.
That's what I did
have,
for my most recent photo, the Jack Skellington Pumpkin King one. I ended up looking up a tutorial because I couldn't quite get the particle effects from my sparkler shots and stuff like that. So yeah, you just cut up. You can just Google it. Particle effects brush Photoshop.
Right on.
This is my post for tomorrow for Predness Day. As you see, there's a city hunter here in the foreground. He's scared. He's like, "Don't attack me! I got my stick, and I got my." There was the one thing is I really maybe should have focus stacked it so I could get the claws are just you can't really see them. They're just focused out. So, and I had it with a wider depth of field, so it was actually more in focus, but I didn't like it. It looked like he was right on top of him. I wasn't a fan of that. I wanted to get him bokeh a little bit to give him that kind of distance from Grodd and really work with that.
That's good.
All right, Mike, you said you got to go.
Wife's coming home.
All right, man. You got anything going on, Mike? You want to tell the viewers before you go?
What's that?
You got anything going on you want to tell the viewers before you go?
No, I'm just, like I said, working on that Jeep right now. I'll have some photos with that probably this weekend. Once I get it all painted up, I'm going to do some photos with that. And that's really working on that and possibly just building another Dio. We'll see what comes up over the weekend. I've got some adult stuff to do, but that Jeep and the new Cricket, I'm going to definitely work those out and try to make up some cool photos with that. So, price
Hell
to
yeah.
do.
Your reels, I was
14
bragging on those before you joined the stream. Your reels lately have been really impressive.
Oh, you know,
How-
those, thanks, man. Those reels are sometimes, man, they're weird. Some people make some really, really good ones, man. I don't know how they
Oh,
do it.
yours are great. They really
Hey, yours
show
are great,
the
man. I know what you're talking
the
about, mate.
craftsmanship is what I appreciate. And
Thanks.
you know, it's so easy to go online and see that these little miniature props that are handcrafted. You know, sometimes they're charging $10-$20, and it's real easy to be like, well, that's too much. But when you see how they're made, and it's like, oh my gosh, like this
Yeah.
is actually a good deal.
Yeah.
I think it goes a lot to sell your product.
Yeah, I
Oh, yeah.
appreciate that. Thanks. Because, yeah, it is. There's, you know, just those little dynamite boxes, man. There's, there's the print, the wash, the clean, the cure. Well, first there's the design. Then I got to go through and paint, black wash, and then paint all the individual parts of it, and then seal it with the aerosol spray. And there's just a lot of steps involved, and it does
Yeah.
take time. It's not just
It's a trap.
spray it with some spray paint and be done. It's
Yeah.
it's involved.
And I need to do more to push your stuff on to the Toy Photographer Collective. I'm sure there's some customers
I appreciate it,
that
man.
unreached, but
I'm
they
gonna need
do
to
good work, man. And
Thank
I
you,
need
man.
to go around Element.
You do,
Yeah.
Mike. Your work
I
is awesome.
appreciate it. I appreciate it. You guys all have a great night, man. I'm gonna get out of here and
Right.
and
Let us,
see my
Mike.
wife. And I appreciate y'all having me, man.
All right, Mike.
thanks,
Thanks so
Mike.
much for coming in, man.
Take care.
And just remember,
All right.
it's a trap.
What's that?
Just
Do
remember,
what?
it's a trap.
was that a J trap? Is what they
No,
call
it's a
it?
trap.
Yes, it's a trap. Is it S trap? I don't know. J trap? One of those traps. Take care, man. All right.
Later,
All right, take it
Bye,
easy, Mike.
Mike.
Take it easy. So I was just tagged with this one, and since we're still kind of here, I thought we would talk about this one. Harry, jump into it. It's a trap.
It's definitely a trap. Whatever you say, it will not benefit me. But
This is
I
I
don't
am
know.
TJ Williams.
Yeah, I feel like the use of his actual practical objects here in the back, I feel like it's kind of giving away the scale of everything. So I think that's the main thing that's jumping out to me. Like you can see the bottle, you can see like the pipes, and like it looks like a fire extinguisher back there.
It's a fire extinguisher.
Yeah,
Fire
so
extinguisher, some pine sol. I don't know what he's standing on, but yeah,
so I don't know. It's
I'm fine with all that because he's doing this is called a trap if you're a plumber. This is the
A
trap.
J trap.
J trap.
mhm.
So he's doing a
Yeah,
play on
it's,
that, making it's a trap. So let's
it's,
not worry about his scale. Let's talk about lighting and that kind of stuff. Stuff that he come on, Harry,
Yeah.
you can do better. I think.
I mean, I actually was not aware that that was called a trap. So
Why do you think I kept saying
It's
it's a
for
trap?
trapping the
Because they got
gases.
Admiral Akbar
Without
here.
that J
yeah,
trap,
I'm a little bit
and-
I'm a bit
yeah,
too
you
young,
would-
I think still. Yeah.
Dude,
Yeah,
Harry's getting a mic today. Is that maybe going to be coming on the stream, Harry? We'll have two Harrys.
I have two
Nice.
Harry.
I tell you, he's
Awesome.
been doing some excellent diorama work late.
And he also does a lot of live streaming on Instagram too.
Oh,
I
yeah,
don't
he
get to
does.
watch all of it
Yeah.
because I'm usually in the middle of other stuff, but I try.
His dios lately, the Egyptian one, I think he's doing, or something like that. It's like a
No,
template.
I did the Egyptian one. He's doing
Oh,
a ship.
you're doing the Egyptian. Okay, so yeah,
He's
both
doing
of
he's
you
doing the
do-
boat. Yeah, he's doing
Yeah.
the boat. Yeah,
The
that
boat,
ship.
yeah,
that
that's
ship
right.
is coming out awesome. Yeah.
Mhm. He needs to get some plunderlings if he doesn't have.
Well, he's got the fondlings. He's got both of them, flute and
Oh,
Groot. He's
okay.
got both those.
He needs to get some pirate
right.
plunderlings.
Yes.
Let's get on back. Let's get back on track real quick. Let's talk about TJ's shot, and then we can go back to the plunderings. How about that?
The lighting, it's not bad. He needs rim lighting to separate him from that brown background from the cabinet,
Yeah,
the inside of the
Just a little
cabinet.
bit there.
I don't know if I like that harsh shadow that's on the J trap.
I think
but-
it's him with his phone, maybe taking the shot, and he's blocking the room light.
It might be, yeah. But yeah, I think he needs some rim lighting, and he needs to bring him. He needs to either zoom out a bit, like move back, because I don't like that he's so close to the edge of the shot, because it kind of
Or
I mean,
switch
I
it
get
to a
what he was going.
widescreen
I mean, I
format.
get what he was going for, but it kind of like it doesn't look like I can't focus on where like on the shot itself. Like it's either him or the J trap. But the focus should be on him, not so much the J trap. But like I mean, I understand the meme behind it, but yeah, I think he needs to bring either back up a bit, get more of the shot that's
Oh,
there.
this is an ordinary day shot, by the way. I didn't even make the note of
Oh, you see, there you go.
it. So he's doing some plumbing work. He's
Doing some plumbing work.
trapping.
That now, see now that makes sense.
So
But
I have,
Akbar Plumbing and Sons.
yeah, I
But
wrote
I
down
think
somewhere.
this shot would have
What-
benefited from a landscape shot, not portrait.
Yes.
Yeah, I think a widescreen would have been really great here.
Yeah, that's probably why it looks a little off because he's too close to the edge, and he's that elbow's getting cut off a little bit, and the bottom of his shoe looks like it's getting cut off a little bit. He's just too close to that edge.
Yo,
So other than that,
Adrian, can a
yeah.
foam whiteboard bounce light? Of course it can.
Oh yeah.
Of course it can. It doesn't matter what it's made out of. White will bounce light.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
It reflects light.
I
Harry,
use-
man, you did great with this. Chris, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean it's kind of a gag shot, so I don't.
Yeah,
I was
we
gonna say it's
need
kind of
to
like a meme
critique it,
shot.
but so
not
much.
really
I
good.
honestly think he had the idea for it. It's a dad joke, so he grabbed the toy in between taking care of his kids and got a pop shot. So he probably
Hey,
didn't
I'm not faulting that, man.
set it up like meticulously as we do, but I get the gag. I appreciate the gag.
Mm-hmm.
I will never tire of it's a trap jokes. So
Yeah. But
I would like to have seen a series of these, though.
That would've been
I
cool.
would have liked to have seen 5 or 6. Like, take the time to
find other traps and have them point together all of them.
all kinds of traps and play on words of trap. And
Yeah, that'd be pretty
it
cool.
would have been even funnier because the thing about a joke like that is you got to drive it home to the point where you're almost tired of the joke. So, but good job. And I would have maybe had Akbar, it's kind of weird because he's got the fisheye thing, but maybe have his head tilted a little more towards the viewer. But
He says it's going to be a series of stuff, though. So
nice.
yeah, you got to do that. Even consider creating a new Instagram account called Akbar Traps or something. Have him pointing at a quote unquote girl with large knuckles in the bar.
All right, we're gonna move back to that though, just so we have that up there. Thank you so much for sharing that with us today, TJ. Appreciate it.
Yes.
I gotta find out where I put my notepad though, because I have one other entry for Ordinary Day already. I need to know who that was and have all the entries together because I have to add them to an RNG.
Yeah, I need to get my shot done for that, but I'm trying to finish up my other.
We got until the 25th, so that's when we're doing the actual drawing. So the 25th of October is when we're going to be doing that for Ordinary Day. Great example of Ordinary Day is, of course, my dude fishing here. I like that one. So yeah, just have fun with it, guys. And right now, like I said, we get that trash can. I don't know if we're going to have anything else. I guess if somebody else donates something else, I'll have it. I gotta stop buying toys. Oh, Harry, did you see this, man? Dude, I was so mad.
Oh, sold out?
Well, they found one in the warehouse.
Yeah.
And I
So did
missed
you?
it.
Yeah, and you missed it. Yeah. So
Yeah. But look at
Sold
it.
out again.
Because on eBay, this set sells for $3,000.
that's insane.
Wow.
So,
Yeah.
and it comes with Slimer and
Yeah, I'm not
There's
the
a Slimer.
biggest, not the
Comes with a
biggest
light-up
Ghostbusters guy, but yeah, it's cool.
police
Wow.
line. I was so mad, man. I was like, dude, that would have answered so many of my problems because I got that Ecto 1 coming.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. And then, I got these guys coming Thursday, though. Ooh, can't wait. Can't wait to get my werewolves. Look at that, man. Werewolf. There, wolf. There, castle. Why are you talking like that? I thought you wanted to. No, I don't want to. Suits me. I'm easy.
I think I'm too young.
Yeah,
Frankenstein, I
Mel
love
Brooks,
it.
man. I just recently watched Blazing Saddles all the way through finally for time. So
Oh man, if I could just go back and do that one more time, like for the first time, to be honest.
I'm not
Excuse
the
me
biggest
while I
Mel
put
Brooks
this out.
fan, but Young Frankenstein is really good.
I think that one works so well for me because he doesn't like hit the Jewish thing over the head like repeatedly.
Well, yeah, and he
Um,
wasn't the sole writer on it. Usually in Mel Brooks movies where he's like the only author, I think he's a good collaborator, but
Yeah,
he's
but
the
he
sole
really
author.
can go deep into that whole Jewish
Yeah.
tropes and stuff, and I'm like,
Although
all
the
right, I get it.
Spaceballs, the Jews
poke
in
fun at
space is
yourself.
pretty funny.
But yeah, Young Frankenstein's
Oy
great.
vey.
Dude, I can't get over this Cygor, man. This thing looks. Sorry, I'm
It's a
just
great
staring
job,
at it.
man. No. I have been staring at my recent shots also for for a while.
You,
I'm
so
really
I'm not
happy.
the one that does that. Just sit there, and go, wow.
No, I'm really happy with especially that slash shot and the dark turtle.
Oh, dude, we got a little bit of time. Let's bring the turtles back up. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
I don't want to
Forgot
lose
about-
this guy though. I need to write down him somewhere. I need to write them all down in the same place. I gotta figure out who the other person was. Oh, I'm such a bad person.
Well, if the hashtags actually worked in Instagram, it'd be easier.
Well, ordinary day wouldn't really help me too much. But, although if they tag me, I can probably find it. I don't think they tagged me. It was a problem though. They didn't tag me right.
The browser-based
Yeah,
Instagram has been really glitchy lately too. Have you noticed?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm gonna let you go on about this one for a minute, and
Yeah,
I
this
have
is
to use the restroom
definitely
because
one of
I've
my
had
favorite
4
ones
drinks
of the
since
week.
I've started this. So.
Mhm.
Yeah, this one worked out great because I like on all the figures, like the green lighting, like on the edges, just worked all the way from the bottom to the top.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm having fun doing these shots. I'm working on the Dark Nocturnal the same way. I'm gonna do Usagi Yojimbo like this too, and I'm gonna do some plunderlings like this. Like I got bit by this bug, and I've been I've been staying up pretty late doing these shots. Like I've been going to bed around 2 a.m. trying to do all
Well,
these
dude,
shots.
I mean, honestly, I know Lone Coconut uses some toy photographers, but I would love to see them reach out to you.
Yeah, I've reached out to. I'm hoping to talk to Rick at Legion's Con.
Yeah,
And
I mean,
I
they
got my
need to
portfolio
bring you
ready.
on.
I got my portfolio up and running already online. So
Awesome.
So yeah, I'm hoping to talk to him. I'm hoping to talk to I think his name is Dave or the guy from Spiro Toys.
Yeah.
And Four Horsemen, and also Chris that works for Four Horsemen. He's gonna do a Kickstarter for some new figures, I believe in April. So I'm gonna talk to him as well.
Best of luck, man. You got my vote because this is some cool. This is some professional level stuff.
I want to get this guy printed. I really want to get this guy printed.
Yeah. I was going to say if you don't have a printer, a poster printed of this, you need to get one.
Is Moz and Crim? No, we are not twins. Man. We are not twins, Harry. Dude, I need to get this.
The multiverse of Moz.
I highly recommend it. He's
need
a
to
great
get Harry
figure
to
Moz.
wear a bald cap and grow some facial hair for Halloween.
That'll be the real multiverse.
Harry,
of
can you
Moz.
be Moz for Halloween, please?
No, I just shaved my head.
We're kind of shooting the shit right now, man. We're not doing too much. We finished up everything, and we went back to this Pablo shot that we got to skip earlier because we were rushing.
Yeah, this shot and the Dark Turtle, I'm having fun with that figure too. That figure is a lot of fun to play around with.
What's that?
The Dark Turtle. He's another one that I've been having fun playing with.
Yeah,
and shooting.
yeah. This one
that
here?
one. Yeah.
Is this one easy to get to, or just the other one?
No. This one was a Loot Crate exclusive, and they finally shipped them after 1.5 years of trying to get this guy out.
Oh wow!
But no, the only way you could have obtained this one is through Loot Crate. It was a Loot Crate exclusive. I mean, you may find them on the aftermarket if people are going to be, selling it at extreme prices. But yeah,
Wait.
and also
Oh,
another way
oh,
you might get it is if AliExpress got their hands on it, and they're making more of them. But yeah, I don't see this one going out to retail or
hold on,
anything.
Pablo. This looks important. R3 Toys. You can open an account at Miller's Lab. I don't know who Miller's Lab is. With your toy photo handle as the studio and pay super cheap pro prices. For what? What? Explain.
What are we talking about?
Don't just throw
Yeah.
these things out here. Tell me.
Yeah, no joke.
What
Yeah.
are cheap prices on what? Who's Miller's Lab?
What is
Tell
Miller's
me.
Lab? Now I gotta go look for it.
Should I know who that is? Nobody pays me nothing. Do I get cheap hot toys? What do I get cheap? Print. Oh, print. Okay.
Oh, Prince.
Print. Okay.
We've
Yeah,
had a
okay.
few
Professional
people
imaging. Okay.
with the
All
toy
right.
photographer
Miller's
group.
Lab,
who-
dude. I'll look into that.
We've had a few
I
people
haven't-
ask in the
yeah.
toy photography group how people can make money with their toy photos. I would say right now it's a really
Sir Dork has a
competitive
really great video discussing that.
He did, but I mean, even his advice, like it's going to be a needle in the haystack kind of thing.
Yeah, it's tough.
The pandemic got so many people like myself into the hobby, and as much as we have expanded the hobby through groups like what we have and Sir Dork and stuff, I mean, there's just so many people doing it.
It's pretty cool how Sir Dork did that toy photography conference, and I'm hoping they do one next year, and I'm going to try to attend that.
You're talking about Toys in Action?
Yeah.
Was that what the con was called? Yeah, Toys in Action.
Yeah, and I think they're going to try to have it somewhere easier for people across the country to get to, is what I've heard. I've heard they're, New York is kind of central to New England. That's where he's based out of. But
yeah,
I think next year they're going to try to have it somewhere easier for other people to go to.
Harry, you gotta go.
Harry.
Yeah, I gotta head out and help my roommate make some dinner. So
nice.
I'm
I need to
I'm
make
kind
some
of
dinner
having
for
fun with
myself.
this.
I'm a bit
Don't mind me
Alright.
clicking the button. Tell us more.
God, jeez. Oh my god. I don't know what happened there, but just trying to get some 3D prints out. I'm working on the custom Batfleck head sculpt for my hot
Ooh,
toys.
wow.
So
Nice.
Nice.
hopefully that should work out. I got the 8K printer, so hopefully it'll get all the details. And
Have you printed anything with it, or you just keep talking
Not
about
yet.
you get this AK printer and you haven't really?
I have not printed. I just got the freaking resin in it. They took freaking forever to send me that. So
Oh,
I'm gonna print on that really soon.
Nice.
As soon as I'm done with the model, I'm gonna print that out. So
good luck.
Very
man.
nice.
Good luck.
Awesome.
yeah, thanks.
I'm jealous, but yet I'm not because I'm really sick of 3D printing right now. I'm so fed up
Yeah,
with
3D
it.
printing. It's a process, that's for sure. But yeah,
Yeah,
I'm gonna wait for
I'm
the
trying to
DLP
figure
to
out
get
mine.
up a bit more and try the DLP because that means you're
Oh,
not
the
using
DLP
the
tech?
screen so much and it's just
Yeah.
reflections.
it's reflecting
And
light.
that might help the longevity of the product as well because it's
Yeah.
always my screen that I've been replacing. So
Yeah, and it's gonna be more accurate too. So
Yeah.
yeah,
So,
DLPs. It's the next big deal. So
yeah. So when that price comes down a bit more,
yeah.
I'll do the DLP.
Yeah.
Um,
All right, guys. Thanks for having me
Harry?
on. Thanks for
Thanks,
coming
Harry.
by.
Good
Always
hanging
a
out,
pleasure.
man.
Yep.
see you next
Take
week.
care, man.
See you next
Same
week.
bat time,
Take
same
care.
bat channel.
Yeah.
I've been watching that lately, guys. I've been watching my 66 Batman. I got the whole Blu-ray
Nice.
box set.
Oh, nice.
I've
Adam
had it
West.
for a while. I just never sat down and watched it all because it's really hard to get through. It's
Yeah.
I used to love it as a child, but my God, the same thing happens each week.
But we didn't mind it when we were kids.
No. When we kids, we were just like, it's Batman.
Yeah. Yep.
But
It's like classic Star Trek. It was fine when I was a kid watching reruns, but whew, especially that third season.
Yeah, some stuff just did not age well. It just did not
Batman's
age
rough.
well.
I did get to watch a Joker episode again. I didn't realize how infrequently Joker and Penguin and all them are actually in the show. At least in the first
Yeah.
2 seasons,
Mhm.
they're in like maybe 2 episodes, or 4 because you're always a 2 episode arc. So maybe
Yeah.
4 the entire season. So
Was Cesar Romero the only one to play Joker in that, or was
Yeah.
there another actor? Because I think I remember there was even one episode where he had a mustache and he couldn't
He
shave
had
it
a
'cause
mustache
he
the
needed it.
entire time. He wouldn't shave it.
Oh,
They
okay.
just
I thought
painted over
maybe,
it.
yeah,
Yeah.
they just put white paint on it, I think.
Yeah.
And you know what else I realized when I was watching it is one of the villains who's Eggs something or another. He's played by Vincent Price. Vincent Price plays this egghead
Yeah.
villain, man. I was like,
Yeah.
oh my god, this is Vincent Price. And Liberace played a villain.
Liberace, man.
Yep.
Where he plays the wrong note in a concerto or
Yeah.
something.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
he
And that's
played that E flat where there should have been an E flat or something.
it was
I'm
a
like,
C. It was a C flat or something.
oh yeah.
R3 Toys, Crimson Viper mentioned toy photography to make money. The best way is to take what you learn in toy photos and do photos of people, teams, etc. in real life as a side hustle. That's what I do now. But I hate people.
That's
Yeah,
what, so
even the
that's how I got
photography.
into photography to begin with, like, because I've been doing it for 17 years, and I've been doing toy photography for a little over 9 years now. But I was mainly doing families and children and newborns, and that's what I was doing, and I still do it. But during the pandemic, that kind of like just died down,
Yeah.
so
Well,
I
not only
haven't gotten
that,
back
but
into it. But
the technology is a blessing and a curse. It's a blessing in that you can get such amazing accessible, you don't have to work with chemicals anymore. You get instant gratification from your photographs. You can literally, like my M50, what I see on the view screen is how the final product's going to be. Rewind 20, 30 years, that wasn't the case, not even with digital cameras. So I mean, it's the blessing and the curse is that it's such an oversaturated industry. You're not competing just with other adults. Me as a almost 47-year-old adult, if I wanted to put my shingle out there as a photographer, I'm competing with 15-year-old girls who got a better camera than I can afford for their 16th birthday.
yeah,
It's like everybody has, it's just the tools are so accessible now.
Yep.
It's a blessing and a curse. It's the best time in the world to be a toy photographer. It's also the worst time in the world if you want to make money at it.
You know what a blessing and a curse was, man, is this right here, man. I couldn't decide on which one to get. So I had to buy both of them, Look at that. I couldn't decide. It's a blessing because I really wanted both of them. And it was a curse because I really probably couldn't have afforded both of them. But I did it anyway by selling other toys.
Did they ship them already to you, or you're still waiting for?
Yeah, they'll be here Thursday, man. They'll be here.
Oh,
Thursday.
nice. Oh, so that's what you're talking about.
Or you could have spent $200 on a headless horseman figure.
No, because he was already sold out. These are still in stock.
Oh yeah.
Well, he was 120.
Headless horseman.
Oh yeah.
So either way, he's sold
It
out.
was 120. Well, there was two versions. There was one for 145, which came with the pins and some other stuff, and then there was the regular standard issue for 120.
Do they both come with a horse?
I'm kicking myself, man. I really wish I'd ordered him. But the thing for me that was the breaking point was it's kind of only a Halloween thing.
Did he come with the horse though in both versions?
Yes, the horse, the figure, 2 head scopes, and then the horse came with the 2 options for the main. And then of course whatever weapons and the other accessories that the figure is gonna have also.
Okay.
So
sorry, I didn't mean to
and I know a lot of people there were some people that were complaining about the price point, but the thing is that this figure alone, it's a custom box, just like the Krampus was last year, and the theme is not. It doesn't go with the other Mythic Legion figures, so they're not using like a box from that, like the Lithia box. They're not using that same box. It's got a brand new box art for it. So a lot of people are not really focusing on that, like all the work that went into this figure, because there were a lot of people were saying, but why isn't it $90 like the other 2 packs with the horse and the figure was? Because that's already included in a line. There's no custom box. There's nothing else that's going on.
He's $250 to $300 right now on eBay, and
those are people
plus
that
inflation and stuff. I mean, considering what Hasbro's doing with their price scaling, I think it's a great price for it. I honestly,
120 was great. I mean,
but I got 3 kids that are
figure. Get this guy because he's a low print run too. They didn't make a lot of these. I mean, once they're gone, they're gone. They made a 6 scale of these as well.
They have a 6 scale of that one. Yeah.
But I went with the 112 scale, of course.
Now,
Coup Model doesn't make like a whole bunch of stuff. It's a small little like I
So
think a
small
one
little
guy
company.
shop or something. So
Another small company is the one that does the Fury Planet toys.
mhm.
I'm waiting for that. Well, they're calling it the Spring figure, but it's Leonardo. But they can't use Leo because of licensing issues and stuff. But
Uh-huh.
that I'm waiting for that turtle to come out. They've already showed what Splinter's gonna look like and Donatello, and then Mikey and Raph I think are due to come out sometime next year, or at least pre-orders are gonna go up next year. And those you can find on 5K Toys. Actually, I think you can find some on BBTS also. They have that. Crocodile Hunter, which is supposed to be Leatherhead, and I think they just posted Tiger Claw, and
But
that
see,
figure
it's
looks
a shame
great.
Local Lou's not here because he's a big turtle fan and he would probably love this information if he doesn't already know it.
No, I'm
Yeah,
pretty
what?
sure he knows it. There's no way. I don't think there's no way he doesn't know about the Fury Planet toys.
I like to imagine that he doesn't know it and that he's missing something right now. Sorry,
He's
I
gonna
had to
watch the
just
rerun, and
put
he's
that.
gonna be like, "How dare you, man? How dare you?"
Man, he's gonna watch the rerun. Come on, it couldn't even get him on the screen. Why is he gonna watch the rerun? I'm throwing him under the bus. I don't care. I don't care what his real life problems are.
So yeah, so if you go to the on Big Bad Toys, go to the main, click on Big Bad Toys on the main page.
I don't want to leave my werewolves.
You already have your werewolves coming. Scroll down
Yeah,
a
I
little
know.
bit.
I like to look at them.
You see the tiger right there? That's the from that company.
This guy,
Yeah.
and this is a turtle related guy here, or no?
Yeah, he's supposed to be Tiger Claw, but they can't use that name because they don't have the licensing for it. But he's supposed to be the Tiger Claw from Ninja Turtles.
Damn, he looks badass, dude.
He does. Can't wait for this one.
He's the same price as the werewolf I just bought.
Hmm.
Jesus.
Yeah, the
Yeah, and this is
Well, my
also a small
werewolf came with a
company.
stand. Does he stand?
It's a small company also. If you go to 5K Toys, you can look up the Spring figure, which is Leonardo. That figure looks really nice too.
Hold on, I'm looking at it. Oh, does he
they
come? No,
certainly
he
have
doesn't come with
enough
that crocodile. Right?
photos for that. That's pretty cool.
Here's everything he comes with too, right here. Look at that.
Yep.
Wow, dude, I need a job. Anybody hire me? You said
I'm looking.
5K Toys.
Yeah, 5K Toys.
And what am I looking for?
I believe the name of the figure is called Spring. Just type in Spring. That one right there.
Oh, he sold out too.
Yeah, he sold out. Yeah, that turtle right there. That's
$5?
Leo.
I'm just kidding.
No, $5 was the deposit, the NRD. He's I think gonna be 70 or 90, somewhere on there. Or
dude, if I'd known about this guy, I would have ordered the hell out of this guy, man. His full price was $49.99.
Yeah.
Wow, that's really good.
And it oh man, I can't wait for this figure. And the
You ordered this
Splinter,
guy?
I don't know what the
ordered him for me,
Splinter
right?
is called. Huh?
You ordered him for me, right? He's
Yeah,
in
there
the
we go.
line.
Yeah.
Dude,
Wait till
look
you
at this.
see on if you go to their Instagram page, they have an Instagram 5K Toys. They show Splinter and Donatello. The Splinter
Yeah, I
looks
got some on
gorgeous.
Instagram of 5K Toys because they had a Cthulhu I wanted that they showed. And they were like, how big should we have it? And I'm like, as big as you can make it. Do it.
And they also have the Diablo figure from Diablo.
Ooh. Dude, this
That
guy
figure
poses with Mayfax, dude. I need this
Yeah,
guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm so
My
ready
biggest
for this
contention
figure.
with the NECA ones is they look great, but you can't pose them like the
Yeah,
movie
you
ones.
can't get that pose with the NECA. Nope.
No, never. Damn. I'm gonna be on the aftermarket looking for this guy. I can tell you that right now.
You as soon as they put the Splinter and Donatello for pre-orders, I highly recommend you jump on it.
Well, can you let me know when that happens?
I will. I'll let you know. I'll send you the
I
link
just-
right away, Mouse.
I
Just
appreciate
followed their Instagram myself because they got some good stuff.
Yeah, they have some good stuff.
Well, my problem is, Instagram. Unless I go to following, I may or may not see it, and just.
You can hit the little bell thing,
But
little bell
I'll
thing
send you the
there.
link right away because I'm staying on top of it because I'm not gonna miss out on those.
I really just want the turtles. I don't really care so much about Splinter.
Well, wait till you see the Splinter though. The articulation on that Splinter, it looks, and he comes with the 4 baby turtles.
Oh,
Would he work with the movie ones though? Would he be a good substitute? Because I don't like the NECA Splinter at all.
No, I think he'll be too. Well, I don't know. I'm not sure because this turtle is not as big as the movie ones. These are, I think, about the same size as the cartoon turtles, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm fishing right now. Leave me alone. This is a cute little thing. I like this. $5. Hobby Lobby.
yeah.
Yeah, I need to pick that up. I haven't picked it up.
There's like a
You know
little
what else I got from
metal
Hobby Lobby?
fire pit that I've been wanting to get from Hobby Lobby. It's like in the model section. I think I could do something, maybe the ordinary day, hashtag photo. Have a bunch of people, toys sitting around a fireplace.
Around a campfire? Yeah, that'd be pretty cool.
It's about that time of year to fire up my fire pit.
Yeah, I'm glad fall's here.
Oh, I'm so glad. Especially here in North Carolina, the mosquitoes have kept me from doing a lot of toy photography outside.
Oh.
Well, I've got this series of it's like Spirit from G.I. Joe Classified jumping up in the air with a knife coming down on Storm Shadow. I got a bunch of shots I need to finish editing, but I really hope they turn out and get some attention on Instagram because I got swarmed with mosquitoes. I had to come back inside and take a bath and like soak my legs. I had like 20, bites all over my legs. It was just crazy. I was only
If you
outside.
were the thing trying to fish, you wouldn't have that problem. So, I got this from Hobby Lobby as well for Halloween.
Mhm.
Hold on, let me in. It's a pack of like gardening with a shovel.
Oh yeah. There you
Oh,
go.
that's pretty cool.
Having somebody dig a grave. That was
Heck yeah.
$4.49 for that.
That's not bad at all.
These are the 112 skulls I got from Kroger.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
And they came with they were attached as like a drawstring, so there's like a hole in the side of their head though, with a bag full of like about 1/6 scale skulls.
Oh, look at that.
So
Nice.
I got that. And then the other thing I got was this.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
This was
Very
$4.99 and it's for 12th scale, so you can make a brick wall.
Yeah.
So it's raised on one side, and I think if you press it down well enough, like even enough on the
On
foam,
some
it should
XPS foam.
make all those lines for you in the XPS foam, so you don't have to draw them out.
Nice.
It's back there by the
I
dollhouse
saw
stuff.
too where someone pulled the bristles. As a matter of fact, I've got one somewhere. I pulled the bristles out of a cheap craft brush, and it made like a brick shape. And I'm gonna try to make another brick wall with that too. It's just the metal part of the brush. It's like a cookie cutter.
Mm-hmm. R3 said some stuff while I was gone here. Tough to make a full-time job, but not super hard to just make some extra side money to fund toys. You need to soak a NECA in warm water for a week to get that pose. His knees don't bend that way, man. They just don't bend like that. They're not double jointed, and then they can't get that butterfly joint. I'm looking at the picture, but you can't get that butterfly joint here in the armpit either, so it can't get that kind of crossover of the body at all. So,
Yeah, NECA needs to work on their joints. It's the sculpts are great, the painting is great, but yeah. And
usually
I
I find they fall short in that crotch area, man, where the legs meet the torso is just
well, they kind of know their audience too. Let's face it, probably 75% of people buying those are posing them up on the shelf, not doing toy photography. But
I don't like looking at Michael Myers wearing like a diaper looking look because that's how they cut the body. It looks like he's wearing a diaper on his.
It's weird.
I've been getting some Marvel Legends again now. I bought this whole set because I love Doug Cypher Warlock. So like a few years ago, I got this whole set, but I just went and dug the box out because I had literally pulled out the parts for the Build-A-Figure Warlock and put everybody away. They were literally because I ordered them like this. I ordered the whole case.
Yeah. Oh wow.
That's the whole line in there. I got more figures still in here, but I pulled out Wolverine, Cyclops, and Colossus. And apparently this is like a Cyclops to have or something too. The 90s Cyclops, I don't know.
There you go.
The Colossus I'm not a fan of though, man. His other head, he comes with two heads. He's got one bearded and one's not bearded. I don't like the bearded one, but it also is the one that fits the body properly. The other one looks too small on him.
Oh wow,
It's weird.
It's really annoying. So
I have the only Colossals I have is the one that came with the Juggernaut 2-pack.
yeah, I saw that. I could have bought it, but I was like,
That's a great one, man. I love that one.
I thought he was too shiny.
Well, I mean, he's supposed to be shiny though.
R3 Tours ordering NECA in my area where we are in winter for 9 months of the year. I can't start posing for at least 2 days to let them get it to India. I've had 3 legs break instantly on BTF.
Oh,
no.
yeah,
good.
you got to take a blow dryer to them.
Are you up in like Alaska or something, R3 Tours?
Get an electric blanket and wrap them in that and let them sit for about 5 minutes.
This is how I handle my figures, man.
There you go.
Heat gun. On low, though. I don't like go full.
But Maz, I got to get going.
Yeah, it's getting to be that time, man. It's been a long show. I'm gonna go back to playing.
Though. It's been a good show.
I'm gonna go back to playing with my thing.
Getting blue tack on your hands.
He's trying to run from me. No, the blue tack's not on the thing, man. He's not on the thing. I love this thing, man. This dude's awesome now that I got him.
I almost bought that figure just to do the black wash on it because it just looks so good once you put the black wash on it.
He looks legit once you get that black wash on him, man. It's just,
yeah. Now, did you clean him with some, because usually before I do any kind of painting on a figure, I clean it with a little toothbrush and some dish soap because something about the sealant that they spray on it, it just, if I don't do that, I've noticed.
I didn't know to do that, man. I just black washed him.
Okay. I have trouble getting black wash to stick sometimes.
Oh, I had to go a little thicker than just a regular wash. I had to actually almost like it was putting on a black paint and then wiping it off.
Oh, okay.
If I went on thick like that, it went in the cracks. It stayed in the cracks, and I wiped everything else off pretty well. So
yeah,
it's good to have those black cracks, man. Black in the crack. Black in the cracks.
I don't think I have it in here, but I did find like at the Dollar Tree this cool little like dollhouse that I recently primed, and just by putting the primer spray paint on there, it looks almost like a little haunted house for my Lego figures. So
cool.
Doing something cool with that. So never pass up a Dollar Tree, man. There's again the paper tray I showed earlier.
That's where I got my pallets from. Was the Dollar Tree.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
They scale really well with the 112.
Nice.
Yeah, mine are more 1/6 scale pallets, so maybe I need to look into that for the 112.
Yeah, they're
make them again. I mean, they're not hard to make.
And they're really cheap.
Have you seen my pallets? Have you seen my pallets that I made?
I don't think I've seen your 1/6 scale pallets that you've made. I'm really trying to look for that. Why can't I find that picture? So weird. Yeah, I can't find that shot. Okay.
Is it your shot or someone else's?
No, I wanted to send Maz the image of the Splinter and Donatello from Fury Planet, but I can't find that image.
So here's a 1/6 scale palette I made with the EPS foam. I made, I think, 5 or 6 of them.
Oh, those are cool. Oh wow, yeah, they came out nice. Look at that.
Fit on them, so.
Oh, that's a nice box. That's foam?
Yep.
Nice. Good job. Excellent job.
So, I did them initially for my Batman diorama that I did. I did a shot for. S-Beam, we are still alive for however long I can keep people here. I'm keeping Chris here against his will right now. He's trying to leave, and I'm not letting him.
I just sent you the image of the Splinter. I found it.
Yeah, I think I may have found the prototype picture.
Yeah, it's the prototype. Yeah, it's the prototype.
I found a Reddit post.
I'm going to show you this Batman shot that I made this whole diorama stuff for. I don't know if I reposted it on my. Anyway, here it is.
Is the tail like in segments?
Yes. It's gonna have.
I found the
Yep.
same one. That's really cool.
Yeah, that tail's gonna be articulated. Yeah, that Master Splinter, and I love the hat. That wicker hat.
Oh,
It's just-
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into that because ever since the Hasbro fiasco, I think I'm done with Black Series and Marvel Legends and all that stuff.
yeah.
I'm ready to upscale my toy photography too. I want to get some more highly detailed figure stuff.
Yeah, the posability that this is gonna have is just amazing.
Yeah, that
That's
Batman
this is what they're for here, man. I
Ooh,
did this
look at that.
Batman shot here. This is an alien tail.
Oh,
I got
the
here.
alien tail. Yeah, I remember this shot. Yeah. I love that shot. It's a great shot.
But I built the pallets and stuff so I could do a warehouse and have him in here.
It's really good.
I even learned how to make these boxes and stuff and put them on top of that. And I had a wire running through the cape here to hold that up, so it looks like he's turning around suddenly, going, "What was that?" Oh.
You just need an Admiral Akbar pointing out that it's a trap.
It's a trap. Yeah, and I went around and I used some of them again, like with my turtle shot, more recently. I even though they're 1/6 scale, crates that can be any size really. There's no.
Mhm.
There's no.
Yeah, the
law.
ones from Dollar Tree, I've got one of them that I'm trying to make into a raft for my plunderlings. I'm gonna take some sticks from my yard and glue it to it and stuff.
Yeah. And so I've tried to use them a few more times. I don't really like this picture though. This picture's kind of a little too dark.
Well, I really must be going. I've got
Chris.
someone waiting on me to give him a phone call back. So, but I appreciate it. It's been a blast, man.
Thank you for coming in tonight, man. I appreciate it so much. And next week I need to I need to get Brian Carr an invite. I think I meant to send him one this week and I forgot who I was thinking of. So
absolutely. And one last time, Toy Photographer Collective, enter into our all October, just Halloween horror theme. See our, page for it. Enter Maz's Ordinary Day one. I know I'm going to be working on one. I'm going to be out of town for the next few days, so I might be a few days before I can get my shot. But I already got an idea brewing for it. So,
all right, sounds good. It looks like I could get Harry in here next week too. So we'll have two Harrys.
Nice.
Nice.
Oh, you're gonna yes. All right. Look at that.
Harry. It'll be very confusing.
Harry.
But thank you again, man.
Thank you, Chris, for coming in, man. You have a great night.
That is Chris. Yeah.
Take it easy, man. We'll see you later. And with that, guys, we're going to go ahead and sign off. Take it easy, guys. Thanks so much for watching. And as soon as I get this up here, I got to hit this button here. All right. Now I'm ready. All right, guys. Thank you so much for watching. No, I'm not ready. Shoot. All right. There we go. All right, guys. Thank you so much for watching. And we'll see you next time. You guys have a great night.